Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kick down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy style was discussing it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your kids, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your kids, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This still is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye-bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the root. built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy day. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our plains are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace, shout, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pay. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learn the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, or fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up.
Do you like that?
Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a poo face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean it. Smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Point made. Nowhere to.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live in resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Shane Krumman, and we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, representing Corey, Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of, and we should be joined here probably, hopefully, by the Lady Che. And on this season 6, episode 14, part 3, continuation of the Frontline Blacc News. We'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 3. And that is gruesome Newsom, gruesome Newsom of California, California governor. Oh, Lord, Pete the Heat, you still in here with this madness. Let me get you out the paint right now. We don't have time for your trolling tonight. Get the hell out of here, Pete. Gruesome Newsom said some racist ass shit. Gruesome Newsom's viral clip, fact versus fiction. Gruesome Newsom said this while trying to relate to Black people. Apparently he can't read. Then we got John Davidson apologizes to Michael B. Jordan and Delroy. Lindo. Did BAFTA deliberately allow a racial slur to air? Yes. Latina wants Black and brown unity, but will they really address the issues that cause the divide? No. Then we got why other groups are offended that Black Americans have set hard boundaries. Relevance in 2026. Then we got Black cultures Global Impact, Black Diaspora Debate, Accountability versus Systematic Barriers. Then we got Deportations, Human Toll, Illegal Migrant News, and Local Denver/Aurora News. Then we get the news from Front Line and Blacc First Perspective. We are a part of the new Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the new Blacc Media. And we have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Blacc News is the first one, started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the Black Panthers, the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Blacc News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Blacc News, Frontline Blacc News 2, the backup channel. Just in case you try to take Frontline Blacc News down again, we'll have backup. So please make sure y'all sub it to Frontline Blacc News 2. Then we got my personal page, which is struck right now, Jesse Paris, aka Chan Kruma. That's usually where I stream all the city council meetings, community events, all of that. Okay, I'm glad it sounds crisp so far. That's good to know. And then we got the RBA Lady Chase channel, the Revolutionary Agenda. In addition to that, y'all make sure y'all sub to her Seduction Doll channel as well. Yeah, I got my hair did. Lady Shay did my hair. So she put my hair in twists. So I got some twists going on. What was I gonna say? Then we got Jay Militant, our cousin, our local out the Bay Area. He his channel was Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. Then we got Kukizi, a brother out the Mile High, who does an intro track for the Frontline Blacc News. His link is also in the description. Thank you. Thank Lady Chase. She did it. And then Breeze Omega, a brother out of VA by way of New York. Meaning Virginia by way of New York City. His channel link is also in the description. He was live earlier as well. And then we got the Church of Black Power, brother out of West California, who's now in Houston, Texas. His link is also in the description. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. Breeze just surpassed 1,000 subscribers. Church just passed 2,000 subscribers. So congratulations to them both. And last but certainly not least, we got our brother Black Truth United. He's taking a hiatus for now, but he did come up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses. So he said, I don't have to wear a hat. If you tell it, it's exactly crew. And then submit a business to the B1 Rolodex. That link is in the description. The link to the B1 Rolodex itself is in the description. We have the petition for reparations. Make sure y'all sign that change.org petition. If somebody could drop Brooks' link in the chat, that would be great too. For the Freedom Commission out of New York. Somebody could drop that in the description. I'll greatly appreciate it. I mean, in the chat, I'll greatly appreciate it. Then we got a copyright disclaimer. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all support Lady Chase GoFundMe as well. That link is in the description. We got a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity, and that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition, all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And then when you're a Black person or captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Neely Fuller Jr., producejustice.com. And when you, and then last but certainly not least, We got racism and white supremacy as conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival to prevent white genetic annihilation. Announced by the late, great Dr. Francis Chris Wilson. Transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80. And shout out to Tariq Rashid, our FBA brother out of Los Angeles, California, who paid for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. Let me shout out everybody that's in here early. I got Twin in the building. I see you, Twin. I see Mac in the building. I see Black Joe. What up, cuz? Thank you for tapping in. I see Crew in here. Who else is in here? Goddess Nobby's in here. Salute to you, Goddess Nobby. Who else is in here? I think that's it so far. Shout out to y'all for tapping in. I wasn't even going to do a live tonight, but I'm kind of glad I did. Thank y'all for tapping in. He teaches the kids involved in gangs and breaks up fights. Having a whole conversation. Yeah, no trolls allowed. Keep them trolls up out of here. They want war, but want us disarmed. Yep, you already know. You already know, Black Joe. Make sure y'all hit the likes. Yep. So we're going to hop right into it with Gruesome Newsom. Oh, punk-ass Gruesome Newsom, a governor of California, Nancy Pelosi's nephew. Apparently, this nigga can't read. So he made a little joke about him scoring low on the SAT, which is the college aptitude test usually you take before you go to college. And depending on where you score, and that's where you end up going to school at. So he basically said that he can't read, and basically black people should be able to relate to him. Well, Gruesome Newsom, it was illegal for us to read and write. There were whole laws passed to keep us from reading and writing. No other group can say that but FBA. So in this country, at least, no other group can say that. They had passed whole laws to keep us reading and writing. What's your excuse, Gruesome Newsom? You're literally a trust fund baby. Your fucking auntie is the damn, what's the Secretary of State, Speaker of the House, amongst other things. So what's your excuse for not being able to read, Gruesome Newsom? So we're going to get into Gruesome Newsom. It's the same one that tanked reparations in California and calls himself running for president in 2028. So Lisa going to give us the first update. Then we're going to follow up with Tariq. Yeah, he said he scored like a 960 or something. I didn't take the SAT. I took the ACT. Yeah, I scored that high too, crew. And the first time I took it, I got a 20, and the second time I took it, I got a 24. So yeah, we right on the same page. Newsom said he can't read and he's the governor. I know, that's crazy, crew. That's some crazy shit right there. So Lisa gonna give us an update on this craziness. So to Lisa Cabrera, she just had a serious surgery, so we wish her all the best in her recovery. Yeah, the SAT is out of 1,600. If Newsom got a 900, he's dumb. Exactly. I'm gonna help his ass lose too. I know that's right, a goddess Nami. Yeah, she's in Cali, crew. She's in Whackdale, otherwise known as Palmdale. Tethers know more about the 1970s Black America than their own history. Right, Black Joe? Ain't that the truth, cuz? They definitely know more about that than their own damn history. And they surprised that we know they goddamn history. I know they goddamn history, but they know their damn history. They think all Americans are stupid, though. But Lisa gonna give us an update on this.
Talk about Gavin Newsom.
Oh, Gruesome Newsom.
I don't like Gavin Newsom.
I don't either.
Ever since he pulled that stunt with the reparations, I don't care for him at all. And, you know, I know he'll probably
did have
be
some recalls a few years back.
a candidate for president in 2028. And, you know, it would be a cold day in hell before I would vote for anybody like him.
Right, to help.
But,
Newsom.
you know, a lot of times these folks like Gavin Newsom will try to pull stunts right in our face and believe we're not going to catch it. But many people caught how he was addressing a predominantly Black audience in Atlanta for an interview. And you know what else I'm getting tired of seeing? I'm tired of seeing people host these interviews. And when certain things are said, you know, I would expect our people to open their mouth. And these last couple of times, our people, you know, the ones they got interviewing don't seem to push back that hard. And that's really problematic to me. When you are sitting there, you're a melanated man sitting in this interview, and this white man is right next to you telling you, just like you, he don't read. What the hell do you mean, just like you? What the hell do you mean? Many of our people are readers. And for him to get in front of a crowd and make that comment, see, he wouldn't have made that comment if he was in a crowd of white people doing an interview. He would never have let anything like that part from his lips. But many of these folks, they show their microaggressions in many different ways. And yes, I believe that was a microaggression. Because what you were implying is the Black audience is dumb and they don't read. So you sat there and downplayed yourself and then tried to imply it's just like us. That's very insulting. You know, two incidents where you should have told the guests to leave. One was that Haitian woman that said dirty Black Americans. There should not have been an interview. You should have called her ass the hell up on out of there.
Right.
And two, Gavin Newsom. The interview should have stopped at that point. You know, you don't let your guests come and then insult the audience. When something inappropriate is said, you know, during an interview that you're doing, I don't care if he's the California governor. It doesn't give him the right.
I don't even know who
come
y'all vote for in California.
to our crowd and insult us. I don't care who he is.
The only one I would support in California would be Bill.
So y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and show you these videos.
I would support.
All right.
Of course, you refuse to answer any questions about gun rights.
Newsom. Y'all, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
He's so ignorant ass. He can't even read. He had the whole world given to him, and he can't fucking read. These mugs.
Thank you.
Yeah, they are. That's why we got to strap up.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you.
Yep.
You know,
yes.
I'm a 960 SAT guy. And, you know, and I'm not trying to offend anyone, you know, trying to act all there if you got 940. But literally a 960 SAT guy. I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a speech. Maybe the wrong business to be in.
Oh my God. It's just
So he's in an audience full of black folks talking. There's probably some other races too, but this is where he was at. This is what they do. This is what they do. A lot of people are gonna be saying it's context. Well, hey, the thing is that the way that sometimes they come out and say things, it's tone deaf, man. Like Gavin Newsom says he relates to black people because he has a 960 SAT score. He's a 9 SAT SAT guy. I cannot read. He's saying he couldn't read a script. I mean, he can't read a speech, which is still twofold, and like that's not something you want to say when you're about to be the person that they want. This is who the Democrats think is their champion person.
California.
The only reason they're thinking that because if you put the exact same qualities, personality into, say, a white woman or a black
That's
woman,
a pitch for the black
or a black man,
when he changed
or a Asian man, or a Mexican man, or Latino man, whatever. They're not. Democrats, the Republic, they wouldn't even give these people the time of day. They wouldn't even give them the time of day. But be it that it's Gavin Newsom, the way he looks with the slick hair, the nice manicured suits, the tall, and he looks like a politician. He looks like a Ken doll type of politician type of look. So it's all about image for them, and that he's in the governor's seat. So it looks like, oh, he could do leadership. But the problem with Gavin Newsom, he's never been able to galvanize anybody outside of California. He barely got California. And here we are.
So fucking disrespectful.
With their, I don't think he racist or anything like that. I don't think it's like that. I just think it's just tone deafness of they don't really understand
Michael
how sensitive
says
black people are.
And then from Bill Clinton.
That's just what it is. They don't understand it. And there's a sensitivity there that's understandable. There's a sensitivity there that's ridiculous. There's a sensitivity that's exhausting. But overall, there is an understanding of a sensitivity there for us black folks when we hear folks talk ignorant like this cat here. And usually around election times, when they start to get to wanting to I forgot what they call it, like trying to come and appease the black audience to get the black vote and all that kind of thing. And he's thinking they're being down to earth, salt to earth. Oh, I got hot sauce in my bag. Oh, I remember cleaning so many collard greens, we had to put them in the tub. Oh, if you ain't black, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Here we are. I'm like you guys. I can't read. When it's just tone deaf, as in saying, like, we know what the educational scores, we know what the levels are, we know what underlying reasons that could be, because I don't want to make it sound like, oh, it's just that and it's not. Because this is what this insinuates, is that, in the mind of white Caucasian Americans, black folks just can't read, we can't swim, we can't do anything. And that's not true. That's not true. All demographics of people, there is a great amount of illiteracy going along in America, period, as far as the educational systems, the resources that they're having, the resources that the American government allows us to have an educational system is the reason why in white, Asian, black, well, I don't know about Asian, but white, black, Latino, Indian, Native people, there's educational deficiencies across the board. Across the board. He could have still said the same thing and kept it just on him. Like, hey, I'm a regular guy. I didn't do well on my SATs. I'm a regular person. Something like that. But time and time again, it's just that, sometimes subconscious mannerisms, subconscious thoughts, subconscious ways of thinking and how you look at the world is going to come out. And I think that's just one of these things. Gavin Newsom, man, just had to bring it to the front of the congregation and talk about it because it's just not looking good. we know that it wasn't your fault either about the reparations that you denied. That was it wasn't able to be put across on your table because the Black NAACP in that area felt it was not needed to present it to you. So I just brought that up because it's not really your fault because it didn't make it to your desk, but you also was like you didn't want to deal with that during that time.
Fault, brother. What are you talking?
And understood because you knew 3 years from now, which we're here now, that you're gonna try to run for presidency, and that just wouldn't look good to know that you were the one that denied or vetoed the first reparations bill to go to Black Californians. So, but that did happen. And here we are with you talking about Black folks and their SAT scores, or you and your SAT scores, and thinking that that's how you can relate to Black people because you can't read speech. And I keep saying that speech part because I see the title says cannot read. He said he cannot read a speech. So it kind of does give a little different context on it when you add that little piece on there, but it did have a connotation that it was comparable to, he was trying to compare himself and make himself dumbed down. No, the pun intended. Dumbed down himself to make it seem like, oh, I'm just like you, guy. I'm just like you. I'm just like you, Black. Look, I don't know how to read. You know, I can't read.
You're not like that.
You know,
You're
so
like
get it together, Gavin. Get it together. They are rooting for you, bro, and I don't know why, because you're not gonna make it, man. You're not gonna make it in these elections, bro. It's just not gonna happen. You have a lot of work to do to get your state back up together, and I don't see it. We don't see it, man. Whoo, go deal with Valero, get the gas back in there, go deal with the taxes you got going on. Go deal with it. Go deal with it. You know.
Was a little.
Peace. I'm Kane King, filmmaker. Make sure you like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell to see more content like this.
What just happened with Gavin Newsom in Atlanta is exactly why we cannot let DNC insiders unilaterally pick who our presidential candidate is going to be 2 years before the election and long before they've been tried in a primary process. If you missed it, Newsom was speaking to a mostly Black crowd in Atlanta when he made pretty offensive comments saying, "Don't worry, guys, I'm really just like you. I also did really badly on my SATs and I can't read." Watching the video back again, it's also not just what he said, but how he said it. He spoke in a very slow tone, as if he was talking down to the crowd and hoping they would understand it. His comments and this approach overall weren't just in poor taste. This was flat out racist. And aside from the racism, this just goes to show what happens when you try to run a true elitist as someone who can represent working class people. It's been so long since they've spoken to non-insider 1%ers that they do not know what is truly relatable, and they think that stupidity is the bridge. These are the faults that the pressures of a primary will inevitably expose. And it's also disappointing how many people are surprised. Remember, we're talking about the guy who shut the state down for everyone during COVID and then threw himself a massive birthday party at the Michelin-starred French Laundry. So please believe us and believe him now before it's too late, that he genuinely believes he is better than normal people and that will not resonate with the country. He will not win a presidential election.
Gavin Newsom. So all these Black folks in Atlanta, the ATL, I could relate to you because I got a low SAT score.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you. You know, I'm a 960 SAT guy.
Needs to be called over this now.
And you know, and I'm not trying to offend anyone, you know, trying to act all there if you got 940. But literally a 960 SAT guy. I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech.
Well, he switched party.
Because I cannot read a speech.
He was on a Democratic ticket and then he's
maybe the wrong business to be.
Independent ticket.
I never seen a man named Andre in a sunken place. Most Andres I know, they very vocal, but this Andre, the mayor, just took it on the chin. He told you, yeah, I could relate to all y'all because I got a low SAT score and I can't read. That's relatable to the Black American community. And this is so on code with that particular party, because when they talk about Black Americans, it's always talking down on Black Americans. Oh, we don't need voter ID because that's suppressing the Black American community. They're not smart enough. They don't have enough resources to get an ID. They don't even have computers in their houses. And then when they talk about the immigrants, oh my God, they're so hardworking. They add value to this country. Matter of fact, they built the country, just totally discrediting the ancestry of Black Americans, because the country was built on slavery, not immigrants. So every time they talk to about Black Americans, it's always talking down on Black Americans. But yeah, go ahead, key it up. Now, if Trump or JD Vance said anything
for that,
like in the likings of what Gavin Newsom said in Atlanta, this will be all over the news. Oh my God, they're so racist. Just because you put syrup on feces, that don't make you pancakes, right?
Right.
This is Gavin Newsom's attempt to win the Black vote.
2 weeks.
I'm no better than
try 10
I'm
years.
a 960 SAT guy. And and I'm not trying to offend anyone, trying to act all there if you got 940.
Yeah, he was.
But literally a 960 SAT guy. I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a speech. Maybe the wrong business to be in.
I'm just like you. I'm a 960 SAT guy. I can't read. This is giving like Joe Biden, if you don't vote for me, you ain't Black. This is how you win Black votes. This is how you win minority votes, by leaning into the stereotypes. I feel like he knew it as it was coming out of his mouth, but it was just too late and he couldn't put it back. You can almost see in his face that he's regretting every second that he's talking. These politicians that are going to be running for president in 2028, they need to do a little bit more research on what their demographics actually want. I think people are tired of hearing the right things and they just want action. They just want things done. That's crazy to me. In what world did you think saying that I'm just like you, I can't read would work? You've been a governor for years. You've been in politics for years. That's like politics 101.
Like you guys too. I'm a 960 SAT guy. I can't read either. We all ain't worth a damn.
Did this motherfucker call us stupid?
Yes, this prick did.
Man, fuck this.
Yeah, fuck him. Let's bounce. Excuse us.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you.
Bring you on,
I'm
but
like
the
you.
device not connected.
I'm no better than you. I'm a 960 SAT guy. You've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read.
So to appeal to this crowd, an all-Black crowd, he said that his IQ was lower and not better than you. I'm just like you. I don't have very high SAT scores. I can barely read. Dude, Gavin, that is so cringe, brother. He can't even read? Am I getting this right? This is like that moment when Biden said poor kids are just as talented as white kids. I don't know how else to say this, but the Democrats pander so hard, they try so hard. They don't even see how embarrassing it is. It's total secondhand embarrassment. I think somewhere else in this interview, he said that he grew up eating Stouffer's lasagna too. He said, oh, I got my mac and cheese and I just ate all my mac and cheese and that's all I lived off of. Democrats need to find another way to appealing to people. Maybe it's actually fixing problems and not creating more stereotypes. You guys have done enough of that, okay, buddy?
With the adults,
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you.
Epstein,
I'm a 960 SAT guy. Literally a 960 SAT guy.
Just taking
I cannot. You've never seen me
Dickens
read a speech
immediately
because I cannot read a
from what I
speech.
hear from the ATL.
Maybe the wrong business to be in.
He's saying, I'm like you, I can't read the Black people. There's so many examples of this.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
He couldn't
Young
read.
Black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word computer is. They don't know. They don't know these things.
A lot of people don't know how to register. Not everybody in the community, in the Hispanic and the African American community, particularly in rural areas that are distant and or inner city districts, know how to get online to determine how to get in line.
They don't know what the word computer is.
Do you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump?
I'm
and
Black.
you ain't Black.
Do you love it? Do you just love it, Black people?
How about that?
Says Nicki Minaj. It's true.
African Americans and Hispanic workers and veterans. you know, the workers without high school diplomas.
That motherfucker's gone.
You know this. I'm on the other side.
Yeah, Dixon. Yeah, he was too soft on Gavin Newsom.
No coulda, woulda, shoulda. It's all.
Is it Dixon or Dickens? I thought it was.
Put it all out here. Keep talking. Keep talking.
I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like.
Yeah, slow dimensions pro Biden.
No better than
I'm a 960 SAT guy.
Chewbacca, I don't know why it's.
And you know.
I tried to bring him on.
You know, trying to act all there. If you
Okay, hopefully he comes back on.
Of course
I don't know what happened.
Literally a 960 SAT guy.
It's having issues connecting.
You've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read.
Hold on, y'all.
Democrat governor Gavin Newsom then got out there in front of a black audience and told them that he's dumb and can't read just like them. The black host, he was up there dying laughing instead of being insulted. The audience, not clear of what they thought they heard, they were clapping and cheering. And are we surprised at Gavin Newsom? Because this is how they talk behind y'all backs. Like, how did you think that predatory talk came about when Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden was in office? See, Democrat voters, they know that they went ahead on and brainwashed y'all. So they know that you're not all that bright. And if you do get the job, oh, it's affirmative action and it's DEI. Let's see how Hakeem Jeffries and Jasmine Crockett spin this.
And if Trump said what Newsom said, what will be going on right now? I'm telling you what will be going on. Remember when Trump just posted, it was an accidental post of the Obama thing, pastors spoke out. The news media had it on CNN, right? But this type of stuff happens when the Democrats. I want y'all to understand what he basically said.
Not this damn right.
96 is based. 960 is basically you cannot read. He just went in front of a room full of black people. Gavin Newsom. Can you imagine that being Trump and saying, "Y'all can't read"? But they think that of us. They've said that a lot. They've said this to black people a lot. But then we're called coons. We are called Sambos because we vote Republican. We vote for the racist party, but they can tell us, but the Democrats continue to tell black people that voter ID, black people are too stupid to get a voter ID. That if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. That I too got a 960 SAT scores when there's a lot of black people who get way better scores than 960. Basically, with that type of score, you can barely get in any college. That's what they think about us. That's why they don't feel like we're that smart, and we prove them right. We prove them right every 2 to 4 years. We prove the Democrats are absolutely right because we go out and we vote the same way every time. We go out and vote the same way. We go out and do the same thing over and over again. And you know what that's called? Insanity. Right. When you make the same decisions over and over and over again, wanting a different result. So yeah, Gavin Newsom did. Can you imagine if it was Trump? Can you imagine if Donald Trump went out there and told a room full of black people, or a room full of white people, that black people can't score over 960 on SATs?
Gavin Newsom told a mostly black crowd,
I'm like you. I'm a 960 SAT guy. I cannot read a speech.
When you say I'm like you and follow it up with a low score and I can't read, you do know that you're not describing yourself anymore. You're describing the room. What did that sound like to you?
In an effort to relate to black people, Gavin Newsom just claimed he cannot read.
Press upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you. You know, I'm a 960 SAT guy. And you know, and I'm not trying to offend anyone, you know, trying to act all there if you got 940. But literally a 960 SAT guy, I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a speech.
He is the governor of California. He is very likely going to be the Democrat representative for president of the United States. And he just claimed he cannot read. Are you fucking kidding me? He wanted so bad to relate to the majority black crowd at a university that he pretended he cannot read. So he is either a moron, which you'd have to be in your 40s and incapable of reading, or he's so fucking racist that he thinks black people at a university can't read.
Wow.
No, he meant everything he said. You know, and as for that black guy that was talking, Donald Trump posted
anti-black hatred all the
picture
time
of the Obamas as apes. And yes, he meant that mess. You know, and then he turned around and lied and said a staffer did it, but it was on your account. So no, he meant that mess. And Gavin Newsom, no, like I said, he sat there and did that.
Yeah, I would have got up
and trust me,
too.
if he was in front of any other crowd, he would not have said anything like that. There's many ways to make yourself sound relatable. You don't have to dumb yourself down in order to be relatable. Okay, first of all. So I don't know what point he was making other than insulting the crowd. I'm dumb and I'm dumb just like you.
Talking about how,
you know, as far as I'm concerned, he might as well said those words.
Yep.
Oh boy. Yeah, you can have Gavin Newsom. I am not impressed. You can have that man. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. I have another live coming up at 1:45, and I hope to see you there.
This headset died.
So we're going to, we got a lot to cover today.
Trying to bring you on, Shabaka, but
it's not connected. You know, I know you will be there, but it's Tucker Carlson. And him and Mike Huckabee did an interview on why don't the people in Israel do a test to prove they are indeed the seed line of Abraham. And we know why they're not going to do no damn DNA test for very obvious reasons. So we're going to really get into that at 1:45. I hope to see you all there. See, there is one person here. Thank you, Shadowfly 325, for becoming a new channel member. Thank you for your support for my channel. So I will see you at 1:45, y'all. Yeah, Gavin can go kick rocks as far as I'm concerned. Shalom, family.
Just because you're in the underclass don't mean that you're illiterate. But I guess he thought, I don't know what the hell he thought. I know that was some racist ass shit though. But let's see what Tariq got to say on it.
Subscribe. Darling Radio. Like and subscribe.
Yeah, a lot of people did. That's true.
I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to impress upon you. I'm like you. I'm no better than you. You know, I'm a 960 SAT guy.
Yeah, this is the land of make-believe and bullshit.
You know, and I'm not trying to offend anyone, you know, trying to act all there if you got 940. But literally a 960 SAT guy. I cannot, you've never seen me read a speech because I cannot read a speech. Maybe the wrong business to be in.
Y'all share the space. Let everybody know we are indeed live. And we are chopping it up. And I got to thank everybody.
That's a damn shame.
Who has contributed to the making of Hidden Colors 6. We still got 24 days, something like that. So we still need everybody to get busy with that. Go to hiddencolors6.com. That's the number 6. Hidden Colors, the number 6.com, and make a contribution to the making of Hidden Colors 6, ladies and gentlemen. We need the family to be a part of that monumental project, ladies and gentlemen. We need y'all to be a part of that. All right. And again, y'all share the space. Let everybody know we're live. I want to share the space on. I'm not going to share it because I'm just going to chop it up. I would share the space on my Twitter, but when I don't know, there's some kind of bug with this app. When I get off, when I pause it, the sound is messed up. Then I got to start over and all that. So I'm not going to do it. I just let everybody come on through. They'll find it. So you're watching The Rules of Racism now. Respect to that. Respect to that, ladies and gentlemen. Now what we got? We got a lot to talk about.
My favorite one.
We got a lot to discuss. I'm gonna have some of the calls call in. You understand? What'd you say? You gonna bust what? Okay, hold on. What kind of moist shit you talking about, bro? Cryptic? Okay, this is a punk. Okay, bro, don't. Okay, this ain't that kind of party, dude. This dude, some punk is turned on by my picture. Okay. Hey, well, this ain't that kind of party, bro. I mean, there's Lil Nas X is doing a concert somewhere. You can go get you some tickets. Go to Ticketmaster, man. And just let your fantasies be free. All right. But listen. Yeah, we got these weird punks in here. All right, listen. First thing we got to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. First thing we got to talk about is, and y'all hit the hearts. Hit the hearts. Yeah, hit the hearts. Yeah, where my mods? Hold on, before because I don't like that dude's energy. Where my mods? Y'all get his ass out of here. I don't even want him in here. Yeah, get him up out of here. All right. Is there an echo? Mike Green, can y'all hear me good? Mike said there's an echo. Do y'all hear an echo, ladies and gentlemen? How's my audio? If my audio is good, there's no echo. Okay, that's your phone, brother. Yo, Mike, that's your phone. There's people saying there's no echo. Probably you're in a housing project bedroom, and you know them housing project walls carry a lot of echo.
So he has to use a laptop.
So that's what that is, brother. And it's that project echo. You know, them hard floors and them walls. It really, really echoes a lot. All right. But yeah, everybody else says it's good. All right. Yeah, it's that project linoleum that you're hearing bouncing back and forth through the room, brother. and that IKEA furniture that don't really hold sound like it needs to. Linoleum and IKEA, that don't really hold the sound like it should. So, all right. But listen, what's up, Tierra Dynamite? I see you, dear. I see you. My California sister. Shout out to my California sister, Tierra. Speaking of California, did y'all see your boy, Gavin Newsom? Oh, we got to talk about Gavin Newsom. He was doing a book tour. He was down in Atlanta, right? He was down in Atlanta. He was speaking to an audience, talking to the Atlanta mayor, Andre Dickens. He's Black. Andre's Black. And the audience, was it predominantly Black? I'm hearing mixed reports, but it was a Black crowd in the audience, from what I understand. You know, people are trying to explain now, saying, "Oh, it was a mixed audience or whatever." But Newsom, he was saying something along the lines of, "Hey, you know," talking to the mayor and the Black people. "Hey, listen, you know, I'm like you. You know, I'm no better than you. You know, I'm no better than you guys." You know, kind of addressing the Blacks in the audience. Yeah, he was like, "Yeah, you know, I'm a 960 SAT guy. You know, just like you. You know, you never see me read a speech because I can't read a speech. You know, maybe this is the wrong business to be in." But he was trying to relate to the Black people by discussing his dyslexia and his relatively low SAT scores.
Thank you for tapping in.
And he was trying to be relatable to the Black audience. And
have a good day, yes, sir.
You know, many people took it a certain way.
Okay, there you go. Okay, device is not connected.
Many people got offended by that, as they should. Now, the Democrats, they've been out here trying to explain, well, he didn't say Black people. He didn't.
Okay, so
we saw what he was doing. Yeah, he didn't have to yell the N-word, and he didn't have to say blackity, 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 black, but you're talking to a mayor who's Black, and you're talking to a lot of Black people who's in the audience. We know what you're trying to say. Yeah? So Black people were offended by that. That whole, I'm like you, I got low SAT scores and I can't read? Come on. Really? Yeah, that's a stereotype. That's not solidarity. They always do that when they get around us. Yeah, that's kind of that the Democrat play. They get around us and all of a sudden, I make greens in a bathtub. I carry hot sauce in my purse. I'm so relatable to you guys. I listen to Cardi B and I do the Dougie. That's their play. Every time they come around us, man, it's some weird stereotype that they're trying to be relatable to us with. Family, they don't really kick it with us like that. They don't know the nuances of foundational Black American culture like that. They only know the stereotypical peripherals, which they promote that makes them feel better. They don't really know our get down. Like, this shows how out of touch they are. So this fool thought he was going to be relatable, talking about how he can't read. Hey, look, I'm just like y'all. I can't read for shit. Well, okay. Yeah, that's not relatable. Yeah. Because see, that reads as Blackness equals low academic performance and illiteracy. That's not how you relate. Yeah. And that's that soft bigotry of low expectation. People are tired of that. You know? You're trying to connect with us. You got to lower the bar. Everything has to be about some shucking and jiving when they come around us. Yeah? And it's insulting because it treats the audience like they'll only welcome you if you make yourself small. You understand? It's like the messaging is, okay, you can't get around Black people and be too intelligent. You got to shuck and jive a little bit. That's what Kamala was doing. That's why she lost. Yeah, nobody wants all that shucking and jiving. Where's the tangibles? Where's the policies? Yeah? And it's that talking down vibe. It frames Black people as the benchmark for underachievement. He could have said, hey, look, I struggled. I got dyslexia and I worked through it. Instead, he made Blackness the reference. And that was the reference point when he was speaking down. Like, don't worry. You know, I'm not better than you. Like, no, what? No, just because you can't read, no. He assumed that we would relate the most to an academic deficiency. No. No. Oh, who is this? Hold on, y'all. Who is this? Hold on. Hello, ma'am.
Morning.
Where you at? Nigeria?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll do a battle later. I don't know. These dry Nigerian women, they come in with that dry attitude. I don't feel like dealing with that right now. Got this big old ass bonnet. Got a Powerpuff Girl bonnet on. But listen, Black people often have to decide, do we ignore it? Do we laugh it out? Do we call it out?
Yay!
Bullshit. You're going to be accused of being too sensitive.
Okay.
I'm going to hang up.
Okay. All right. Talk to you on air. Okay.
Okay, Shabaka. So we just got done going over your boy, Gruesome Newsom. He said he can't
He
read.
belongs in jail.
And that Black people can relate to him because He got a 960 on the SAT.
Okay, and Joe is saying it's up to 78% of low-income Black third graders read below grade level. That's bad.
That
and
is
you want to
bad.
know something, Joe? That shit is systemic, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That is bad. Michael says hi, Shabaki.
Hey, Michael.
We had a goddess Nobby in here, but she went to sleep.
Oh, okay. I saw what she said. She got a long day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So therefore, I'm setting this here to my Facebook page.
And we got Mac. We got Twin. We got Crew.
Okay.
Like Joe.
So the whole. Hey, Joe, what's going on with you?
Sorry, I'm hitting this vape.
Okay. And then. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now Joe was saying here. Hey, Michael. Joe is saying is that 78% of low-income Black third grade readers read below the grade level. Okay, if he's talking about California, that is a fact.
Mm-hmm. That's a damn shame, Shabaki.
Totally.
That is really bad. Kahari's in the building. Kahari, we are at 287. Joe says, yo, Shabaki.
And this is why, hey, Joe. Okay, this is why, California school system's fucked up, Joe. I was educated in miseducated in the motherfucker. Dropped out of high school and graduated from college with an AA degree. Say,
yeah, what's it called? What is the name of y'all school system out there? What's the name of the school system out there, Shabaka? Shabaka? Earth Page and Shabaka. Oh, shit. This mic is acting up. You just lost him. I don't know what just happened. I hope it's. Okay, I'm going back on. Shabaka?
Yeah. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's the name of the school? What's the name of the school system in Los Angeles?
The Los Angeles Unified School District.
Unified School District. Okay. I couldn't remember off the top of my head. Can you imagine Gavin Newsom code switching by talking like Tyrone to attract FBAs? Oh God. Yeah. I could imagine that. He definitely seemed like the type to do some stupid shit like that. Shabaka's having issues with his mic. Okay, Shabaka. Damn. Shabaka.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
No, it's this goddamn headset.
You got to charge it or something?
Shit.
Do you have to charge it?
Shit.
You should be able to talk without the headset, man. Okay. Well, I'm gonna
give me a minute. I'm gonna try to put the Bluetooth back on.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we got to call it out, because if we don't, that language becomes normalized. Being offended is justified, because it's not about the one line. It's all about the constant burden of having to police the respect and framing that's given in public life. You know, people always want to come to us with these little janky narratives, and we are correct for calling it out. You know, especially in a tone political moment when, optics are everything. You're on a book tour, you're sitting there with a black mayor in a major city in front of a packed audience. So it's not just a private, awkward line That's a message that you're broadcasting that
This
has
result in
consequences.
child left behind, Black Joe.
And it reinforces stereotypes.
It sure
Okay,
is.
can you hear me now?
And we are justified in saying,
Yes, I
hey,
can
that's
hear
some
you now,
bullshit you
bro.
said.
Okay. No Child Left Behind program, that every student succeeds program, as well as Common Core math. But you see, Black Joe, what's happening with that is we got to look at history here. This is the height of the crack epidemic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there might be a correlation between the two.
Well, No Child Left Behind was after the crack epidemic, Shabaki.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
No Child Left Behind happened when I was in school.
Okay, what year was that?
2003.
Okay. All right. Well, man, cheap ass.
Yeah, that's around the same time they took music out. They took home economics out.
Right.
Wood shop out.
Yeah, all the shops. Electrical shop, wood shop, auto mechanics. You see?
All that out.
Because see what they was doing was they was getting, okay, in the 90s. Okay, AOL came out in 94. The www.com came out in 94. So they already knew then what they were gonna do. Like around.
Yeah, he want to come up with his own acronym. It's so stupid, Kahari. Oh God, he wants us to be called descendants of African, descendants of African freed Africans. Something crazy
Who
like
is
that.
this?
Umar.
Oh, yeah. Umar Johnson. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, these were the early 2000s, Joe. Yeah. Yeah, Umar's lost a lot of credibility.
Oh, yeah. He's just going to keep losing it. He talking about he about to open up the school. I'll believe it when I see it. We've been waiting.
Man, he's been talking that shit about that goddamn school, man, for at least the last 15 years I know of.
Yeah, it's been 16 years, Shabaka, and it still ain't no damn school.
Yeah, so he's scamming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's scamming.
Damn.
Because if I was trying to do a venture, man, and it took me more than 5 years to do it, man, I'm going to shit can it.
Right. And give the people back their money. But no.
Hell yeah. Because, see, his ass can get into some criminal shit for that. It's called fraud.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what it's called. Like them Somalis that just got caught up doing fraud in Minnesota.
Yeah, exactly. And then just like the Haitians down there doing the same goddamn shit. You see?
Yeah.
And the thing is, I got to say about these motherfuckers here, okay, yo, what that motherfucker tried to call me, man, when we was on PewTube and Akanta, and I said, you African nasty ass scratching motherfucker, go wash your ass.
Oh, you're asking me if he dissed us? Yes, he did. He did diss us. I covered that the last Frontline Black news. Well, Lady Che got to it because I think I passed out and Lady Che took over. But
yeah, you did pass out. Okay, Somalians are demanding reparations. Who they demanding the reparations from, Joe?
The damn government. These scamming ass damn Somalis.
Okay, wait a minute.
Generosity to demand reparations from the government.
Okay, the U.S. government?
Yeah.
No, wait a minute. Wasn't they colonized by the French?
The Somalis?
Yeah.
It was either I think it was the British.
Then that's who they need to go see about for reparations.
Right, but they're talking about what happened in Minnesota with the ice.
Man. Okay. The only thing I can say about
Crew's in the building. I'm assuming it's Ray G. Is that you, Crew?
Yo, sir. Yes, it's me. Certified B1.
Certified salute.
All right, Black.
And Shabaka certified. Hey, Shabaka certified. No, I'm gonna get on my old stuff. Certified, man. No, I still rock with you, Shabaka. Salute to you, Shabaka.
Yeah. Nah, man, how y'all doing in the shy, man? I'm hearing them Great Lakes winters is hitting y'all real bad.
Oh man, it's very nice out here.
What's the temperature?
What right now is like 30.
Okay.
All right, yeah.
Hold on,
Yeah,
let me show you. Like, look, this outside the window.
Okay.
All right, hold on. Okay, because Michael's comment is over Cruz's picture.
That's snow on the ground.
Oh, okay. All right. And out here, man, it's on the cusp, man, because we get the warming thing. Okay. All right. Okay,
Hey, so hey, Che and Shabaka.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm with my guy right now, my buddy John.
Right.
John, what up, John?
Yeah. He can't hear you because I got my Bluetooth on in my ear.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and I'm
he got like 53. How many arrests you got? $196.
Damn.
196 arrests. Damn.
Yeah, but he FBA.
Okay.
He's smart as hell.
Shout out to John.
Right. I'm trying to put you. Like, I wish they could hear it. Can y'all hear him in the background? Like, I ain't no dummy. Like, far from it. You get me? But, like, he... Dummy. I wouldn't be with gunball.
Yeah.
That's what he called me, gunball. He said, if I was a dummy, I wouldn't be with gunball.
Right.
Damn.
Black Joe inbox you, Shabaka.
Okay, he inboxed you. Okay.
Hang on me. God don't look at me. Like I wish you could hear this. And say,
yeah, I barely hear him in the back.
No, I wish you could hear it. Like I wish you could hear it like I can hear it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Cause man, like he is a legend. My bro is a legend.
Oh, okay.
You get me? Like he's known everybody in the Heights longer than I've known anybody in the Heights. You get me? And the Heights is right next to where I live at. But like everybody knows him. Like the Heights is right next to the fields.
Yep. You talking about Chicago Heights?
Yeah, and it's like Western Avenue. Dissects Chicago Heights from Olympia Fields, right? But we all go to school together sometimes. You get me? And then there's Park 4. Like we all the same hood, right? We just the burbs of Chicago.
Yep. Y'all part of the
You
land.
point me the way you getting dropped off. What, 16?
Chicago land.
Like we passing a Pace bus station right now and everything. Like, man.
So, crew, what are your thoughts on the Bears moving to your neck of the woods?
Hey, you know I live in Indiana, so
Okay, it's all good with the Bears moving there, man. It's just like how the New York Giants.
I just wish they'd have moved. I just wish the Bears would have moved to 2300 Jackson Street.
Right.
In Indiana, Gary, Indiana.
Yeah,
Jackson 5.
No, the Bears are moving to Hammond.
They're moving to Hammond next door.
Yes, Governor Prince. See, John didn't even know it. They're not Hammond. No, you're right, but they see what he's saying?
Yeah. It's like
they're going to be Chicago Bears playing in Hammond, just like the Knicks playing Jersey or the Nets. You know what I'm saying? One of them New York teams, they play in Jersey.
Yep.
There's a whole bunch of teams that don't play in the city that they represent.
Yeah, like the Warriors used to play in Oakland before they built Chase Center over in San Fran.
Right, across the bridge and everything. I know it's all beef, ain't it? Goddamn. San Francisco versus Oakland. Man, y'all on the other side of the bridge. I'm gonna burn this bridge down, bitch.
Nah, damn earthquake, damn, they took that whole motherfucker down in 89.
Yeah, that Bay Bridge ain't no joke.
No, a nigga built that Bay Bridge, I think. So that bitch ain't going nowhere.
Nah, it adjusts. It adjusts. They have what do they call it? Stilts. They have stilts.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. Nigga probably built that shit. That shit ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, and then what happens, crew, when a quake comes, it's designed to sway with the quake.
Yeah.
Unless that motherfucker's a 9, but if it's a 9, then every goddamn thing's coming down.
Yeah, everybody's done.
Yeah, and like I say, for all you all there who get hit with a 9 in an earthquake, the first thing you go get you some damn water. Go buy it, trade for it, steal it, because your sewage is going to be
hold on. I got you. I got you, Shabaka. There's this guy named Water God on YouTube.
Oh, yeah, shout out to Water God. Thank you for
Shabaka. You know, there's a way you can build 3 sandboxes and then put some rocks and then put some more rocks. And then you don't even need no motherfucking water. You get me? You can take rainwater. You can use toilet water. You can use toilet water and get you fresh drinking water in an hour out of your toilet water.
Wow.
Yeah, you're right. No, he's right about that. Because when them motherfuckers was doing that gold rush up there in Northern California, that's exactly what they was doing.
Yeah, they was doing that here in Colorado too.
Mm-hmm.
You filter it through the sand.
Yeah.
With the bacteria at first.
Mm-hmm.
And then once it go through the bacteria, then it go through the sand, then it go through some more fine sand, which captures every bacteria. And then the water that come out is more pure than, goddamn it, like, man, you could have made that shit on Star Trek Enterprise. Give me pure water.
Oh, damn.
And the water you get out that sand is even better. Which way, John?
Yeah.
Because I gotta come back. Oh, you're right here. You're on this street.
Okay, and then out the west.
Newsom.
Man, they need to impeach that motherfucker, man. Recall that motherfucker. Throw his ass in the same goddamn.
Hey, saying Shabaka. Hey, saying Shabaka.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just okay. So I'm with my. See, he don't even know where he's staying. I'm with the number one dude in Chicago Heights, right?
Oh, word.
Probably out of Chicago, period.
Oh, okay.
You get me?
Okay.
Man, hold on. Stop.
Respect.
Okay, good. All right, then.
Come on.
All right.
Rolling. Okay, we see.
You want some water? You want to grab a cup of them? Yeah, you don't know you need some water as much as you be drinking.
Where y'all on the way to
grab another one. Shut the hell up, John. Make sure you eat that taco.
I got it.
Oh, yeah, you better. Since I'm missing one.
Yeah, and
It's in the taco here. No, damn. I gave you one of them damn tacos. I only got one right here. This is only one.
Yeah, I took it out.
Right. Just find that shit. Love you too, bro.
Oh, that's right. This ride was my birthday. I see you on my birthday. Just say.
Yep.
Just dropped them off.
Yep. Now it's just me.
Okay,
I ain't gonna wait for him to get in the crib because he gonna get in the crib. He got a taco in his pocket and a drink. All thanks to me. Look. Like I just left to go get a burrito. They said they didn't have no burritos. They only got tacos. I'm like, what the hell? So what? You ain't got no big ass burrito roll you can put the meat in?
Right.
Like, oh no, we closed it up. All right. Here's what I'll just buy 2 tacos and I'm not gonna come by here the next time. You get me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to the other place and cook. Matter of fact, I should have just stayed in the crib and just cooked.
Well, you got to come out here to get good Mexican food.
Are you kidding me? I'm in Chicago. I got the best Mexican food outside of Mexico.
Got the best Mexican food. Well, close. I think California got us beat.
I think Texas got us all beat.
Yeah,
Texas, because you got more Mexicans going into Texas than you got into Southern California.
You got a border in Texas that's like 500 miles.
20 million
with Mexico.
California.
No, you got a 500-mile border with Mexico.
Yeah.
In Texas. I think Texas got the best Mexican food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You give me you walk out your backyard in Texas and fuck around being Mexico.
Yep.
Yeah, when you cross the Rio Grande River, particularly when you go to El Paso.
Mm-hmm.
There's
But niggas can't swim, so they say.
Yeah, Aquaman proved that it was a lie.
Oh yeah, shout out to Aquaman who put that work in.
Right.
Yeah, the Montgomery Brawl. And shout out to the chairman of Montgomery.
Yes.
Who worked that goddamn folding chair. Like I said, see, a folding chair is a multiple purpose device.
Yep.
You can sit down and rest your ass, and you can fold it up and beat some ass.
So, Crew,
you know a nigga invented the folding chair.
Yep.
Man, black folks damn near invented everything, Crew.
So, Crew, what's your thoughts on what he said about him not being able to read and that we can relate to him?
No, we couldn't read. That's why we were speaking in Reticese.
Yeah.
We were speaking Tut language and shit. We couldn't read. No, we're dumb as hell. We couldn't read. And we built the whole country as a bunch of illiterate people.
Well, they passed whole laws to make it illegal for us to read and write.
I know. Right. And so us illiterate people that still built the White House, that still built all the railroads.
Yeah.
I guess we should have dumb people building everything. Because I guess dumb people are the only people that seem to be able to build shit that lasts forever.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, you know, they building the Mexicans be building them houses, right?
Yep.
Out in Florida, out here in Chicago and everything.
Shoddy work.
Wait a minute, you got them in the shy?
Yeah, they.
Yeah, man, the Mexicans is Chicago. What the hell?
What? Wait a minute. Whoa. Riddle me this here, Crew. How in the entire fuck that Chicago,
the whole Cook County
city,
Cook County jail, bro. They got a whole section for the Mexican.
Wow.
Man, no, that hurts my soul right there. Now I can see the LA County jail.
I've never been in a cell with a fucking Mexican.
Yeah.
They say that'll fuck up everything.
Yeah, that's why we call them Mexicans.
If they put me in a cell with a Mexican, oh my God. I'm gonna suck this nigga on the dick.
Nah, Crew, that's what you gotta do. They put an essay off
they
in the
can't
cell
do that to me.
Just start whooping his ass.
I'll tell them. I'll tell them to change where I'm at.
Yeah. Well, I got locked up in the old city.
You hear me? I'll tell them, Shabaka. I'll tell them. If they put me in a cell with a Mexican, I'll be like, man.
But you see, there's a secret about taking that top bunk. You know that, right? Because motherfuckers always want the bottom bunk, but take that top bunk.
Yeah, take the top.
Because see what you could do with that top bunk, man, if you lay right, man, you could set the motherfucker up from talking shit and sidekick that motherfucker right straight in his dome.
Mm-hmm. Mexicans do shit work. Yeah, they do shoddy work.
Yeah.
All these buildings they done built in our city alone is falling apart. This shit, the building I'm in right now was built by Mexicans. This motherfucker falling apart.
And that's all they got out here in the wild west,
Siding is bogus in several places.
Shoddy work.
And I know it was a bunch of Mexicans.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I can show you this shit out here.
Mm-hmm.
Like the siding is not correct.
Right.
And this where my office.
Just take a leveler or two and put it up on the motherfucker and watch how far off it is.
Shit, it's all fucked up, Shabaka. We're getting
all
back
you
to
need is that leveler. And I dare tell you how fucked up it is, because see, when these motherfuckers do concrete out here in the West, like when they build cinder block walls, a quake comes, man, and it will have the motherfuckers tilt. That's what happened to my mother's-in-law's house, man, up there in the Bay.
All right, so is that your final thoughts on Gruesome Newsom?
Man, book his ass, man.
I
Fuck
agree.
him.
Shabaka saying book a Democrat?
Yep.
Yeah, man, book, man, fuck Gruesome Newsom, man.
Oh.
Gruesome Newsom, man, was fucking his best friend's wife when he was the campaign manager of one of his best friends who was running for mayor of San Francisco about in the late 80s, I think.
Yep.
I ain't got no respect for a motherfucker like that. Him or her.
Right.
Hell, there was one motherfucker they showed up there on Facebook about 15 years ago that came back from Iraq. And he went home and found his old lady in the bed with another man. You know what he did?
He killed both of them.
He did something even worse. You're going to love this. He had both them motherfuckers walk out his house ass naked.
Oh, yeah.
and put pictures of them up there on Facebook. I said, whoa. I said, whoa. But I'm going to tell you that there's definitely a case of controlled anger right there. See, I always remember, like I say up on Facebook, right? It takes 6 guys to carry a man to his grave, and it only takes 1 woman to put him there.
You're going to have the sisters cuss you out now, Shabaka.
Well, put her up. Come on up and let's argue.
We had one sister in here, Goddess Nobby, but she had to step down. We lost crew. Hopefully he comes back.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna move to the next topic, and that is Michael B. Jordan and Delroy. Davidson apologized to
Lindo
and Delroy Lindo.
Yeah. You know, fella up there calling them niggas and shit like that. What was that there? The Image Awards, I think.
Yeah, it was something like that out there in UK.
No, wait a minute. No, it was the AFTA Awards. American Federation for
super healthy, gorgeous hair.
No, the acronym was BAFTA.
FTA is American Federation of Television.
BAFTA.
They have a whole line of amazing hair growth products, including hair growth leave-in
Federation Television Artists, National Academy Federation of Film and Television Artists, I believe, something like that.
Well, sometimes people watch and learn what people are saying and how they feel. And that is exactly what John Davidson did, the man that have Tourette's syndrome. He went online and he said he didn't like what white people were saying to Black people. He was quite upset. White people were all over the internet telling Black people to forget about an apology.
Yeah, I remember that.
This man had Tourette's syndrome and he didn't need to apologize for using the N-word. He disagreed.
Okay, should have got his fucking teeth knocked out, like Franklin said.
He does not support what racist white people are saying on the internet, and he decided to come out and apologize to Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo. He said even though he's got Tourette's syndrome, it did not excuse using the N-word. So he has since issued an apology. And, you know, and he was saying those white people online don't represent him. He did not feel comfortable with what happened. So, you know, he did apologize. So we're going to get into that, ladies and gentlemen. All right. There were your comments right there. So I do have a video, and I already showed how people were responding, and of course it went right down
So
racial
our
lines like
comments
it
are on the
always
right,
does.
Shaka.
You know,
Hers are on the
it,
left.
it doesn't matter if you are a handicapped person or you have a Tourette syndrome. When you do something wrong, the right thing to do is apologize for it. You know, because there are white people on here that act like if you got something wrong with you, you don't have to apologize. That's a load of BS. That's a load of
Well,
BS.
sister, that's why they
You
got
do.
something called the right cross, and it
So
will
no,
get
he
your
can't help
mind
it. But
right.
you know, shouting out the N-word to somebody is wrong. I don't care whether you're a
I would have
healthy
been
person
arrested.
or somebody that's sick.
Right.
You know that mess
No,
is
I would have been
wrong.
arrested.
So one thing I do like about us, we are no longer accepting things that we accepted before in the past.
Mm-hmm.
We are now standing up and speaking out, and I'm glad we are doing that now.
Too, Lisa.
And people are not just sitting back making up excuses for accepting bad behavior from people. So let's get into it.
Let's get it.
Yeah. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Yes, Lisa, we can see your screen.
Man, I had a temporary job through Labor Ready one time,
Thank
man,
you.
building the stage like that, man. For
Oh, you used to be a stagehand?
No, I was through a temporary job agency.
Oh.
And it was like they was getting ready to have the award show there in Hollywood.
Royalty mixing.
We worked all goddamn night, man, putting that shit up.
Mired in controversy this morning, the BBC apologizing to BAFTA viewers after several obscene outbursts from Tourette's activist John Davidson were heard on a broadcast. Davidson is the inspiration for the movie I Swear, which was nominated for 6 awards and took home the leading actor BAFTA. He was diagnosed with Tourette's syndrome at the age of 12. It's a neurological condition that can cause involuntary movements and vocal tics, sometimes involving outbursts of inappropriate language. One such outburst at the broadcast was while Cinestars Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo were on stage.
Delroy and I are delighted to be presenting the first BAFTA of the night for a vital part of movie making.
A racial slur could be heard while the men presented the award for Best Visual Effects. Jordan and Lindo looked startled, but continued on. Host Alan Cumming later asking the audience for their understanding.
You may have heard some strong and offensive language tonight. Tourette syndrome is a disability, and the tics you've heard tonight are involuntary, which means the person who has Tourette syndrome has no control over their language.
Yeah, I got an involuntarily right cross too, motherfucker.
Right.
I feel truly sorry for what happened at the BAFTA ceremony. I want to be clear, I had absolutely no racist intent. I've spent my whole life trying to challenge prejudice.
Yeah.
For 30 years. I know firsthand what it feels like to be misunderstood and labeled.
I'm pretty sure the British didn't mean to be racist against the Irish.
Discrimination. I really hope people won't judge
I don't
me
give a
or the
fuck
Tourette's
about neither
community
one of them.
based
They're
on this
still
one
crackers
incident.
to me.
Tourette's isn't acting out, and it's not trying to offend. It's a neurological condition that deserves understanding and compassion.
Yeah, I got a neurological condition.
It's subconscious racism. That's what it is.
That's exactly what it is. See, and it's ingrained into the what is that? The group, what they call that word, Che? The group psychology. Thank you, the ethos. That's the word I was looking for.
Hey, if I may.
That may seem shocking are not who we
Say,
are.
if I may, for a second. Hey, Shabaka, what's up, though?
Yeah, what's going on with you, crew?
Shut in. So, no, like, if I might say, Shabaka and say.
Yeah, go ahead, crew.
I'm not trying to explain for him. I'm just saying he does what drunk people do.
Yep.
You get me? He's saying what he really feels.
Exactly.
Like, drunk people say shit that they should have reserved for themselves, right? Because normal people, we might have some shit that, man, Shabaka old nigga. You get me? Like I might have that pop up in my brain. Shabaka's an old nigga. Fuck you listening to him, right? But I'm not gonna say that shit out loud.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Right, yeah.
Because it's disrespectful, and I might need to think on what I'm saying. This might be an emotional thing that I'm saying that I probably shouldn't say. But I was just gaslit or something. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I lived with somebody that had Tourette's. He never called me a nigger.
Right?
He was one of them Sephardic Jews.
Oh boy. Yeah, ain't that they're the same crew that had that dungeon down there with them women in New York?
Yep. Yeah, that's part of them. Those are the Ashkenazis. But.
Now, when you spell when you say crew about that, it's spelled CREW.
Oh yeah,
that's crew. That's a real crew, like dictionary crew. I'm CRU, Cultural Revolution Underground.
Right.
So no, we're not the same. But I'm sorry, Jesse.
All right, I'm gonna let the video continue.
Okay, and I'm trying to see, man, was this in Hollywood?
I hope that through the film, I swear, more people might take a moment to learn about Tourette's.
London. It was in
London. Okay.
It was in London.
Yeah, because
you look
Durban.
Is it in London or Durban?
And get to know our community a little better. We're just like everyone else. We want respect. We want understanding. And we don't want to feel ashamed of something we never chose and can't control. Finally, I want to once again offer my heartfelt apology to anyone who was hurt or offended.
Your apology.
I acknowledge I was wrong. I sincerely apologize to Michael B. Jordan, Delroy, Lindo, and everyone offended by my outburst last night. My behaviour at the awards ceremony was unacceptable. While driven by the neurological impulse of Tourette's syndrome, hurtful words were spoken in a solemn setting, and the harm they caused is real. I take full responsibility. I have lived with Tourette's since age 5,
you got your hands together.
Misunderstood in school, and marginalised as an adult. I know the pain words can inflict. Yet last night, I was the one causing that pain, and it hurts me deeply. This soul trapped in a body anguish has tormented me for over 50 years, but it is not an excuse. I cannot call for understanding while ignoring the impact of my symptoms. I know an apology cannot undo the words Lord demand forgiveness. I will not stop at its the condition. I will communicate, listen, and work with my medical team and the organisers to prevent this from happening again. I will show through my actions that the John who
I
said
know
in
a way to prevent it from happening again.
Stands
Get
for
that
kindness.
motherfucker to Jake Paul business.
Will not let my body's loss of control overshadow a lifetime devoted to equality and dignity.
That is a very good point, because I do see John Davidson is an adult. Not only is he an adult,
his nose is broke.
White man with white privilege.
I don't trust him. His nose is broke. He just got his nose broke.
He's a Tourette syndrome advocate.
Yeah,
He's not going to stand aside and let the community, let the POC community defend him. I hope he's not going to stand aside.
Hey, somebody unwinded his mind through his nose.
As a white advocate, a seasoned white advocate, he can come out and explain himself. He can do an apology to everybody, or he can do a very thorough explanation, explain the whole event, explain his own tics, explain his own journey. Right?
Does this explain all Chinese people? Because they all sound like they got their nose plugged because somebody beat their ass?
Oh, no, 100%. You're right. I do understand the heat, and as strong as the way I advocate.
Hey, Jay, if you can, put that like, subscribe shit in the top corner.
But when I see hypocrisy, I will call all that shit in a fucking second. So this ain't over. This ain't over. I'll be watching this. If
we got to get you OBS, man.
On the community and don't say a word, I'm gonna come out equally with strong words and blast his obvious fucking white privilege, and he need to do something about it. This is the perfect opportunity, especially in this current.
Go do that shit in Asia.
World geopolitical tension we feel.
Look at his long ass thumb, pinky nail.
And speak about this, and not just that.
Look at his fingernails. Look,
Populalia is spoken.
They paint him.
But there's also
but his other hand, he got one that's long as hell.
There's also people who do obscene touching. That's even more offensive in this age with Epstein going on. that's even more.
So you can't touch nobody?
That's difficult to explain. So really, for the community to come out and speak for him, I hope he sees
Hey,
it.
Shabaka,
And I
nobody
hope
can't touch you no more?
The fact that community almost
No, I'm talking about like, excuse me.
and he need to come out.
No, like if I gotta get by you, and I tap you on the shoulder, excuse me, can I get by you?
BAFTA finally
Oh
issued
yeah, I
an
don't have a
apology
problem with that.
unreservedly.
Because I've
No,
done
but
that.
they acting like because you're too close enough to
They
touch
acknowledge the
somebody.
harm this caused. They talk about what happened, and they apologize to all. You can read the full apology in The Hollywood Reporter. John Davidson also then released a statement. I wanted to
I got a
thank
black
BAFTA and
dog,
everyone
so
involved in the awards
I'm not racist. I got a black dog.
and inviting me to attend the podcast. I appreciated the announcement to the auditorium in advance of the recording, warning
Run that
everyone
back,
my
Jesse.
tips are
Like you
involuntary
see that?
and are not a
That was
reflection
the
of my
optics they was trying to give. I
heartened
got
by
a
the
black
round of
dog.
applause
A
that followed
black
this
is black, a
announcement, but
blacker
Welcome
dog
Davidson
than
also
anybody
then
else.
released a statement.
Ain't no nigga got a
I wanted
dog
to
blacker
thank
than
BAFTA
that.
and everyone involved in the awards last night for their support and
Nobody
understanding
got a
and
dog
inviting me to
blacker than
attend the
that.
podcast. I
And
appreciated the announcement
he's
to the
trying
auditorium in
to.
advance of the
He
recording,
got a black
warning
dog.
everyone that my tics are involuntary and are not a reflection of my personal beliefs. I was heartened by the round of applause that followed this
Their
announcement.
tics
and felt
are
welcomed
based
and
on
understood
what
in
they
an environment
believe.
that would normally be impossible for me.
Exactly.
In addition to the announcement by Alan Cumming, the
It's just
BBC
like
and
being
BAFTA,
drunk,
I
right?
can only add that
Hey,
I
pause
am
it,
and
Jesse,
always have
if you
been
can
deeply
for a second.
mortified if anyone considers my involuntary tics to be intentional.
Now, watch this here, people. Now, watch this here. They're going to get some brain dead, ass-scratching Negro to sit up there and endorse this bullshit right here. Hollywood tradition.
Now, but watch this, Shabaka, right? If I'm drunk as shit, right?
Yeah. Right.
Say I drink 2/5 and I jump on a live stream, right?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna be drunk as shit and be talking all kind of crazy shit, right?
Yeah.
But I cannot blame it on me being drunk because I'm not gonna say some shit that I never had in my mind in the first place.
Right.
Right. Yeah, that's what I mean. Drunk mind speaks a sober tongue.
Exactly. So if I don't care if a motherfucker was drunk or anything, that's what they actually thought.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? I be getting drunk and I be like, man, I wish you was my brother. I wish, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll do that type of shit. Sometimes I offend people. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that motherfucker is actually a racist.
Yeah, he is.
That you cannot deal with.
But the newest
exactly.
racism is the denial.
Not on no ally shit or nothing. That person is really really doesn't like us at all in their soul.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I bet you dollars to donuts. And I bet you dollars to donuts that motherfucker paid black prostitutes out the nose.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, no. So they don't like dealing with us because we're so cold.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like if you maybe the B.J. Armstrong to Michael Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You all got all the rings.
Yeah.
But B.J. Armstrong they ain't getting the hoes like Michael Jordan.
Right.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So like I still would be great with being B.J. Armstrong because I'm hitting in threes and shit. I'm the one that won this shit too.
Right.
You get me? Because it wasn't no Jordan without B.J. Armstrong.
Nope.
But also, you could be the B.J. Armstrong talking about, man, Jordan's girls got bigger booties.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people be hating.
Yeah.
Because they not on the same level. Oh, I'm the vice president, but I'm not the president.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That type of shit.
Yeah.
You know, I'm the commander, not the admiral.
Yeah.
Who cares? You still had your own episode. You still won the shit.
Right.
Just chill out. You won this shit. Jeez.
Carry any meaning. I was in attendance to celebrate the film of my life, I Swear, which more than any film or TV documentary explains the origins, condition traits, and manifestations of Tourette syndrome. I have spent my life trying to support and empower the Tourette's community and to teach empathy, kindness, and understanding from others, and I will continue to do so. I chose to leave the auditorium early into the ceremony as I was aware of the distress my tics were causing. His movie is called I Swear, and it stars Robert Aramayo, who actually won Best Actor last night. This is who he was up against, and he had a very emotional speech. So there you go. There
means it was
some apologies.
Hold on,
Say clearly.
You see who he was up against?
Very complicated, and some commenters were saying
Leonardo, like he was against all the great white actors,
which I completely agree
and
with.
he won.
Also imagine
Man, that shit. Right, go back to the who he was up against if you
were
can.
also feeling
Like,
empathy.
man, he went
both
up
ways.
against everybody.
Had a very emotional speech. So there you go. There were some apologies.
A little bit
statements.
more.
Clearly, this is a very hot topic. It's very complicated, and some commenters were saying some apologies, some state, and it stars Robert Aramayo, who actually won Best Actor last night. This is who he was up against.
Right.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, these are all our great actors, and I ain't gonna say R, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Ours as Americans,
Mm-hmm.
not as Black Americans, but just as Americans.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You got Leonardo right there. You got Michael B.
Yep.
Like, come on, man. So then that's how you know they're trying to force somebody through there.
So there you go. There were some apologies, some statements. Clearly, this is a very hot topic.
That Harvey?
Very complicated, and some commenters were saying
That's
that we should all
Weinstein
have
in
more
the-
empathy for John. Imagine what he's feeling, which I completely agree with. Also imagine what Michael B. Jordan, Delroy Lindo, Hannah Beachler, and many, many others were also feeling. Empathy goes both ways. And although Tourette's takes away the
Lady,
bad
you ain't
intent
black.
of the
You don't
word,
know how the
it doesn't
fuck
just
we
magically
feel,
erase
bitch.
the
Shut
harm
up.
of hearing that word out loud.
You don't know what
So
the
this
fuck
is his
we feel.
apology. Because all y'all on the
And I
he
hate to
didn't
have
mean
to say it
His
like
intent
that.
wasn't
Really,
there.
I do.
Intent matters. And you know, if you look at the intent, don't be mad N-words that he called you an N-word because he's not racist. His intent. But even in his apology, he could not even call out the people that he knows he harmed. And the crazy part about it is this is an intelligent man. I mean, he has a whole movie about him. He's been an advocate for Tourette's. The whole point of the movie was to, you know, highlight Tourette's.
White
He's
racist.
not unintelligent. He knows who these two
Hey,
people
start
are.
doing that at
So
the
why
city
would
hall
Gavin
meetings,
Newsom
Jesse.
Oh yeah.
stating I am
I got Black
sorry
Tourette's.
to Delroy Lindo and Michael B. Jordan and
try
all
that
of the
there at the
black
LA
people
City
that
Hall
were
and
in
watch
the
how fast
audience
that
The white
that did hear
supremacists.
this, and the black people I said
Yeah.
at the dinner
Race
and
soldier.
all
That's
of the
all.
things.
Yeah,
all the
that's all the
places that he
LAPD
said
is.
it.
Start
Why
coughing.
weren't those things named
Start
instead
coughing.
of
Race soldier.
an excuse for his involuntary
Yeah.
text? It's an excuse. The apology is not an apology. It's a hey, I know I called you the N-word, but this
Cool,
is
nigga.
why. As opposed
Cool,
to saying,
nigga. You
I have
sneezing.
this condition, as you all
Cool,
know,
nigga.
makes me say things, but I'm deeply sorry to these people for harming them.
You cool, nigga.
I'm deeply sorry for
All
the
into
pain
the
this has
mic.
caused on a marginalized community that has been burdened with this word for hundreds upon hundreds of years.
I can't stand these
He said
girls
none of that, and you know
that be
why? Because he ain't sorry. And y'all need to realize, like I said before, you can still be disabled and still be racist. And he can say it's not his intent or his personal beliefs, but when you actually can out your mouth say, I'm sorry, Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo and all of the black people that were in the audience and had to hear that, I apologize
He
for
not
saying
sorry.
those words, even
He
though it was
just sorry he got
involuntary,
caught.
then you don't mean it. And I need y'all to miss me with the whole we don't understand Tourette's. We understand it just fine. We also understand racism better than any of y'all ever could. So y'all trying to
If
tell
I
us
be
what
drunk as
racism
hell
is,
in your crib,
you hit rocks with that. Because
whatever
you
I
can't
say
tell
is how
people
I feel,
you
right?
experience racism, what racism is when you never experienced it in your life. And don't white people don't experience racism. So get out the comments with that shit. He ain't sorry.
Yo, there's reverse racism.
Racism is only anti-black.
Apologize to Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo for his actions at the 2026 BAFTAs.
Oh,
You may not
look,
have
he
said
got
it
his hairline
intentionally,
filled
but you
in.
still said it,
Yeah,
and
he
you
does.
owe Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo a
He got a
public
wig
apology
like
the
my
way
wife
you
used to
publicly
get.
called them.
Damn.
I was called ableist.
Look at his hairline be changing.
Tourette syndrome.
Look at how his hairline be changing.
Two things that are not true. So I'm going to tell you guys something that I never ever disclosed on my social media pages, and that's because I don't like this defining me as a person or a creator. But when I was 7 to 8 years old, I was
your hairline.
with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. While it's not the same thing as Tourette syndrome, it's underneath the same umbrella of a neurological disorder. So yes, I'm very familiar with disabilities and how they work because I fall under the ADA. Now, I say all this to say, so yes, I am very familiar with disabilities.
That gap teeth is
years old. I was
that shit is not American. Very few American girls have that shit.
It's underneath the same.
It's underneath the same thing as learning disabilities, and ADHD, and autism, and ADD.
And what's this Dracula shit I'm seeing?
So, but what's wrong with ADD or ADHD? That means we just can't focus on one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like we'll focus on one thing and then we'll go to the next thing.
Yep.
And then come back to the first thing. And you know, a different attention deficit.
Yeah.
Hyper disorder.
Yep.
I guess that's what this says.
Yeah.
But everybody I know that got that shit is not. It's definitely not Tourette's.
No.
But like we might get pissed off sometimes too. Have PTSD.
Yeah.
With our ADHD.
Mm-hmm.
Like, man, if you don't stop talking to me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But then we'll be mad at that person and then still go do something else. Like we ain't even worried about that person no more.
So these are all brain conditions.
No, I wouldn't say brain conditions. Brain and social.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It depends on like the social circles you was raised in. Like if your parents wouldn't let you do that shit, then no. You probably got Tourette's. But if you're in the streets, you get me, now you probably one of them guys.
Mm-hmm.
So they just saying, he just, you know.
Yeah.
You never know.
But
because you still know what you're doing though, Jesse.
Right. They're
Like
saying it's all on the brain though. On the neurodivergent.
Mm-hmm. Learning disabilities, intellectual disabilities, Tourette syndromes, Down syndrome.
I can't. Williams syndrome.
There's a Shabaka syndrome too.
Shabaka syndrome.
Oh, that's the best syndrome to have.
Then you just be eating Whataburgers all day in Las Vegas.
I'm very familiar with disabilities and how they work because I fall under the ADA. Now, I say all this to say, when I was younger, really in middle school,
you fall under the FLED.
I was given an
FLEED.
IEP stands for Individualized Educational Program. Now, this is for people who have learning disabilities and need additional help in school. But also during my time in middle school, I was put into a resource room throughout certain times of the week. The resource room is basically where people with, and I know this may be a dated term, so I apologize if I offend anybody, but this is what it was called, special needs, were placed into this class so that way they can all be in the same area and catch up on their schoolwork. In this classroom, I had a kid, I don't remember his name, but he had Tourette syndrome. And similar to John Davidson, he suffered from coprolalia, which is when you say things involuntarily. We actually had a very important lesson on Tourette syndrome at some point in 7th grade because of this kid, and so we could better understand him. During class, sometimes he would shout words that were very inappropriate, and at certain times, I remember him saying the F word, the FAG word, and the R word. Now, this kid would also shout out words like fuck and shit and dick and all this type of all
what
these
is
other
he?
words.
Hey, Jesse, hold on, run that back.
No one in the
Jesse,
classroom
run that back. Because if he said the F word, the this word, and the R word, and then he just went and said all these words, what is this clown talking about?
He talking about the student that he had in his class.
No. But he's saying the words that his student. But he said the student said the F word, the R word, and all that. But then he proceeded to say all the F word, R words, and everything.
Oh yeah.
So what is he talking about?
I don't know.
Like he sounds like a whole man, Jesse. He sounds like entire
bullshit.
Shabaka, I don't even agree with you half the time, but I'm saying, Shabaka, both me and you, in my time and in your time, this dude couldn't talk no shit on our block.
Right.
No, whatsoever. Hell no, man.
He couldn't pull up to our car, to our store, to anything, pull up on our block and start talking like that.
Right.
No, man, motherfucker get raised up out the neighborhood one way or another, and it'll be strictly up to him.
Yep.
But regardless, he's leaving.
Right.
Be in the same area and catch up on their schoolwork. In this classroom, I had a kid. I don't remember his name, but he had Tourette's syndrome. And similar to John
Wow,
Davidson,
how you don't
he
remember
suffered
your
from
kid's name? You said you bring him up because he got Tourette's syndrome, but you can't remember his name. What kind of teacher are you?
Right.
What kind of teacher are you?
I can remember Noah.
Man.
Noah,
I heard it all now.
He had Tourette's syndrome.
Come on, Shabak. I remember people I went to school with.
Yeah.
Like I seen a nigga the other day.
Mm-hmm.
The story, I'm remembering his name.
Yeah.
But then he said he went to that school. I'm like, you went to that school? He's like, Ray Gun? I'm like, what's your name? He's like, Troy. Man, I knew it. I snapped my fingers and shit. Like, cause man, I know who I grew up with.
Right. Yeah.
You get me? I just don't want to. You know, I don't want to run up on you, Jesse, and call you Shabaka.
Yeah.
You get me?
Yeah.
But I'm still like, man, I know this motherfucker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have
Oh,
moments like every day, especially since I moved back to my old neighborhood.
Man, so you seen people you grew up with, right?
Yep. Yep.
But you don't remember their names per se, but you do.
Yeah.
But once you see them, they look you in your eyes, you look them in, oh, what's up, bro?
Right.
Where's the Super Soakers? Where's
like, I can't place you. Like, I know you, but I can't place you. Like, I can't place you where I know you from, but I know who you are.
Or I can place you.
Right.
I just don't know your name.
Or I don't know your name, right?
I can place you, but can't know your name. Or I know your name, but I can't place you from. Because I've been a lot of places, like not New York, but Chicago, North Dakota, North Carolina,
Minnesota.
Yeah, well, that was I considered Minnesota and North Dakota because I was in Moorhead.
Oh, okay.
And that's where I met them girls that gave me Moorhead.
Damn. Here's one for you. Me and some of the homies who we ain't seen in about 20 years, man, bumped into each other, right?
Yeah.
So somebody decided to open up some alcohol and we sitting in the car. The car ain't moving now, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, man, we get hit with the spotlight. Then it was dan, 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 you know. Yeah, so, you know, they over the loudspeaker, guns drawn, driver, get out, passenger, get out, motherfucker in the backseat, get out, and I'm the motherfucker in the backseat. So LAPD, they want to see everybody's ID. No warrants, no warrants, no warrants, no warrants, no warrants, no warrants. Well, why are you guys out here at 2 o'clock in the morning? Well, we ain't seen each other in 10 years, officer. You know what I'm saying? Then they said, oh, okay. You know, then they got in their car and drove the fuck back off. However, that same situation could have went real, real bad, you know, because LAPD,
I could tell you a story like that, Shabak.
Yeah, the LAPD a fabricated case against you.
Oh, you don't know about Chicago Heights police.
Uh-oh, enlighten me.
So I went to my buddy's house, right? This was like, 15, 20 years ago, right?
Yeah. Right.
So my buddy over there in Chicago Heights, like probably about 2 blocks away from me, but I live in Olympia Fields.
Yeah.
Right.
He lives in Chicago Heights.
Mm-hmm.
He said some people finna roll up on him. Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So I had like 2 or 3 guys with me.
Mm-hmm.
I said, we gonna go over to his house to make sure everybody can't roll up on him.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But this dude said, oh, it's a blue car that rolled up on me, and it's a green car that's helping me. Man, you shouldn't have never mentioned none of these car colors.
Right.
Because the police don't care. They're getting everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they pulled up on us, like, guns out and everything. Like, don't make a move. Like, I wouldn't even scratch my nose or blink my eyes.
Yeah.
You get me? But I looked at, and then I saw one guy, Jesse, you remember I told you about my guy Jared who died?
Yeah.
It was his uncle who's a sergeant on the Chicago Heights Police.
Oh, wow.
I looked him dead in his eyes. And he told all of them stand down. You get me? Like they came in damn raided the car and shit. But they wasn't shooting.
Okay.
And it's like, wow. You get me? But even the uncle's dead.
Yeah.
You get me? Like he was like 53, he died.
Damn.
That's what I'm saying. Like Shabaka, you lucky. And I don't mean to be joking with you. But like you lucky, man. There's people, man, I done lost a bunch of my friends. 40 years old, 38 years old.
Yep.
A nigga done died on my couch in North Dakota, in Fargo. Died on my couch while I'm playing the game. And I look back, I'm like, oh, what the fuck? This nigga ain't moved at all.
Damn.
And he died on my couch. They raided my shit.
Yeah.
Took all my shit. You know my smoke and all that.
Yeah.
They couldn't charge me with it. But they, you know what I'm saying? All that shit is crazy though.
Yeah, it is. All right, let's get back to this video.
Hey, move that follow like if you can.
It's that's the only spot it lets me place it.
Dang.
Relilia, which is when you say things involuntarily. We actually had a very important lesson on Tourette syndrome at some point in 7th grade because of this kid, and so we could better understand him. During class, sometimes he would shout words that were very inappropriate, and at certain times, I remember him saying the F word, the F-A-G word, and the R word. Now, this kid would also shout out words like fuck and shit and dick and all this type of, all these other words. And he never apologized for that. And no one in the classroom really expected him to. But when he would say the R word or the F word, thankfully he never said the N word, he did apologize for that. No teacher forced him. No assistant forced him. Nobody forced him to. He would. The teacher even said one time, you don't have to apologize for that. And he insisted that he does because words hurt people. And that's what his parents told him. Disabilities vary, right? My ADHD is not the same severity as someone with Tourette syndrome. I understand that. And I said this multiple times in a video. I understand that John Davidson has a disorder. He has a disability that causes him to say things involuntarily. I did not call him racist because I don't know him. He may not be racist at all. And I also said that people who have Tourette syndrome shouldn't have to hide and shouldn't have to stay away from the public areas because of their disability. That's not right. And that is ableist. Because of my ADHD, I say that sometimes my mouth moves faster than my brain does because my brain doesn't always filter what I say exactly when I say it. And if I say something that offends somebody and I know good and well that's not how I meant for it to come out, I apologize. I have done this multiple times to friends, family, strangers, because that is just what I feel.
He never got punched in the face.
When you unintentionally cause harm to somebody, you
you can apologize all you want to. Get punched in the face.
I believe that he did not intentionally
get punched in the face for saying some stupid shit. And then watch how you watch your words.
This notion that I am seeing from certain white people that just because this was done unintentionally, that Black people need to have understanding and not take offense to it. Do not ask the Black community to have understanding of the situation in which they were marginalized, but then not acknowledge the fact that they were actually attacked.
His wig is coming off.
Because I see a lot of comments.
His wig is coming
for
off.
understanding, but not understanding
His
of the
wig
victims
is
that were
falling
in the
off.
situation. It is common decency that if you cause unintentional harm to someone,
And his
that you
wig
should
still- he
apologize
still got a
for it,
big ass
whether you meant
forehead.
it or not. You said one word that caused harm to two men on that stage and to many who were offended by your actions. All you need to say is 3 words. I am sorry. I don't really think that's too hard
No,
to ask.
that's
Your
not what he
disability
gotta
does
do.
not prevent you from voluntarily saying things. And some of the analogies
gotta
I saw
get
in the
his mind
comments were
right.
absolute bullshit. One of the analogies I saw is that if someone with epilepsy drops glass and breaks it, should they have to apologize? Let's not compare the feelings of Black people to inanimate objects. I don't think your analogy works
He's
at all
not
in this
black.
situation. Let me give you a real analogy that actually works. Let's say you're driving a car because you're in control of the vehicle that you're behind. While you're driving
Y'all
this
don't
car,
have
you're
birth
drinking a bottle of
certificates,
water.
let alone
You drop
driver
this
license.
bottle of water, it falls underneath your brake. You cannot stop your car. You are no longer in control of the vehicle. In the midst of you no longer being in control of your vehicle,
That's
you
only-
accidentally hit somebody. You don't kill them, you don't severely injure them, but you still hurt this person. As soon as you hit this person, the water comes from behind your brake and now you can stop your vehicle. Would you then decide to keep driving because, well, I hit them by accident and I
You're
didn't
an
mean to
idiot.
hit them. I can control the vehicle,
dude is
so I'm
an
going to
idiot.
keep going. Or would you get out of the car, check on the
He
person you
needs to
hit,
take
and
his
apologize
weed
for
off.
hitting? If
Wig
you
off.
answered
What
A,
the fuck is wrong
that
with
shows
him?
the true person you are and the kind of character you present yourself to be. So I
Jesse,
do
what the
apologize
fuck is
if my
wrong with
comments
this
came
nigga?
off as ableist because that was not
I
my
don't
intent.
know.
You see how hard that was? It wasn't hard at all. But what I will
Oh,
say
he-
on top of that, John
Wow.
Davidson, you still owe Michael B. Jordan and
Is this
Delroy
the type
Lindo
of people
public
you
apology, or
and
at the very
Shabaka
least,
hang
private
with?
apology. But you still should apologize for your actions. If you choose not to, you're well within your right to do so. But don't expect sympathy, empathy, or understanding from anybody who
I
is
almost
Black in this
punched my own
situation. That's all I'm going to
screen.
say about that.
John David
This
apologized for what
fucker's a
happened at
fuckboy.
BAFTA 2026
Yep.
after the shocking moment at the BAFTAs. He said he was deeply mortified if anyone believed the racial slur he shouted was intentional. He stressed that his words were caused by involuntary tics due to Tourette syndrome and do not reflect his personal beliefs in any way.
Lies.
Davidson thanked BAFTA and the BBC for supporting him.
I got a
He said the
question.
audience had been warned beforehand that his tics are uncontrollable, and he felt welcomed after they applauded.
My ticks
He
are
also revealed that
uncontrollable.
He chose to leave the ceremony early.
White
because
people
he
are the
realized
devil.
his tics were causing distress.
Oops,
He
I
added
didn't
that
say
he has
that.
spent his
It
life
was just my
supporting the Tourette's
uncontrollable tick.
community, promoting
White
empathy
people are
and
the devil.
understanding, and he will continue to do so. During the broadcast, host Alan Cumming apologized to viewers for any offense caused. The incident has since
Donald
sparked
Trump's
a wider
wife sucks dick.
conversation about awareness and understanding of Tourette syndrome.
And not
Reportedly, there
his.
were a few other loud disruptions during the show as well.
She had
Even though
another
the
career
explanation was
before she
given,
got
the incident has sparked major
told me
debate
that.
online about live events, accountability, and
Is
awareness
Donald
around
Trump wife on
neurological
Pornhub?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Ain't wrong. Why the fuck do y'all not know what apologies are for?
Oh
Why the
God!
fuck do y'all
What
not
the
know
hell
apologies
is this
are for?
sassy
Why do y'all
ass?
think involuntarily causing harm means that no apology is needed?
Hey Tay,
Apologies
Tay.
are for when you
Yeah.
cause harm.
What
and
if that
want
was
to make
you and
amends
Lady
for
Tay's
harm
son?
caused.
Oh my God.
It doesn't
My son
matter
would
if
not
it was
have no
involuntary.
goddamn
It
problem.
doesn't fucking matter if it was involuntary. Why the fuck
Man,
do y'all not know
you
that
you would have
apologize
stuffing
when you
back up
cause
in Lady
harm?
Tay
Even kindergartners are
Gucci
expected
and
to
said, "Try
apologize
again,
when they
nigga."
cause harm.
Yeah, no
Even
son of
if,
mine is gonna
shocker,
be wearing
shocker,
it.
you
Hey
don't
Shabaka,
actually mean to do it,
Yeah.
or if it was involuntary.
what if this was your son?
Even if a kindergartner
This
involuntarily
motherfucker right
knocks
here,
over their
What if that
classmate
was your
and that
son?
classmate starts crying,
he wouldn't
that
be wearing that
kindergartner
shit.
is expected to
You is
apologize to their
stuffing back in
classmate
your girl
they
coochie.
involuntarily harmed.
No, he wouldn't be
So-
wearing that
Taking
shit, man.
accountability for harm that you caused is something that we expect
He wouldn't be
kindergartners
wearing
to
no
do.
shit like that.
Why are y'all incapable of doing that when it involves disability?
He's so moist.
Why do y'all infantilize disabled
Yeah, that
people
nigga moist.
more like to a point below kindergartners? We expect better of kindergartners.
Now, where is
What
this
is wrong with
motherfucker out of? San Francisco?
Probably Atlanta.
Jay Militant.
Probably Atlanta.
Yeah, he's probably out of.
Yeah, I heard they got it real bad down there in the ATL.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know, after
Compliment.
this happened, there was a big back and forth online between us and
Oh, that's
you know
Lisa.
the usual white community.
Talking about a back and forth.
And you know, the message that I'm getting from our people is stop expecting us to accept being called the N-word and act like we just go on with
get a line?
No.
I think being called that word is fighting
You
word.
know, and I get it.
You know, they say that hey Jesse.
And I agree. Even
please, if you'll
handicapped
pause it.
people can do things wrong.
It's almost over.
So
it's like a minute.
You know, this is where it stands. So this is just the latest update on it. So the bottom line is, it caused a lot of pain. But see, my problem is really with the BBC. They aired it instead of editing that whole segment out. They didn't have to air it, and they aired it because they didn't give a crap.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't give a crap
Was it live?
how it impacted our community.
Yeah, it was
they
live.
could care less.
Okay,
So,
then they couldn't edit it.
No, yeah,
Unless
they
we
could
put it
have.
in
They
the
got
replay.
it. They got a 10-second, 15-second delay.
Okay, yeah, you're right, crew. Yeah, you're right. They do got a 15-second delay just for shit like that.
Which means it was no excuse.
They edited out the Free Palestine.
Yeah, they edited
So
that
no,
out.
you know, no
F niggers.
I'm sorry. Well, you know, they're
But they
claiming
didn't edit out the nigger shit.
falls short.
Yeah, right.
So
they edited out the Free Palestine, but they didn't edit out the fuck niggas.
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
if you
How
wanna look
convenient.
for my upcoming live.
So that's why we're saying they're full of shit.
And again,
Exactly.
thank you
Which
for your
they are.
support.
It's a
Shalom.
damn
family.
insult to my intelligence.
All right, what were we gonna say, crew?
No, you know, like I just said.
Okay.
They let that nigga ride, but they didn't let the Free Palestine ride.
Yeah.
Right.
Which shows you they could have edited anything.
Yeah.
Right. Now, you remember the Godfather, man, at the end when Michael went up there to his brother-in-law and said, Carlo, you got to answer for Santino. But do not tell me that you're innocent, because it is an insult to my intelligence, and that makes me very angry. Now, who approached you?
Well, that's basically what the Democrats are doing.
Yeah.
They're telling you Shabaka is nothing going on.
Yeah, exactly. You see? Exactly.
The hell with the Democrats. All right.
Yeah, them was the motherfuckers that brought you the Ku Klux Klan.
So let's see what Tariq had to say on it.
Right.
BAFTA award show. Everybody's talking about that. Let's touch on this BAFTA situation. For those who don't know, the 2026 British Academy Film Award, BAFTA.
British Academy.
It was some tomfoolery going on over there. Right now,
so that's British
Sinners, that was the
Academy
most celebrated film of the
Film
night.
and Television Awards.
A racist incident happened to really diminish the moment. Now, during the live ceremony, the center stars, Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo, they were on stage presenting an award. And then an audience member, a man named John Davidson, who's supposed to be this Tourette syndrome advocate, I think his life inspired the film I Swear. I haven't seen the movie. So they had him up in the audience. And while these two Delroy Lindo is Jamaican, but Michael B. Jordan is foundational Black American, and the movie is foundational Black American theme.
Mm-hmm.
While they were presenting an award, this dude yells out the N-word in the audience.
Ooh.
And you could hear it all on the broadcast, nice and clear.
Niggers!
Yeah.
Now, BAFTA, they responded.
Just like that.
The BAFTA host, Alan Cumming, he said, some people in the audience might hear strong language. And he explained that Davidson's vocal outbursts were involuntary tics associated with Tourette syndrome. The British Academy and the BBC, they both issued apologies. BAFTA specifically apologized to Jordan and Lindo for the offensive language that was heard. here's the thing. Let's cover some things. Okay. Hold on one second. Okay, hold on one second. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry about that. I just got a text. What's up, Nikki the God? Let's be clear, because people have been making excuses for this person's Tourette's. They've been making a lot of excuses for it. Oh, he got Tourette's. Oh, he has Tourette's. Oh, let me tell you something. Tourette's does not make you racist. Let's get that straight. Tourette's does not make you no damn racist.
Right.
You know, Tourette's, that affects impulse control, but it don't affect belief systems.
Right.
Tourette's syndrome, it causes motor and vocal tics. It don't make you have a racist damn ideology. I don't know where they're getting this shit where Tourette's make you a damn racist. It doesn't. Tourette's does not implant hatred or racial slurs or any political beliefs or nothing into nobody's mind.
Now, somebody would have planted their foot in that motherfucker's
Tourette's
ass. I bet you that he would have got over that shit.
But it can't generate content that was never mentally present. Do you understand that? Don't let nobody give no excuses for that. That was racism. The dude is a suspected white supremacist. All right? Many neurological conditions, it might reduce inhibition. And when the filter drops, what surfaces is what's already internally stored there. All right? So they've been making excuses for this dude. His racism was already there. And here's the thing. When there's some white supremacist person with a disability, they twist themselves into pretzels making excuses.
Yeah.
Notice black people with disabilities, you're never given that grace.
Never.
If a black person yelled out something, hey, that damn Tourette's, they would have put a hate crime charge on them if they yelled out some kind of epithet towards any other group. They would have a hate crime charge put on their ass.
Yeah.
Black people don't get no grace for any type of physical or mental disability. Just like Jordan Neely.
Yeah.
He was on the train. He had a mental disability. He's just yelling at himself. And they sat there and unalived him and justified it.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't get no excuse for no mental disability. So this guy, this white supremacist suspect, they've been splaining for him all day.
Mm-hmm.
And I want y'all to understand something. Let's be very clear. I think that was deliberate. Do y'all feel me? I think that was deliberate. They let that happen on air like that. I think it was deliberate. I think it was deliberate, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? I think that was like some kind of institutional soft sabotage. Let me tell you something. Live broadcasts, you don't accidentally air slurs. You allow them. Listen, major award shows, they all operate on a broadcast delay system. These shows have a delay. There's at least a 6-second, even a 10-second, sometimes a 20-second delay. You can stop whatever's being said in the audience from being broadcasted. Do you understand that? They can stop that stuff. You understand? And that delay is specifically designed to prevent, you know, legal exposure, because somebody can get on the air and say something that would make the network legally liable. You can get up there and say, yeah, thank you for the award, and Harvey Weinstein put his finger in my pussy. You can say something crazy and the network would be liable. So you gotta have a filter or a button to stop something like that. But they didn't stop it. There was a decision to not cut that racial epithet out. That wasn't passive. They allowed that to happen. You know why I know they allowed that to happen? Because see, the network, they demonstrated selective enforcement. It wasn't a technical failure. Somebody got on stage and said, "Free Palestine." They cut that out.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand? It was one brother went up there, I forgot his name, but he was giving his speech and he was like, yeah, and by the way, Free Palestine, they cut that out. That didn't air. They made sure not to air that. So yeah, they know how to cut something out that has a certain message that they don't approve. So yeah, they can intervene when they want to intervene. That racial slur was not missed, it was deprioritized. And let me tell you something. Yeah, when the movie Sinners is the hot movie of the night. And it's just the hot movie taking over the industry right now. You gotta give praise to it. So there's now this international push to kind of put the people in its place, put everybody in their place. See, you see editorial restraint, it disappears when Black dignity shows up. See, that's a pattern. See, when a network can protect itself from political controversy, but they fail to protect Black artists from racial harm, that's a hierarchy of concern.
Yep.
You see? Historic foundational Black American achievement, that triggers corrective humiliation. See, that wasn't neutral. See, Sinners represents a dominant foundational Black American film lineage asserting itself globally. You understand? So that invokes status anxiety in a lot of dominant institutions. So even on a subconscious level, the dominant society, they have to rebalance power by diminishing the moment. That makes sense? Because listen, Coogler, our brother Ryan, he won an award for like the best screenplay. This was the first time in the 77-year history of BAFTA where that screenplay honor went to a Black man. You understand? So this was a very major symbolic win just for that award ceremony itself. So they had to neutralize the moment by allowing racial epithets to go on the air. That was a psychological equalizer. That was a soft sabotage. You soft sabotage, that's the preferred method of modern power maintenance. See, you don't need nobody to boo or nobody to say anything explicitly racist. You allow somebody who could use their disability as a shield to get out here and say that. So now everybody is explaining. Now, after the harm is done, everybody's trying to make excuses. I'm telling you, I think that was very, very deliberate. And I think there's a subconscious fear that global recognition of foundational Black American lineage is destabilizing. Notice how us celebrating our lineage, and that's what Sinners is about. Sinners celebrates foundational Black American lineage. When we start celebrating FBA lineage, man, everybody starts panicking. Yep. Because we are the power source. You understand? When our cultural power, when clearly named, globally affirmed, commercially dominant, you know, that challenges all these myths about dependency and being marginalized on a subconscious level, man. Listen, dominant institutions, they got to bring the big moment down. And that's that soft sabotage. They can't openly resist it. Just like when ABC News did an international story praising foundational Black American history. Yeah, remember, ABC News earlier this month, that's an international network. They broadcast this all over the world. They did a story talking about the greatness of foundational Black American history, naming it by name. Some phone calls were made. They were made by the highest up, possibly the people at the DNC, to take the story off their website. That's power. See, that's power in both ways. Number one, power because they used our language from the grassroots to do the story, and more power, it was so significant and so threatening, they had to take it down. But you can't unbroadcast something. You can't unring a bell. The messaging is already out there. You understand? And what we're seeing now on X and online, we're seeing a lot of people, the dominant white society, are making a lot of excuses. They're like, well, why are y'all so triggered by a word? Oh, it's just a word. Why are so many people triggered? See, that's designed to shift the focus away from the act of racial degradation. And now the problem is Black emotional reaction. Yeah. So that reframes the victims of racism as the problem, not the organization and the institution who allowed the humiliating act.
Right.
But now the problem is us who refuse to just take it. You see, that's psychological warfare. They're trying to dress it up as rationality. No, we're going to keep calling it out. See, they want Black people trained into a non-response because, see, when non-responses protect power, a community that publicly rejects humiliation, they become harder to control. So the real demand underneath, don't be triggered, is stay socially submissive. Don't disrupt our comfort. Don't force consequences, because now we're making consequences happen. We're not sitting up and saying, okay, yeah, he just had a disability. He didn't know any better. No, we're saying, hey, the BBC is responsible. BAFTA is responsible. Whoever allowed that to air is responsible. We're looking to see who the producers are. Who let that happen? We're not going to let y'all explain. Everybody's going to be held accountable for letting that happen. Wasn't no damn accident. Because, see, they'll try to rebrand racial degradation as free speech so they can make accountability look authoritarian. Making it seem like, yeah, this dude blurting out a racial epithet on a live broadcast, well, that's just uncomfortable free speech. No, it's not. No, that was anti-Black racism. That was a hate crime. I don't give a damn about him having no Tourette's. Yeah? So anybody who objects to that, oh, you hate free speech, oh, you're too sensitive. No. They try to protect the white supremacist suspect offender and then delegitimize Black boundaries. And see, when they try to minimize it, that opens the door for repetition. You see, if society admits that the harm was done and they take responsibility, that creates a standard. Consequences, removal, apology, ban, stigma. Excuses, that keeps the whole environment permissive. Many people want to dismiss the outburst because they want a world where they can yell the N-word whenever they feel like it without any consequences. Yeah. Yeah.
In the right hand.
And that disability thing, no.
No. Yeah, right hand gracefully upside his motherfucking head. Watch how fast he get cured of that
but
shit.
Using it as a blanket.
Motherfucker be cured of that real quick.
A moral laundering system. Yeah. And Black dignity is not optional.
Right.
No, we're going to have dignity and we're not going to allow that. And again, they allow that to happen at a moment praising Black artists.
During Black
That was like their little humiliation ritual.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What a coincidence.
We're not going for that. But another thing, have y'all been seeing? Guess who else has been making excuses for it? Guess who else? Have y'all seen online? Who else has been making excuses for the racial outburst? Tethers. All you Tethers. Yeah, we see you Tethers. Oh, they've been making a bunch of excuses whenever you see these, quote, melanated faces online. Oh, hey, why y'all tripping? He got disability. He didn't know that. Yo, you see them damn Nigerian last names. Every time you see some melanated face making excuses, it's the usual damn suspects.
The goddamn Tethers.
All right, some of these Africans. All right. Oh, here they go. They're like, oh, it wasn't that bad. He didn't know no better. Oh, we shouldn't trip on a word. We shouldn't be like that. So what they're really trying to do, they're trying to say they're trying to campaign for the white supremacists. They're trying to say, look, I'm not like those angry Black Americans. Hey, look at me. You see how mad they are? I'm Black and I'm not mad. See, white daddy? See why I'm preferable? I'm not even mad. I don't know what they tripping on. I ain't tripping. That sounds like, what's his name? Emmanuel Acho. No, he said something, some old tether ass shit. He was like, where he did an interview talking about how they view racism. He's like, yeah, as an African Nigerian, when I walk in the room, I don't have the trauma and the baggage of a lot of Black Americans, and so I can see things a certain way, certain objective way without the trauma and the baggage. Y'all remember when he said something like that? So a lot of them have that mentality. They want to go to the white supremacists and say, hey, listen, I'm your ideal Negro. because those FBAs, boy, they got a lot of hostility because of the way y'all brutalized them. But, you know, we got a little deal going on. And yeah, I can be the black face of whatever you need to be the black face of. And I'm not going to have all that little negative baggage and anger and trauma. So I'm a clean slate. So it would behoove you to choose me. So they're using this to audition. The tethers are really auditioning right now. Yeah, they're using this to basically score points against us and get rewarded with some attention from the dominant society. That's why we delineate, and that's why we stay on everybody's bumper. So when people try to use the whole, why y'all checking Africans and Caribbeans, the white man be doing this, the white man be doing that. Well, if you're sitting up here aligning yourself with them while acting as a representative of us, well, you're going to get the equal smoke. You're going to get the equal damn smoke. You're not going to get a pass. So yeah, everybody who's against foundational Black Americans will get equal smoke. That's where it is. Let me chop it up with the family. Let me see who's in here. Let's chop it up. We got Dr. Davinsky. I haven't heard from our white supremacist brother in a long time. Dr. Davinsky,
brother.
Hop on, Dr. Davinsky. He is a white supremacist.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yes,
Tariq. How you doing, man?
I'm good. Are you in the Dominican Republic or are you back in Australia?
I'm in I'm doing an incel boot camp where I fly incels down and introduce them to women and show them. I have a success story, actually. A couple of incels I've flown down.
Okay.
But yeah, I want to touch on what you said about the slur, because I hear this all the time. It's like, oh, you know, it's just a word. It's like, it's not the word. It's not the syllables that are offensive. It's the disrespect that's attached to it.
Right.
And if you disrespect someone, then obviously there's going to be a pushback. It's just really dumb.
Right.
But yeah, one more thing I wanted to say was about what's happening in Mexico, because, you know, you've got these far-right groypers like Nick Fuentes, and the entire country, it's a failed state. So I don't know why they pretend that they're such a peaceful society and like blacks in America are, you know, so criminal. If you look at the top 10 cities in the world, 8 out of the top 10 for the most murderous cities are in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
And we're seeing that right now, what a failed state these mestizos create. So I wanted to touch on that too. But it's good to see you, Tariq. I hope you're doing well. I've seen you on TikTok. You're doing numbers on there. So yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, Mexico. They are turning up down there in Mexico. That's why, you know, I was down there last month. And you know, shit was getting hot down there. That's why when I was down there, I'm like, let me get the hell up out of here. I knew the shit was about to go left out there. I told y'all last month shit was about to go left in Mexico. I was down there. I was down there last month.
On the counter.
I said, man, let me get the hell out. It's about to turn up down here, man. And it did. So I knew that was coming. Yeah, if y'all don't know, down in Puerto Vallarta, I think they took out some drug lord or whatever, and boy, they've been turning up, blowing up all types of stuff, burning up Costco's, and just, man, it's the block is hot down there. The block is real hot down there. All right, let me get some people in here. King Cooper. Let's get King Cooper in the building. King Cooper, hop on, man. Let's get Mr. King Cooper in the building. All right, let me see. Let's get a few people in here. Let's get Snow Chimps. All right, whoever that is, Snow Chimps.
Yeah, what's going on, Mr. Tariq Nasheed? What's going on?
I'm good, Mr. Snow Chimp. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. First thing I want to start off with, you know, my family is from Nigeria. I just want to start that off. I'm in New Jersey as of right now.
Okay.
To answer the title of the space, yeah, I think it's deliberate, man. I mean, if knowing a person who has Tourette's syndrome, like, you know the exact outburst you're gonna have.
Right.
I mean, the fact that, you know, he's gonna be there saying the N-word. Like, if I had Tourette's syndrome, I just would have stayed my ass home, man. I wouldn't go out there and have these type of outbursts to interrupt the event.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a question for you, Mr. Nasheed.
Yeah.
Are you gonna watch the Michael Jackson biopic, man? I seen the trailers. Oh man, that shit is lit.
Oh yeah.
Bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, yes indeed.
Like, I'm trying to practice my moonwalk, you know. Trying to put in some bush meat shuffle. But yeah, man, that's all I wanted to say. Shout out to you, shout out to Black Americans, man. Respect to the culture and everything, man.
Thank you so much, brother. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch that movie. I'm cool with a lot of people in the Jackson family too. Family's real cool people. The Jackson family are hella cool, man. A lot of folks don't know how woke they are too. I know Janet Jackson, she was, Janet be rocking with the Nation of Islam. Y'all know that? Janet, she's clicked in heavy with the Nation of Islam. And the whole family. Jermaine, I used to see Jermaine at some of the Nation of Islam speeches back in the day. I would see him there all the time. And yeah, Janet rolls with them heavy. Yeah, the family rolls with them heavy. Let me see who we got. Astro, what's up, Astro?
Tariq. How far?
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing fine now. How far?
Okay, are you good, brother? You sound like you're being held hostage. You okay?
Well, man, I did. I'm fine.
Okay,
I want to confront you or something.
Okay, you need to confront me. Well, do we need to send some money to get them ransom you or something? You sound like you're somewhere in a dungeon. All right.
Oh no.
Okay.
No dungeon here.
Okay, so you want to confront me about what, sir? And by the way, where you from? Where's your family from?
I'm from Ghana.
Ghana, got it. Okay, what's on your mind?
You know, only 0.5% of Ghanaians are in the US.
25.
So you're wasting your time. 0.5%.
0.5%. Okay.
Yes, it's not even a full percent. So you're wasting your time on one about the Ghanaians, even Africans.
Waste not.
You should be worried about El Chapo people. Those people down there, those are the people you should be worried about, not us. Most of us are most of us are still on the continent.
Listen, why do y'all tethers sit up and pretend nobody said nothing about a Ghanaian at all? Not one thing. Nobody.
I'm just saying, you have the narrative. You have this narrative that we are fleeing to come here. We are all running here. Nobody is running here.
By Ghana, so a hit dog hollered. Nobody even talked about you, but you felt a certain way about it, and then you tried to center yourself. Nobody's talking about Ghana or Ghanaians. You just said
no. It's in general. It's the rhetoric in general. I'm not saying you talk about it today.
The rhetoric.
It's your typical rhetoric.
There's no typical rhetoric. What happens is you do, and some of your fellow tethers do what you just do. Y'all call in, centering yourselves, talking some bullshit, and then y'all get checked. And you hate accountability because now all the little slick shit you do and centering yourself and inserting yourself into certain conversations that nobody was talking about you in, when you're held accountable, now you want to act like you're being attacked because you're held accountable for your actions, sir. No, nobody said anything about
you. Cannot attack anybody.
Nobody's attacking you.
So you said we are feeling like we are attacked. Nobody said you're attacking anybody.
Yeah.
The point is
even talking about you, sir. You like the ugly woman who thinks you try to pretend niggas trying to fuck on them. Girl, I came in all.
See, there you go. You have to do some. You have to do
my pussy. I ain't like that. Ain't nobody trying to fuck on you.
Now you have to do batty boy rhetoric. What is this? Why your brain have to go batty boy every?
I was talking about women. I said women. You brought up some batty boy stuff. I said women. So what's on your mind? You got a lot of subconscious things on your mind that you're projecting, sir. I didn't say nothing about a batty boy, anything about no dudes. You said that. You brought that up, sir. What's on your mind?
You are quick to go that direction. Nobody.
I said a woman, and you start talking about batty boy dudes. So, sir, what did you do to get a green card?
You said I don't want to F you. Yeah. Why you?
I was talking how ugly women talk. And you start talking.
Okay, well, please.
I start talking about how ugly women talk, and you start talking about batty boy. Sir, what did you do to get that green card? Did you wake up sore when you got that green card, sir?
Here we go. Hey, I don't want the batty boy session that you typically do. I don't do batty boy session. So if you are going to,
well, yeah, you brought it up, sir. Nobody was talking. That's coming from your subconscious mind. I didn't say nothing about batty boy. So you got some of that Bantu bussy is tingling because
there you go.
That's your Bantu bussy tingling. Yeah, your Bantu bussy is tingling, sir, and you're doing a lot of projecting.
You couldn't wait to say that.
Yeah, you couldn't wait to start talking about batty boy, sir. You just whining. You're trying to center yourself. You're just trying to center yourself. You know why? Because nobody's thinking about you, sir. Nobody cares, and you know that. So you try to make yourself seem more important than what you are, sir. You're sitting up there in an Uber, musty, smelling like onion rings from Burger King or wherever you're making the delivery. Nobody cares, sir. And that's the reality, right?
Try new jokes, my friend. Try new jokes. Those jokes.
That's a reality. That's a reality, sir. Not even a joke. That's how you live. Nobody's thinking about you, sir. All right. Thank you so much, sir. You just, I don't want to hear tethered whining. That's what the immigration office is for. Y'all like to have people to whine to. I don't want to hear musty whining. I don't want to hear that shit. That's what you got nonprofits and NGOs for. They hear your grievances. Oh, I need food. I need a malaria shot. I need bushmeat. Whatever. Go take that shit to them. They get paid to hear that. I don't want to hear that shit. But listen, let me get out of here. I got some repair people at my crib. Y'all follow me on TikTok. Y'all follow me on TikTok and join me on TikTok. I'm gonna go on TikTok live later. Everybody go to the Kickstarter page for Hidden Colors 6. Everybody contribute to Hidden Colors 6. Go to my profile here or go to hiddencolors6.com. Hidden Colors, the number 6.com. And everybody get involved with the making of Hidden Colors 6. All right? I'm out of here. Papi Akute, Lalavuve to the family. Peace.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
You know, there's a lot of people that's been addressing, you know, some of the shock that a lot of people are having toward Black Americans these days because Black Americans actually set boundaries. And this shock is kind of sent a shock wave through the whole country because everybody is talking about why Black Americans are just kind of not taking much anymore. But why don't you play with this has to say? Let's get it.
People mad at me because I said Black folks ain't letting the N-word slide. And we not. We not letting it slide. You know? Stay mad. Y'all can stay mad. See, I think the problem is that traditionally, Black people have been very forgiving. Black Americans have been very forgiving. Our culture is Christianity, and it's been turn the other cheek and all of that. And we're not doing that no more. Okay? We're like a scapegoat in a family, in a narcissistic family union that woke up and decided they're not taking it no more. And if that makes us the villain, so be it. Like, I don't know what to tell y'all. I really don't care. I don't care because we've been taking it for far too long. Far too long. People do stuff to us and we supposed to apologize. Like what? We're supposed to just be like, oh, it's okay, you know, we understand. No, we don't understand. I don't care what your reason is. I don't care if you got disability. I don't care. I've taken it for far too long. It's over. We're not forgiving no more.
Now, the sisters are 100% right. A lot of us are raised in the church, and it was really drilled into our head about turning the other cheek, being forgiving, 70 times 7, in the area of forgiveness. And because of that, a lot of people took advantage of Black Americans because they'll do us things and then, you got to forgive. And while people just took advantage of our good nature. And for years they were doing that. And then now you have a generation of Black Americans say, no, this done. I'm going to treat you the way you treat me. If you respect me, I respect you. If you disrespect me, I'm going to disrespect you probably a little bit more. And the part of Black people retaliating in that way, a lot of people are shocked by this, even including the white folks. They're shocked because Black folks just not putting up with it no more. See, that preacher in that Black church had us hoodwinked in a lot of ways. There's nothing in the scriptures that teach us to just take disrespect from people and be treated any kind of way. No, I mean, come on, that's not even healthy. I mean, if you're not going to treat me right, well, just leave me alone. I'm cool on that. But Black America has finally set boundaries, and these boundaries should have been set a long time ago. Boundaries on how you access our culture, boundaries on just how you even talking to us, boundaries on, having access to the money that we're giving out, boundaries everywhere, boundaries with our children, boundaries with how we want to be educated. We have to set those boundaries to be respected. And have y'all noticed, ever since we have set boundaries, notice people's difference of reaction to us now? See, now they're literally begging us to talk. They're literally begging us to be in a coalition with them. Before we were begging them, notice they didn't want no coalition. Notice that? Nobody wanted a minority coalition. We were begging for one. Well, when we got to the point, it's a collective of people say, we good. We don't need that. We fine. And everybody now like, whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm used to you begging to be my friend. And now you like, I don't need your friendship. I'm good. Well, what are y'all doing? You understand what I'm saying? What are y'all doing? As Black Americans, we don't like that. That's what it is. They don't like it. They don't have access to us. Then the main thing they don't have access to anymore is our ability to fight back against white supremacy. That's what they don't have access to. And that in itself is the issue. That in itself is the issue. Because we have been the only group that have been successful in fighting white supremacy. And when they lost access to us fighting white supremacy for them, I believe that is what bothers them a lot more than anything else. So getting mad at certain things we say, that's just, a byproduct. They're upset that they can't call us up. We run out there like a superhero and fight white supremacy while they just hide behind us while we taking the slings and arrows and rubber bullets and everything else that we taking from them. You know what I'm saying? Because when Black folks get out there and fight, a city about to spend $1 billion. When Black folks are good and done with that city. That's why they really don't want us out there too much about the system. But we're not coming out like that no more unless we're coming out for ourselves. That's it. We're coming out for ourselves. We are good. We are so good we're coming out for ourselves. But we're not going to put up with that from nobody. I'm definitely not. But I don't tell any of you to put up with anything. Don't put up no disrespect. Now, I'm going to say this. Get along with all people. I'm a firm believer that. I want to get along with everybody. But if you don't want to get along, okay, that's cool. Just leave me alone. Don't disrespect me. But if you disrespect me, well, I got some disrespect for you back. It's just that simple. Black folks are nobody's slaves anymore. Black folks aren't nobody's doormat anymore. Black folks aren't, no one's attack dog. You can go buy you an attack dog, that's what you want, but that's not us. We have neglected ourselves and neglected our community for far too long. And because we neglected ourselves and our community for far too long, it's the main reason why we have to look out for self and do for self. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us that a long time ago, Look out for self and do for self. Do for your community. And if black folks would have got on what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was talking about a long time ago, we'd probably be in this position. Because we would have been doing for self as a collective. We'd have been focusing on educating our children as a collective and not allowing our education to be outsourced to these folks. Because if they don't treat you right, they're not going to educate you right either. We should have been feeding ourselves, growing our own food. You feel me? The way we get to that is boundaries. Because us doing all these side quests and side missions with these other groups, and then in the end, they don't even respect us for it. They don't even like us for it. You would think that, okay, man, yeah, that's my people, right? No. You do all that for them, and they still don't like you. They still go cut for the same people. They got their homeland messed up. So that's why black folks say, yeah, we good. We set boundaries, and that just, it is what it is. But it's a new day. And y'all gonna have to get used to it. Just that simple.
Yeah, well, he's got a point on that. Brother Che.
All right. Shalom, family. Hope you're all doing well. We got our blizzard here going. And man, the wind is really kicking up. You can hear it. And
hey, Brother Che.
And the thing is, we just saw the sidewalk, the grass and sidewalk again. Now it's back covered with snow. All right. So what we're going to talk about today is the Congressional Black Caucus, or some people call it the Congressional Immigrant Caucus, because they focus on immigration a lot more than people in our community. In fact, they outright ignore us. And we know why. They were hoping that one day in this country, the immigrants could replace us. And they won't have to deal with us anymore. We would be irrelevant. But that's not working out the way they planned, because it doesn't help if you got one president in and he's letting everybody in the country, and then an election happens, another president comes in and he shuts it all down. So, at that pace, yeah, you're not going anywhere with it. So we know they never address our issues. They don't talk about reparations unless they're screaming for us to stop talking about reparations. And the George Floyd Policing Act, they tried to pretend like they were going to get that through. Everything for us is it can't be done. It can't be done. But for anyone else, especially immigrants, everything can be done. Money can be found. Anything they need, it can be done. It's only when we open our mouths, it can't be done. Since Donald Trump took office, they don't address anybody. They stay completely silent, almost like they're scared. And when they do come together to speak, it's always about immigration. It's always about immigration. And it's never about us. I don't even know at this point why they even call themselves Congressional Black Caucus, because they never pay attention to us. Maybe you need to change that to CIC, Congressional Immigrant Caucus, because that's the only thing you love talking about. And I don't agree with all those foreigners up in there. That's why our issues don't get looked at, but they feel very comfortable talking about being in a congressional seat and their Jamaican community or their Haitian community or this community and that community. They weren't born here and they shouldn't be there. That's how I see it. They don't focus on our issues, and we don't need to have them part of the Congressional Black Caucus. At this point, do I think it can be fixed? No. No, I know I don't. And as far as what they do for us, the damage is done. They don't do nothing. And it's a lot of people that are not happy with them. And if anything, they don't want any ties with them. Yeah, so I don't rely on politicians because they will always let you down. They will always let you down. So we know when the topic of reparations come up, they're against reparations. They've already came public when we were really talking about it over the years, saying they're not for reparations. They're not for getting rid of qualified immunity. In fact, they're not for anything when it comes down to us. But if you say the word immigrant, they got some money for you. They can help you with your housing. They can help you with food. They can get you some free health care. They can do everything under the sun. So the way I see it, then get the immigrants to vote for you. What's the problem? Next time midterms and other elections come up, get the immigrants to vote for you. That's all I got to say. All right, y'all. Let me share my screen. And I love how these young people are speaking up because they're seeing straight through these CBC members. They know and recognize y'all don't do anything for us. That's why y'all will never get a bunch of young people and have their support. You're not, because they can see right through you. Thank you, y'all.
It's not a credential. The problem with the Congressional Black Caucus is they think they can represent all Black people because they think skin color is a credential. When no reality, their mission don't even align with the missions from back in the days. So they just overlook the plight of Black Americans. So for being honest, Yvette Clarke is Caribbean in descent. She's also in the Caribbean Congressional Caucus. Like, it's like when you read their mission statement, you read ours, it's like everybody's for the best interest of themselves but us. When it comes to us, we just got to siphon out what the fuck is supposed to be for us and just put it anywhere else. It's like, if you really stand on the shoulders of Shirley Chisholm, it's like, you would do for all. Like, it's weird though. It's mad weird. It's like, how don't you want to help these group of people because it doesn't help you. It doesn't benefit you directly. It's like, do you really fuck with those people? I don't, like, no funny shit. We need to remove like any like type of like misrepresentation in Congressional Black Caucus. Honestly, my nigga, like, we don't need nobody to think that skin color is a credential. Skin color is not a credential. Skin color is not a credential. I don't give a fuck if you're doing community work. You can't do community work and then let that be your credential for your skin to be a credential. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Like, you can't pull that shit over my eyes, my nigga, because at the end of the day, the root is the root, my nigga. Because how the fuck Kamala Harris in the Congressional Black Caucus? That bitch is Indian and Caribbean descent. I'm like, cause skin color cannot be a credential, my nigga. Okay.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. I'm Congresswoman Yvette D. Clarke, Chair of the Congressional Black Caucus for the 119th session of Congress and proud representative of New York's 9th Congressional District, located in Brooklyn, New York. We are joined here today by Maya Wiley of the Leadership Conference, Mark Marial of the National Urban League, Derek Johnson of the NAACP, Reverend Siobhan Arline Bradley of the National Council of Negro Women, Melanie Campbell of the National Coalition of Black Civic Participation, and Dr. Stacey N.C. Grant of the National Pan-Hellenic Council of Presidents. I want to thank all of the leadership for joining us today and for partnership with the Congressional Blacc Caucus. It is critical that we gather in this moment, given what we are up against. Across the country, our communities are voicing deep concerns about the threat posed by Donald Trump and his allies. Today, our democracy, economic opportunity, fundamental freedoms, and access to the ballot box are under attack. Over the past year, we have seen a concerted effort to roll back civil rights, undermine voting access, dismantle social programs, and concentrate power in the hands of the wealthy and well-connected at the expense of our communities. From weakening the Voting Rights Act and advancing voter suppression measures like the SAVE Act, to politicizing the courts and sowing fear and division through actions cause real and disproportionate harm to Black communities. Instead of working to lower the rising cost of living and create real pathways to economic security and advancement, the Trump administration has been working overtime to take our country in the wrong direction. Today, under Trump's historically unpopular leadership, Black unemployment has reached a staggering 8.3%, the highest since the height of the COVID pandemic, undoing progress made through intentional investment and inclusive economic growth. Attacks on the Affordable Care Act continue to threaten health care for millions in our communities, putting life-saving coverage and access to prescription medications at risk. And the ongoing assaults on the diversity of our nation, from the federal workforce and Black-led institutions to journalists, educators, and local leaders, represents a direct attack on the values of our democracy. Underlying it all is a clear truth. Donald Trump and Republicans understand that their path to maintaining the majority depends on weakening the collective voting strength of Black communities through racially gerrymandering maps ahead of the upcoming midterm elections. Right now, they're relying on the Supreme Court in the Louisiana v. Calais case to clear the path for their plan to cement one-party control in Washington. But let me be clear, we will not waver. The Congressional Blacc Caucus will not be silent. We will not back down, nor will our partners in the Divine Nine and civil rights community. Together, we are working to legislate, organize, mobilize our communities against these efforts because too much is at stake for our communities. And having said that, it's my honor to bring to the podium at this time the leader of the Democratic Caucus, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries.
Good afternoon. Let me begin by thanking my good friend and the chair of the Congressional Blacc Caucus, Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, for continued leadership and partnership. Let me acknowledge all of the members of the Congressional Blacc Caucus, including, of course, our immediate past chairs, Congressman Stephen Horsford and Congresswoman Joyce Beatty. So thankful to be present with these distinguished civil rights leaders, leaders of the Divine Nine, as well as faith leaders and people from all throughout the country who are champions of the African-American community, champions of the principles that make this country at its best a country of liberty and justice for all. Donald Trump once asked Black America the question, what the hell do you have to lose? The answer is everything under his administration. We know that under the Trump administration, civil rights is under attack, voting rights is under attack, reproductive rights under attack, racial justice under attack, social justice under attack, economic justice under attack, Black entrepreneurship under attack. What the hell does Black America have to lose under Donald Trump? The answer clearly is everything. Black America is under attack. The United States of America has been under attack by the failed policies of a failed president. And sycophants in the Republican Party who continue to act like nothing more than a reckless rubber stamp for Donald Trump's extreme agenda. Under the Trump administration, the Black unemployment rate is up, the Black home ownership rate is down, and healthcare is being ripped away from millions of Americans, disproportionately impacting Black and brown communities and lower income white communities throughout the nation. But we're here as members of the Congressional Black Caucus, civil rights leadership, faith leaders, leaders of the Divine Nine organizations, standing together to make clear that we're not going to step back, we're here to fight back, and to make sure we protect the interests of Black America and all of the United States of America. And as John Lewis would often encourage us to do, we will continue to show up. We will continue to stand up. We will continue to speak up. We'll summon that character, that courage, that conviction of those upon whose shoulders in this Black History Month we proudly stand upon. And together we're going to end this national nightmare and continue this country's march toward a more perfect union. God bless you all. And now it's my honor to introduce my big sister in the Congress, a classmate of mine, past chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, an incredible champion for her communities and all communities. I'm Hakeem Jeffries, and I approve this message on behalf of Joyce Beatty.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I am Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, representing Ohio's 3rd Congressional District and proud to be Chair Emerita of the Congressional Black Caucus. Today, we members of the Congressional Black Caucus stand united with our civil rights leaders, with our Divine Nine, business leaders, and faith leaders. We are here to honor our legacy and to move forward to fight for justice, equity, and equality for Black Americans and for all Americans. But just as Black history is American history, justice for Black Americans is justice for all Americans. For more than 55 years, the Congressional Black Caucus has fought to empower the more than 120 million Americans and 85 and 20 million Black Americans that we represent. Our mission has been steadfast and undeterred to uplift and empower the Black community. The task is more urgent now than ever before. We have navigated a struggling economy, attacks on our democracy, and one unprecedented crisis after another, and yet we still stand. Today, we stand against the calculated campaign led by Donald Trump and his allies to dismantle, to gut, to suffocate voting rights and civil rights and all of our other protections. We stand against their efforts to whitewash and purge our history from classrooms, from books, from institutions and public life. We sound the alarm as our democracy faces relentless, coordinated assaults from a Trump.
The Congressional Black Caucus is full of people who aren't foundational Black Americans. I could tell you a few of them right off the bat, and I'm not even a scholar. I know right off the bat, Stephen Horsford is. His people are from the Caribbean. Hakeem Jeffries, his father's African. Yvette Clarke, she's Caribbean. Bobby Scott's a Filipino. It goes on and on. So there's no wonder they don't have our best interests in the forefront. They thinking about their own people. They're not thinking about us. And it feels right to them to deny our progress, to get in the way and stall our things. So when we come to them like, oh, we need to have our reparations, they don't want to hear that. They want to have a study. They want to sit down and talk about it like we don't know what we've been through. Like they don't know our people is due reparations. They got to have a study. Like they don't know we built everything. You see what I'm saying? It undermines everything. And you understand why when you realize the people who's in charge. It becomes very apparent. So we played a very intelligent card, and I'm so proud of you guys. It was a very intelligent thing we did by just not participating. We're just not going to participate. That's a G move. And now they all just look at the news. You see them crashing out every day. They're not crashing out over stuff that pertains to us, though. They crashing out over other stuff. And we just sit back and looking at them. Why you guys aren't participating? We're not. We're not. We are not concerned. That don't hurt us. We are not concerned. And we're not coming to the rescue. We're not at all. All those parades they keep having, you don't see us out there, and those parades are ineffective. All those little marches that they having, ineffective. And we just sitting back looking, just watching. The same way they do when we go through our crash outs. They don't come and help us, bro. They've never helped us. And every time we get some things together that should move forward to our people, it gets sidetracked. Just like that Black Lives Matter movement. You thought, because Black Lives Matter, you thought that all those funds you were giving those people was going to somehow trickle down to the Black community, and it didn't. They've done nothing for us. Absolutely nothing has come of that. Those people went and bought houses for themselves. They didn't do nothing for our community. Nothing. Same thing for the Congressional Black Caucus. Hundreds of them. They've done nothing for the Black community here in the United States. Oh, they've done stuff for the Caribbeans. They've done stuff for Africa. They've done nothing for us here. They've done nothing for us. We can attribute nothing to them. They don't help us at all. But because they put the word Black in their name, you will get a couple crumbs.
Look, y'all, I got some real fucking beef. And I shouldn't be at this point, but I am. And I think I'll probably be one of the very, very few Democrats or liberals to call these people out, but I'm going to do it. I'm ready. And I want to do this pause for a long time. The Congressional Black Caucus, the CBC, holds literally the most power on the Democratic congressional side. In Congress, Black folks run that motherfucker. What the fuck is going on right now? I literally went to the CBC's Twitter page, the Twitter X page. There was nothing about the Charlie Kirk situation. Do I expect them to say, we should kumbaya? Absolutely not. But don't, you are missing the fucking moment. Like, what are you doing? Call out the bullshit. You can speak with you can have a big fucking brain, CBC. Like, I'm dead ass serious. I'm so sick of it. Like, we should not be in this fucking place. We are in this place partially because the CBC, yes, I will say, because the Congressional Black Caucus held up Joe Biden where he should not have been. I'm not trying to go down that rabbit hole. I'm really not, because we're past that point. In this point, we're done with that. But where the fuck are you? You have said nothing. I don't want you to come out and praise or say we should kumbaya, like I say. But you can say we should not be this. We should not be a country where we gun down people that we disagree with. That's unacceptable. Charlie Kirk should not have died in that way. That's point blank, period. But at the same time, you need to be able to say Charlie Kirk was a fucking racist. He was a bigot. He didn't care about Black people. He didn't care about gay people. He didn't care about women or anybody in between any of those things. All he cared about is white fucking supremacy. You can say that. You had that fucking power. But you know what? Y'all are failing right now. And That I'm being so dead ass, and I'm probably the only fucking black person on the fucking social media that's willing to call y'all out right now, because it's a whole lot of tiptoeing. It's a whole lot of fucking tiptoeing. Listen to me. I listened to Jasmine Crockett's interview on The Breakfast Club today or recently. I support Jasmine Crockett. If I could vote for her, I would. She was keeping it a bug as much as she could, and I get her stance, and she's not wrong on what she was saying. But the time is now. The time is now where people like Jasmine Crockett, Rep. Jasmine Crockett from Texas, needs to call out leadership. And that's not just Hakeem Jeffries who needs to go. He needs to be booted the fuck out. Kick that motherfucker out. He is not meeting the fucking moment. Hakeem, a representative from New York City, Hakeem Jeffries needs to go. Bye. And Jasmine Crockett needs to be the first one to say it. The CBC ain't gonna like it. They gonna hate her for it. But you know what? Somebody has to fucking do it. When are you gonna meet the fucking moment? People, it makes no fucking sense. I'm gonna end this at 5 minutes because I don't want to take a lot of y'all time. But we are not in the George Bush days. We ain't in the Reagan days, of course. We're not in the Obama days. We are in Trump. We are in a world where bigotry and racism has been accepted, has been allowed, has been championed. If you want to be on the right side of history, do what you do. But we gotta call out these motherfuckers. And the point in this is the CBC. They need to be called out. From the top, from the leadership to the bottom. Like, it's like, where the fuck are you? As a black gay man in America, living in the Midwest, who has experienced racism and bigotry in all types of forms, where the fuck are you? I do not feel represented right now. You could talk a good game, but where the fuck are you? Y'all need to be out every fucking day talking about how much this motherfucker is a racist, how these people, how much MAGA is the modern day Confederacy. Where the fuck are y'all? Y'all leaving it up to these white consultants. Y'all leaving it up to fucking these lobbyists, aka APAC. Huh. I'm sick of it. Kick Hakeem Jeffries out. The president or chairperson of the CBC, you can go. We are done. The American people, the true American people, are fucking done with y'all shit. Like, let's go. Like, we are so fucking done. Done. And let me say this last thing. If you want to win in 2028, the presidential, listen to what the fuck I said. Because if you don't, you're going to lose again. You're going to lose again. Just like you lost in 2024. You're going to lose. As a Kamala Harris supporter, you're going to lose. You're going to lose. Bet.
Shut them down.
The reason why Black Americans do not have reparations is because you have an enemy from within that is giving all of your money to Israel. They're supporting Israel over getting you reparations. Let's read this. Yet to this day, the Congressional Black Caucus, the long-standing core of lawmakers dedicated to safeguarding civil rights and known as the conscience of Congress, has not issued a formal declaration condemning Israel. It hasn't even produced a statement calling for a ceasefire. The CBC's silence isn't accidental. More than half of its 61 members have been endorsed or funded
by the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, the powerful U.S. lobbying arm of Israel's agenda. And in the year 2023 through 2024 election cycle alone, AIPAC endorsed 26 of the caucus's members, raising $4.6 million for them and another $3.5 million for Black Democratic candidates. Your problem isn't the fucking white supremacy alone. Your problem is motherfuckers in high places looking like you, selling you out for fucking pennies on the dollar. 4.6 million and $3.5 million is pennies on the dollar. These motherfuckers owe you $20 trillion. Do you hear me? $20 trillion is what this entire planet has stolen from you, freedmen. Solon, what are you doing? Black man, Hebrew, I don't give a fuck what you call yourself. If you got bones here from chattel slavery, you have been sold out by those motherfucking lawmakers called the Black Caucus. You don't have reparations because these motherfuckers are draining you. They're draining you. They're burning the check on both ends and making sure you don't know about it. And they'll tell you some bullshit about we shall overcome and let's have a junction function. What's your motherfucking function meeting? To pacify you. These motherfuckers are stealing from you. You don't have reparations because they're stealing it from you. Wake up.
We are in day 19 of Black History Month, right? Have y'all noticed that the Congressional Black Caucus, all they talk about is defending the immigrants, the illegal immigrants, the immigrants, the illegal immigrants, the immigrants. We are in Black History Month. And what is the Congressional Black Caucus doing for us Black Americans? Have they put forth a bill, an anti-Black hate crime bill? Have they put any reparations bill? What have they done for us Black Americans? And a lot of them Congressional Black Caucus members, they not even foundational. A lot of them is immigrants themselves, Haitians, Jamaicans, yada, yada, yada. So I think we need to do away with the Congressional Black Caucus.
Black people have to have a Black agenda. If Black people don't have a Black agenda, then what's the point? He basically said everybody else has an agenda. Every business has an agenda, and every other demographic has an agenda, exclusively for them, for you and yours. And I'll tell you, I've been in, I haven't worked on the Hill, but I've been in and around the Hill, and I've, chopped it up with people on the Hill and spent some time with people on the Hill. Yeah, Black people on the Hill. And I honestly say this, man. There's a couple good ones, but they don't really stay good. But most of them have zero interest in politically lobbying for the interests of their Black constituents. That is not a thing. It is a political non-starter to lobby for anything specifically for Black people. That's why if you've ever spoken to one of these guys or one of these women that work on the Hill or affiliated with the Hill or the DNC or the Democratic Party, you find that their agendas are basically synonymous with the Democratic agenda. There's no Black agenda for these people. And if you try to tell them like, hey, we need something exclusively for Black people, I mean, that's the most important political move that we can make. They'll try to talk you out of it. I'm dead ass. And I'm not saying that these are bad people. I'm just saying that this is the way that they've been trained to indoctrinate the Black voting population into political activity. They have been indoctrinated to only see engaging with the Black community with a Democratic agenda. And a Democratic agenda is an agenda that
fights for literally everyone else except for your black ass. That's just the way it goes. That's the long and short of it. It is what it is. The only time we can be actually politically effective in this landscape is at a very local level, which is that's honestly where you can have the most power. But yeah, I'll say it again. None of these black people that you see on TV, on social media, that you might know personally, on the Hill, affiliated with the Hill, affiliated with the DNC, working with DNC adjacent organizations or initiatives, none of them have a substantive interest in moving the needle exclusively for black people. That is a fact. It's not a matter of opinion.
Is the Black Congressional Caucus even needed for today? In my humble opinion, I would have to say absolutely not. I don't see the need for a Black caucus. You see, you don't represent all Black people. Let's start there. You only represent those folks that aligns with your ideology and your values. So if I vote Republican, you don't represent me. You see, you don't represent me. You only represent those who align with your values. Just like Nicki Minaj, you guys turned totally against her. Even Donald Trump, the president, when he was a Democrat, you was all with him. As soon as he ran for president, you guys turned on him as a dime. And we got one of the greatest presidents in American history. But as far as the Black caucus is concerned, you're not even needed. You represent wokeness. You represent LGBTQ. You represent illegal immigration. Everything that I have values for strongly, you don't represent that, folks. Why don't you just eliminate that name Black and change the name of the Black caucus to the woke caucus? You talk about racism all the time. And many of you got white husbands and white wives. You want the borders to just be open to everyone, but you got your homes well protected so no one break in. But you want our borders to be open. Think about it. Amazing, isn't it? The hypocrisy. You claim and you speak about racism all the time, but you're the very one that's racist in your ideology. If you really, truly want racism to end, let's start by yourself first. Acknowledge your own actions that they can be very racist, because if a white person said, we want a white caucus, you will raise Cain all day and all night. You'll probably be even out there protesting, but you want to remain the Black caucus and you don't represent all Blacks. What hypocrisy. You folks are some of the biggest goddamn hypocrites I done seen. You rub the paint off the church walls and you can't find 1 ounce of forgiveness in your own body. You can't forgive nobody. You want to keep reminding people of the past, a past that you weren't even a part of. You had nothing to do with slavery. You was not enslaved. You personally was not enslaved. And you would swear you was the person that was enslaved. You don't want to let go of it. If you don't want to let go of the past, how can you move forward? If you can't forgive people of the past, how can you move forward? Huh? Think about it. America's great. You guys trying to help ruin it. You're aligning yourself with all these people that hate America. You don't represent me. and you don't represent many other blacks. You need to change yourself, because the Democratic Party is no longer the Democratic Party of old. It belongs to the extreme left and the progressives. You see the actions that they're taking? I don't hear you guys crying out about that. The hypocrisy of you people is disgusting.
Let's get this correct. Okay, I need everybody who is melanated and indigenous to the lands of America. Only. When did the Black Caucus become immigrant only? Don't get me wrong, you got a couple of old immigrants. No, not old immigrants. You have a couple of old melanated people who are indigenous to this land of America trying to represent us. But at the same time, when you mix them with the immigrants overpower. So that's how bills is getting passed for their people. Now, I done went on a Black Caucus website today. They got a summit coming up. And it's kind of funny how the summit says something about African Americans, then it said Black communities. Like, what the fuck is that? So either they African Americans or Black communities. I mean, you can't be both at the same time, right? So when you speak of African American, you're speaking from Africa. You're speaking for them. You're not speaking for us. The purpose to call us African Americans is for them to be able to come over here, integrate with us, and we still get shit and they get everything. Y'all have immigrants in your House of Representatives. Y'all have immigrants inside of everything. And this is why shit is getting passed and you are getting overlooked, because you keep on voting for Democrats and you keep on voting people in. Nobody is for you. Stop voting at this point. We need stuff for us and us only. We can't do what they do. They come over here, get refugee money. They come over here as Islam. They get in apartments. This is true. We just had a whole thing with a person who was literally a caseworker. Okay. I'm not going to say her name and I'm not going to say where she's from. On panel yesterday, speaking that they do get everything and grants and loans to go to school, which they talk about us on EBT, but you motherfuckers getting everything. Because your hoes come over here as refugees, because the only reason why they're able to do it is because the couple of people who are indigenous to the lands signed their fucking signatures. You don't see no Native Americans sign up for anything. You want to know why? Because they're part of them. They're part of the government. They're immigrants. Until y'all delineate yourself from saying I'm African American, we are going to stay in this repeated ass cycle. And newsflash, spitting in the tube ain't gonna tell you over there. United States people who had slaves already tried to sue Britain. And Britain said no. They threw that case out because they know you're not African. We already been here, done this. Time to wake the fuck up.
All right, y'all. You know, the Congressional Black Caucus really, why don't y'all just dismantle? Because you don't really represent anybody in the community. But every time we do see you, it's always about immigration. You know, that's the only time we do see you, if it's something for immigrants. But if it's anything for us, it's non-existent. They won't speak on it. They won't recognize it. They say and do absolutely nothing. I don't even see them as representation, but I know many in the community don't. You know, if anything, you know, a lot of people will say, get rid of them, vote them all out. But in all reality, I don't see that. You know, voting for them. I just think it is just, the organization is just too corrupt. You're not going to be able to do with, you know, anything. And voting all of them out, that takes time. That is not something you can do overnight. But yeah, you know, technically, you know, we don't have representation You know, we got a group that calls themselves Congressional Black Caucus, but they don't deal with any issues the community is concerned about. But for immigrants, oh, yeah, they'll burn your ear off about that. They got nothing but time to talk about immigration. So, you immigrants, y'all can have them. And I think it's funny anyway. Y'all can't vote for these people. Many of these undocumented people, they can't even vote. But I think, again, the plan was to flood the zone with a bunch of immigrants and then kind of phase us out and make us irrelevant. And they can't really do it because every time you get a Republican in office, they're going to reverse all this immigration stuff they got in place. And that's what happened with having Donald Trump in. Donald Trump ain't doing none of that mess that Joe Biden was doing, you know? So everything you tried to do, he's pretty much undoing it. So, I mean, so how do you really pull it off if every so many years you got a Republican that will come in and they won't go along with this immigration stuff? So, hey, it is what it is. But I don't trust the Congressional Black Caucus. And whatever they do, oh, well, you know, let them do it. But I don't trust them, and I don't see them as representation for no one but immigrants. You know, every time you do see them on TV, it's always something about immigration. You know, it's never anything that we want to hear about. It's never anything like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. So, y'all, this is my final live today. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it deeply. Let's see here. Curly Locks, thank you so much for the super chat. Shalom, y'all, and Miss Lisa. Thanks for your work. Thank you. Thank you also for your support from my channel. I deeply appreciate it. So y'all have a wonderful, wonderful evening. And if you're in one of these areas where it's snowing, stay safe. And I will see you all tomorrow on all different topics. Shalom, family.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 tribes on Earth. 8 ounces of oily goodness with a nozzle that prevents sprays and spills, and soft ingredients that make it perfect addition to anyone's morning routine. From coconut to castor, all these oils are hand chosen. After using this herbal blend, the biggest thing I noticed is how soft, how strong my hair was, and how good I feel. Pick up your bottle today and make your beard the star of the show.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Oh, we know, like, over these last several months, we have all of these outsiders from different nations here. And one thing they have not done is hold back on how nasty they are to us. And one of the big things they have been saying is, we have no culture. But I notice all of the people that say this, nobody on the planet is copying any of their cultures. I don't see anything that people are doing on the continent that's being duplicated worldwide. I don't see it happening from any nation in the Latin world, okay, or anywhere for that matter. But we do see ourselves being copied and duplicated everywhere globally. So I just find that interesting. The people that no one is duplicating their culture are telling us we have no culture. Okay, if you say so. And you know what? And I want y'all to also notice another thing. While they're telling us we have no culture, they're sitting there dressed like us. They're not dressed in their traditional African attire. They're telling us we have no culture while sitting there dressed like us. Go figure. So I'm going to show you. Let me get this video here. All right, let me share my screen. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Unc does not mean uncle, guys. Unc does not mean uncle. Does anyone know Unc does not mean uncle? What does it mean, Wyatt?
It means uncool, but like, I just found out what Unc means. It means uncool.
Did anyone else know that Unc means uncool?
I just found out that Unc means uncool. And
respectfully, shut the fuck up. God damn. Do you ever shut that trap of yours? No? I say that.
We absolutely need to start gatekeeping our culture. It's gotten to a point where white people feel so entitled and comfortable taking Black culture, especially AAVE, and whitewashing it to the point where they think they own the terminology and the uses of something to redefine what it means. Unc means one thing, and I'm not going to explain what it means to y'all because y'all don't need any further explanation to try to steal and regurgitate it back to us. But I know one thing Unc doesn't fucking mean, and Unc does not mean uncool. You know what's uncool? That you guys can't come up with your own slang. Back in the day when I was growing up, you guys had some cool ass shit you would say. You're on thin ice, pal. Oops, I'm just gonna scooch right past you. Get a load of this guy. Newsflash, pal. You guys have so many cool things that you could do and come up with yourself, but you are stealing Black speak, trying to make it something else, and telling us that Unc means uncool. On the first day of Black History Month, please stop. Stop.
That's one of the biggest talking points when you talk to immigrant Blacks. You know, we don't have no culture. They have no culture. They have no culture. We have no culture, but everybody in the world steal from us. You got Asians trying to get afros. You got Asians doing trap music. You got Asians doing Black spiritual music now. They got band choirs over there in Asia singing like Black people. You got African people, Dido and Burna Boy and all these people that try to emulate what we do, Nasty C. The list goes on. But we have no culture, but everything y'all do, it comes from
We are the culture, man. We are the culture of the world.
They sell a cereal, they sell a Pop Tart, they got hip hop music in it. You know what I'm saying? Like everything comes from what we do, but we have no culture. We are the culture.
Yeah, we are the drumbeat of the culture. Straight up.
Like
Black culture
it is popular culture. That and is arguably like everything from music to sports to, you know what I mean, just to cinema. Like everything is kind of like derived from Black culture. The Kardashians, that body type, the edges laid down, right? Just be 100% real. When you see an individual like myself and I got a mouthful of gold on, when it's from your culture, how does that make you feel?
I feel like if you do it, you got to respect us. If you do it and you don't respect us, that's where all the hate comes in. Just like the whole Kardashian shit. Like they don't respect Black women. They don't respect Black people. So, you know, in that sense, like we don't fuck with them. But if you respect us, we respect you. And, you know, it's right and wrong. Like wearing braids. Wearing braids ain't for everybody. But y'all will find out on your own when your hair start falling out. You see what I'm saying? We can't tell y'all what to do.
Back and shit.
Right.
I feel you.
We can't tell y'all what to do, but as long as y'all respect us, because, you know, you doing something that came from us.
Yeah.
That's what I think about.
Okay, it's like appropriating versus embracing. You can't go anywhere on this earth without seeing our influence. The problem is, unlike any other Black culture on the face of the planet, we have been colonized and monetized for profit by everyone, including the Koreans. K-pop ain't nothing but R&B. And the funny thing is, everyone's coming over here and benefiting from the fact that we put out the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. All of those things that started as the Black liberation movement, but then got shoehorned into civil rights because everybody wants to come off of our pain. American culture is Black culture.
They say Black Americans have no culture, but let's break that lie real quick. We gave the world jazz, blues, rock and roll, hip hop, gospel, funk, R&B. From breakdancing to the electric slide to TikTok challenges. The rhythm began with us, our soul food, built on love, legacy, and survival. Seasoning, flavor. That's Black American brilliance. Our hair is art. Our style gets copied every season. They study our drip like it's a major. They talk like us, from period to no cap to its giving. AAVE. African American Vernacular English seems to be the internet. We built movements, invented solutions, redefined greatness, and we did it while fighting to be seen as human. No culture? That's funny. Nope. We are the culture. Foundational Black American culture built this country, and the world copies it daily.
You can claim indigenous, but the sun reminds every non-Black race that you're all just colonized offspring. Asians suddenly want locks and textured hair, which isn't flattering or appreciated, honestly. Latinos are filling their bodies with Fix-A-Flat to mimic how the Most High sculpted her chosen, who are the essence of creation itself. Africans are literally pretending like no other. I mean, the cosplay is more disrespectful than the pretendians, to be honest. They cosplay in education, sports, medicine, politics, hair, beauty, you name it. They are the new school colonizers. And last, the group that is definitely least, the whites, the group that had to be in America so bad that you forced your filthy way in, who can't create their own culture, so they decided to mimic Black Americans. You even tried to hijack the Victorian era? This is how true Americans look before emaciated boats entered the East Coast. You still managed to make things look even worse. You came over here and learned how the indigenous Black Americans lived, not the other way around. They taught you about Thanksgiving and how to eat as a family.
Black culture is American culture. As an Indian man that was born and raised in America, I'm telling you right now, every aspect of American culture, sports, fashion, art, music, all of it, it's all Black culture. Black culture is American culture. This superior race bullshit that's being spewed right now, that's what it is. It's just bullshit. Because if you take away your money, you take away your business, you take away your influence, it all collapses. The American economy will collapse without you. Some of the single most greatest inventions that were created in America were by Black people. I'm just tired of this like narrative that like, oh, people are too ghetto. Oh, people are this and people are that. You'd be nothing without them. You'd be nothing without them. And this isn't just for like my Black friends. This is like for all minorities. They would be nothing without you. And another thing, stop supporting these corporations that literally disrespect you on a daily basis.
Y'all, I don't think the world understands that Black America got so much culture that it's a different version of it in every single state. A different way that they eat, a different way that they talk, a different way that they cook, a different accent, different way that they dance, a different way that they make music. It's so much drip and so much culture that other Black Americans travel to other states just so they can experience other Black Americans' cultures that's different from their Black American culture that they have created in their state. It's so much. It's so crazy how much culture and tradition Black Americans have. You know, I don't think the world appreciates it enough. It's absolutely crazy. It's crazy.
I'm gonna hold your hands real tight when I say this because I love you, but if you're a Black American, you absolutely have culture. Riddle me this. If we don't have culture, then what is it that the world is constantly trying to copy? I'm just saying, our music literally has moved and shaped the globe. Our flavor has built traditions from soul food to Southern staples. Our style sets trends before they literally even have names. Our rhythm, our slang, our creativity, it's all been studied, borrowed, and monetized. But here's what they can't copy. They can't copy our resolve. They can't copy our faith. They can't copy our endurance. And they can never copy our ability to run that pain into power. We're not less than. We're more than conquerors. And we have every right to be proud of who we are, baby. I love being Black, and my Black is beautiful. All right, I didn't say that motivation. I love you, but I love you best.
It hit me why people believe that African Americans don't have any culture. It's because our culture is stolen on such a large scale, and so many people adopt to what we do and the trends and culture that we create that they think it belongs to everybody. They steal it so freely and so easily that they believe it belongs to them. They believe it belongs to everyone. So therefore, they don't think we own it. But majority of what the world does globally is because of African Americans. So next time you go to your hip hop class, you start singing the blues, you enjoy your R&B, you look at your sense of fashion and style, you need to think about where that came from. Because I can almost bet you 9 times out of 10, somewhere up in there, it came from us. It's just that we have been stolen from so much from the beginning since we got here. People have taken credit for our inventions. People have taken credit for our thought processes, our theories, anything that we do 9 times out of 10 for a certain period of time, it was stolen from us. So people would look down and say, oh, African Americans don't have any culture. Yes, we do. You're just doing it, so you think it's yours.
So somebody finally said the quiet thing out loud, that people are stealing Black culture, and now everybody is mad at her. So a Korean American woman is letting it be known that K-pop is made from Black culture. And that shit is ruffling a lot of people's feathers. Matter of fact, look at this shit.
Some of you may know, some of you may not know. I'm Korean American. I was born here in the States. But let's talk about this. Is not a complicated conversation, okay? K-pop is not some isolated cultural phenomenon. It's Black music and Black culture. A lot of you guys have been DMing me. What do you think about K-pop? So I'm addressing it right now. It is Black R&B, hip hop, pop, systemized through a Korean entertainment industry.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but let's stop pretending. K-pop didn't just get inspired by Black culture. K-pop is Black culture. Stolen, repackaged, sanitized, and sold back to the world without the people who created it. And every time somebody says it, the internet gets upset. Like y'all can't see the choreography, the R&B melodies, the rap canvases, the streetwear, the hair, the slang. Where did that come from? Everything came straight out of Black American culture, like everything does. Mind you, none of this shit popped out of thin air. The entire foundation of K-pop was built copying Black artists. Not inspired, copy. The New Jack Swing, the early 2000s R&B, hip-hop dance crews. Korea studied Black culture like a textbook. And then what do? They turned it into a $1 billion industry, like they all do. But the crazy part, that we already know, they took the culture, but not the people. They respect the culture, but not the people. Go down the rabbit hole. You'll see groups dancing like Black artists, dancing like Black choreographers, wearing styles born by Black community. But where are the Black idols they stole it from? All right. They're not allowed to exist in that system they stole it from. And don't get it twisted. I'm not saying that K-pop isn't talented. I'm saying that the industry pretends the blueprint didn't come from us. Us. They act like the sound is original, like they invented that shit. But every single generation of K-pop owes its identity to Black American culture. You could borrow the style, but you can't erase the source. And you can't erase the source. For real.
For the people who are in denial about K-pop appropriating Black culture, right? The K-pop fans, I don't know. Something is very special with you. And I really want to know what type of la la land you be in, because like your country's racist. Okay. Everybody, like, we all understand that now, especially with this whole, like, you know, it's happening on X where like South Koreans are saying racist stuff about Southeast Asians based on like how they look. They're calling us monkeys. They're talking about how poor we are, all this. How do you think that these K-pop fans, which by the way, this happened at a K-pop concert, okay? The K-pop fan, the K-pop person said it to them. How do you think that they really feel about Black people naturally, given that Black people are just naturally melanated? But when you guys are saying on here, right, when Asian Americans and Black Americans are trying to talk together about like how we can exhibit changes and stuff, Black Americans exhibit racism from beauty stores. Who do you think own these beauty stores? Vietnamese people got the nail salons. My people, Chinese Cambodians, we got the donut shops, or we got the Chinese fast foods. I don't know how much more proof do you guys need in order to take accountability to understand that you cannot appreciate Black culture and give enough credit to the Black American community. Like, you cannot pay them or credit them enough when your country is quite literally racist and you guys discriminate. Like, I don't know how much more we can prove to you so that you can hold that accountability.
Black people are the cool. They're the
make things
culture.
cool.
They're the culture drivers of America without
Cultural
question.
filters,
In
for
some
sure.
ways, I guess that's, you know, maybe ancient Greece. What's democracy if not the original hip hop? How everything filtered out from there. Kind of, you know, the same way.
Love it when you call me Big Son.
The same way music's been taking from Black people forever.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's kind of been taking our shit between philosophy and democracy.
It happens every single day. People steal our style. They steal our culture. They steal our words. They steal how we dress, how we feel, what we drink, what we eat, everything. And we can't allow that to be a point where it's like, oh man, we ain't getting the credit. It's almost like you got to be like, oh shit, we got to do it even harder.
Exactly.
Like everything that we do, we move the needle.
right.
And we got to continue to do that.
People love the culture from Black people, and then when they see Black people go through the worst injustice ever, they quiet. Exactly. And it's like, we need that love. We need that. Give us that credit by standing with us so we can stand together, all nationalities. But you see us going through it, say something, because we're here. We're giving the world our sauce and all of that. And it's like, if you want to take that sauce or whatever you want to call that thing we give out to the world, then be there with us. Speak up against the injustice.
You know, I'm Jewish and Irish. I wish I was Black. Every white Jewish guy wishes he was Black.
Like, this world's amazing. I mean, let's also just be real. Like, I wanted to be Black. All the best players in the world were Black. All the best people.
Oh, why do you hang out with so many Black people then, huh? What do you want to be Black? Fucking a little bit. It's so much cooler some of the time, okay? Every white person wishes they were Black a little bit. Any white person who says they don't is a fucking liar or a cop, okay? Do not believe that
To be Black. I want to be Black. We live in a society that emulates Black people. We want to be Black, dress Black, talk Black. We text Black. I sent out a text this morning. I was like, yo, what up? Where you at? I've never said that sentence out loud in my life.
Like for me, I think my family's been trying to be Black for a long time.
You're like the Kardashians in here.
This is all the things to qualify as a culture is food, music, clothing, language, tradition. Okay, so tradition, cookouts, family reunions, Kwanzaa, we got that. Okay, language, we got Gullah Geechee, Creole, Tutnese.
That's
we
not
got
ours though.
Yes, that is.
We're talking about African.
That's literally our this Gullah Geechee, Creole, and Tutnese is languages that Black people made. So that's our languages. We have the most influential clothing ever. We made the style that's now today. Like nobody was doing this before. The putting the logo on clothes and stuff. Dapper Dan, that was a Black man who took Louis Vuitton bags and cut it and made it into clothing. The reason you don't see the culture is because people think African American culture is for everybody. Food, soul food. It's a difference between being ghetto and African American culture, because we do have culture and it has nothing to do with just the hood life. I'm gonna tell you, this is all the things to qualify.
Yours. Why do they try to take our stuff? We don't try to take nothing. We didn't try to take Elvis. We didn't try to take Joan of Arc. We didn't try to take Helen of Troy. We don't mess with they shit. We do not fuck with they shit. We fuck with they shit? Come on, be real. We don't try to take they shit. They always try to take our shit and recycle it and say it's theirs. American Idol. It's so English. It's so brilliant. American Idol. American Idol is the Apollo with white judges. Keep this shit real. But always trying to take our stuff. Ain't that a trip? We just loved us some Tina Turner, remember? They took her. Remember Lionel Richie? We loved him. They took him.
And that's the truth. That's the truth. You know, that little young brother knew what he was talking about. Now that girl sitting behind him, she needs to be quiet and learn. So anyway, and those two white guys that we're talking about, they get democracy and philosophy from them. No, nobody gets that from white men. I'm just telling you. In fact, usually when y'all fall out with other nations, they will tell you, and I've seen this, they will tell you they don't want no Western world democracy. They don't want it. They don't want it. And philosophy, I never met one person in my lifetime that get philosophy from white people. So I don't know what the hell the two of you are talking about. Maybe you just said that to make yourself feel better. I don't know. So anyway, y'all, we got culture because every single group that comes in this land copies our culture. All right. And like I said in the very beginning, they're telling us we have no culture while sitting there dressed exactly like us. Okay. You know, you can't make it up. You can't make it up. You know, I'm glad all of the things that are happening today are happening, and it's happening more on a more visible level than before. You know, we would have these little debates back in the day among each other. We knew these white people would be stealing from us all the time. And every now and then you'll even come across videos online where they're admitting the reason why they steal other people's culture is because they know they don't have one. And which makes sense. You know, if you really had one, you wouldn't have to study and copy other people, but that's what they do. And all of these other groups do it as well. The Africans too, all of you. You know, there is literally no group that comes on this soil and they don't duplicate us. None. So the next time somebody tries to tell you we have no culture, ask them what culture do they have, and is the whole world copying their culture? And they know they're not. You know, people are not copying African culture. It is not being copied anywhere. People are not copying no Latino culture. So these people, I guess they got to live out their little fantasies, let them live it out. We got more culture than they had in the last century. And then they said, well, your culture is made up. Ladies and gentlemen, all cultures are made up. It had to start some damn where. All of them are. all languages are made up. So when they tell you this, oh, well, that's made up, everything's made up, including the languages that they're speaking. And another one the Africans run to, you don't speak nothing but English. We live in America. We don't have to speak nothing but English. The hell you talking about? We ain't got to learn 50 different languages. We live in America. The only language we need to speak is English. I mean, what benefit is it for me to speak some African language and nobody around me speaks that language? That's not going to do me any good. All right? It's not going to do me any good. And being that Gentile groups don't get along with us, why would I want to learn their language? Why would I want to learn the language of people that openly hate my people? I fuck your language. I ain't got to learn your language. I'm getting around just fine without your language. So everybody, let me see here. Blacc or Us, 365. Thank you so much for the super chat. Always imitated, but never duplicated. But you know what? Blacc or Us, 365. The duplicate is never as good. You ever notice that? The knockoff is never as good. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. I do have clippings of the Donald Trump speech. I'm looking at all kinds of reviews. People said it was boring. His State of the Union was boring. This man babbled for 1 hour and 40 minutes. That is way too long. I don't believe a State of the Union speech should be no longer than maybe an hour. When for an hour and 40 minutes, that's outrageous. I wouldn't even want to sit and listen to Donald Trump's voice that long. So anyway, I have that coming up at 1:45. So I will see you then. Have a wonderful afternoon. Shalom, family. Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. We got yet another Caribbean complainer about us. And I don't see how these people get to complain so much about us when they don't even get to know us when they're here. And they come here with all of these predispositions about us, and they don't even know the history. They don't know what we've been through. Jamaica didn't go through Jim Crow. We did. Jamaica did not go through Reconstruction. We did. So a lot of stuff that we dealt with, they never had to deal with in the Caribbean. And I just like how they always take the opposition against us. It's like, I understand it's not all Jamaicans, but it's way too many. It's way too many out of the Caribbean that take these positions. And it is problematic. But we complain too much. But when ICE catch up to your ass, y'all sure do an awful lot of crying when you got to go back to your homeland. That looks like a bunch of crying and whining to me. So, oh yeah, y'all, just get ready. Let me go ahead and share my screen. They got a lot of nerve. They got a lot of damn nerve. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Oh yeah, they're complaining. Remember, they were doing all those videos on those Jamaicans telling us, Black Americans don't come to Jamaica, don't come to Jamaica. They were upset because there were women complaining during the hurricane about they didn't get any food, and and come to find out, they were from Bermuda. They weren't even us. But notice there was no apology, no nothing when they realized they were wrong. Well, now it has impacted their tourism. And I really don't care. Didn't you say for our people not to come there? All right. So if tourism is suffering now, that's on you. That's the way I see it. All right, y'all. Let's get started.
I'm not going to speak for my whole country. Love Jamaica. But I think quite a few Jamaicans think that you guys play the victim a lot. Like outside and looking in, it's like, gosh, them complain about everything. Look how much opportunity them have. Look how them can work. Look how them can buy $1 burger. And them over there complain. And that is how I was preconditioned, if I'm being totally honest. They're like, Shantae, yeah, don't go over there and waste the opportunity. Don't go over there and start complaining. Work for your own, focus on that. So that's always been my mindset. We're so focused on just making it. I really want to emphasize that. But sometimes when you just focus on, you have to eat, I think say somebody I touch you. I think say, oh, I'm gonna have the right temperature. I'm hungry. We are gonna do.
It is our job, or it's everybody's job, to be able to grow up and be able to see through other lenses and other perspectives without having to live that experience.
I know, get it. I'm gonna speak for my whole country. Love Jamaica. But I think quite a few Jamaicans think that you guys play the victim a lot. Like outside and looking in, it's like, gosh, them complain about everything. Look how much opportunity them have. Look how them can work. Look how them can buy $1 burger. $1. And them over there complain. And that is how I was preconditioned, if I'm being totally honest. They're like, Shantae, yeah, don't go over there and waste opportunity. Don't go over there and start complaining. Work for your own, focus on that. So that's always been my mindset. We're so focused on just making it. I really want to emphasize that. But sometimes when you just focus on, you have to eat, I think say somebody I touch you. I think say, oh, I'm gonna have the right temperature. I'm hungry. We have to do.
It is our job, or it's everybody's job, to be able to grow up and be able to see through other lenses and other perspectives.
So this Jamaican woman basically said that the way they view us, not the whole country, but a lot. Enough. The collective is that we just complain a lot. If Black Americans didn't complain, y'all wouldn't have no fucking opportunity to come over here. Y'all wouldn't be able to work if we didn't complain. If we just sat down and took everything that was given to us, if we stayed in shackles, if we stayed with Jim Crow, if we stayed walking outside potentially getting lynched and getting pop out in the street with no consequence, if we didn't fight back, if we didn't complain, y'all wouldn't be able to come over here and ride off the back of all of the things that we fought and complained about. Now, I know that this is really annoys me because y'all really come over here and y'all don't recognize that y'all are only able to come over here because of the work that Black Americans put in, because of the strife, because of the blood, sweat, and tears. I feel like I'm saying the same thing continuously over and over, video by video, because y'all don't get it. Why do you think you could come over here and get an opportunity? How are you even able to conceive of an opportunity here? It's because you saw people with the same field complexion being successful. If Black Americans just laid down and took it and didn't say nothing and was in good yes men and good slaves and good bootlickers like y'all want us to be, like how y'all are in y'all's countries, that's why y'all still colonized, can't even go to y'all's beaches. If we was like that, you wouldn't be able to bring your Jamaican ass over here to get a better life. There will be no resources here for you. I feel like y'all literally need to be saying thank you. Y'all need to be saying thank you. It gets to a point. It gets to a point. And y'all swear y'all work so much harder and y'all was so much better in the model minorities and the better blacks. Why y'all don't apply all of that hard work, all of that we so better, all of that we don't complain? Why y'all don't apply that to building up your own countries? I don't understand. If y'all are so much better, y'all work so much harder, y'all just work. Why not work and apply that? It should Since you just work so hard, shouldn't that apply to where you live at? Shouldn't you be able to apply that same hard work ethic to building up your own country?
And she's right. And the thing is, you really should be over there. Didn't y'all just go through a hurricane? Don't your island need to be fixed? A big part of Jamaica got torn up in the hurricane that passed through there over the summer. That's all the more reason why you should be there building your country back up. But instead of doing that, they're sitting here in America complaining about us. Unbelievable.
Because if Johnny had 5 apples, I feel like this is just another way of looking down on Black Americans to say we're better. All they do is complain. They don't appreciate anything. Y'all act like people just white people just woke up one day and said, "Oh my God, I think I feel like being a good white today. We're going to just free the slaves. I feel like being a good white today. We're going to just give them all of these benefits. We're going to just allow them to go to college. We're going to just, oh my God, I feel like being a good white. We're just going to let these people walk around freely and have opportunity." No, we had to fucking fight and work. We had to work. I don't know why y'all think that we just got these opportunities magically, like they just magically fell out of the sky. Like somebody just gave us something. It's a big misconception that somebody just gave Black Americans something. We had to work. I just uploaded a video from a woman in 1968. They were burning down 40 to 50 churches, bombing them in the 60s. That's not that long ago. They was lynching us in the streets in the 1900s. They was eating us in this country. The fact that we fought and stood up and complained is the only reason why immigrants could bring their asses over here right now and have a better life. We paved the way. Y'all, it's enough. The disrespect, the disregard. Spread of it's the Brooklyn way, child.
You know that at this time of the day, it would have been popping. It would have been so many people right here.
Okay, quick response. You just said it's normally popping right this time of year, and it's normally a whole lot of people out there. And right now, it's not a lot of people. Like, it's nobody there. And I just wanted to respond. Were you aware what happened y'all last major hurricane with Black people, with Black Americans? As you know, we've always came down to Jamaica. We've always loved Jamaica. We always went there. But do you know what happened the last hurricane? Last time, you guys got on the internet and y'all told us that we shouldn't be coming to your island like that. Remember? Y'all was just saying that a lot of Jamaicans got up there and said that. You had your girl Shay Forever, the girl from the Jamaican girl from the UK. You had all these different random like Caribbean people, like Jamaicans getting up there saying Black Americans are so bad, we're so this and that, all because they perceived a girl. One girl, she got up there talking shit during the hurricane. She was saying all kind of crazy stuff. Y'all thought she was a Black American. Instead of finding out this, doing your due diligence and finding out this girl actual ethnicity, y'all blamed it on us and started talking about our community, saying we shouldn't come no more. Saying that we're this, we're that. Oh, look how ungrateful and how entitled they act. Those Americans, you people really disrespected us. And then when it was all over, we didn't so much as get an apology. Okay, we didn't get anything. Oh, my bad. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize she was actually Caribbean. She wasn't a Black American. We didn't get nothing. We didn't get shishi from you guys. Okay, you talked about us. You disrespected our community. You told us not to come back. So there you go. And if you can't recall the incident that I'm talking about, it was during the storm. Right after that, Miss Jamaica fell off the stage. Remember that? Yeah, you can't play with everybody's community. Like, yeah. Oh yeah, and your girl, what is it? Shay Forever, the girl that's the British Jamaican girl. She said that Black Americans were the worst tourists ever. Like we're always we're the worst ones, and that she wished we wouldn't come to y'all's country and y'all island too. She said that way before this whole incident happened with the hurricane and stuff. So we got the message. I think that's why your stuff is empty. I'm not saying that some people won't trickle down there, but to be honest, y'all have treated us really nasty and really bad. And me personally, I will not be spending my money. My family normally comes down to Jamaica. We're not coming. But anyway, you have the day you just heard. Bye.
New details about the moment that stunned the Miss Universe pageant. Miss Jamaica, Dr. Gabrielle Henry, walking on stage in a sparkling orange gown when suddenly she trips and falls, disappearing. The 28-year-old ophthalmologist rushed to the hospital. Now the pageant revealing she suffered a brain bleed with loss of consciousness, a fracture, facial lacerations, and other significant injuries.
Recovery from a TBI and a brain bleed is a long process. People are going to be in the hospital for quite some time as they deal with complications and the immediate fallout of the injury.
After the incident, she was admitted to the ICU in Bangkok under constant neurological monitoring. Now the organization says she's planning to return to Jamaica, accompanied by a full medical escort team. Adding Henry will be transferred directly to the hospital for continued treatment and recovery.
All right. Now, Miss Jamaica fell off the stage shortly after they started turning up at us online, believing this woman from Bermuda was a Black American. And that was the Miss Universe contest. So Miss Jamaica was on the runway. As you can see, she was walking and then she fell. Yeah. Shortly after that incident, that's what this other woman was talking about. And, like I said, y'all said on all the videos, hey, Black Americans, don't come here. Don't come here. Okay, well, nobody's coming there. That's why it's empty. All right. And you islands, y'all really don't have a lot going for yourselves. Tourism is really the biggest thing you got going all over the Caribbean. It's not like you got other things. You really don't have much else. So if you run off, and our people were the biggest tourists coming down to Jamaica, you got a lot of money off of, the men and women here. Especially from our community, you got a lot of money. And ever since you started acting the fool online, now look at you. Well, you better pray those European come, because look like you're going to be missing out on all that money you used to get. I'm just saying, nothing happens for no reason. I'm sorry what happened to Miss Jamaica, but it's not a coincidence that it happened right after y'all start talking all that crap. Don't come back here. Don't come here. Don't come here. Okay. Okay. All right, let's go on.
Miss Universe Fatima Bosch recently telling our Juju Chang about that terrifying moment on stage.
But the scenario was like too dark and you couldn't see what was going on, so she fell. And of course, it wasn't her fault, like we have these huge like empty circles on the stage. So if you get distracted, you just fall. Like all of us in the practice were worried about that.
The Miss Universe organization accepting full responsibility for the fall, writing, "From the time the incident took place, the Miss Universe organization has stood beside Gabrielle and her family as if she were their own, assuming full and immediate responsibility without hesitation."
The statement also says the organization has covered all hospital, medical, and rehabilitation expenses in Thailand, as well as the accommodation and living costs for Dr. Henry's mother and sister. They have both remained by her side throughout this very difficult period. We don't know exactly when she's going back to Jamaica, just in the coming days, but we do know that she will likely go straight to the hospital there as she continues to recover.
Please recognize that a lot of the anti-Blackness directed towards Black Americans from foreign people of color derives from jealousy. See, to be Black American is to be marginalized and disenfranchised, but from a foreign perspective, you're marginalized and disenfranchised in America, which is the best place to be marginalized in. from a foreigner's perspective. I am from a foreign family. I've said this before and it bears repeating. My family is Jamaican. I'm mixed race. I was born in Montego Bay, Jamaica, emigrated to the United States when I was 5, and I am now a naturalized citizen. System and the university system, I have that lived perspective in addition to the lived perspective of being raised by foreigners. Like a lot of the opportunities for advancement, for job placement, for obtaining a formal education that are here in America, that exist in America, are of course taken for granted by American citizens who are born here. These opportunities are unheard of in most parts of the world. For example, in Jamaica, the opportunities for employment, right? You can graduate from high school here in America and literally go work at Targets or at the Dollar Tree or go learn a trade or something like that. It's not desirable. It's not what society wants you to do. You know, society says that you should be working in a corporate structure, but the opportunity at least exists. There's also opportunity for obtaining a 4-year college degree through the provision of student loans that are widely available to most eligible individuals, in addition to community college and junior college that's available to folks who wouldn't qualify for federal student loans, but who can work and put themselves through school and pay for tuition out of pocket. Those similar employment and educational opportunities do not exist in places like Jamaica, where you have to be born into a wealthy family to be able to afford a 4-year college degree, because there is no national student loan structure to pay for a university degree. There aren't as many places for employment that don't exist outside of like a hospital or the tourism industry, or if you're not related to a family member who works in like the HR department or the hiring department for a particular place of employment. For example, how I, as an American citizen, can walk into a Costco or a Walmart or a Target or something and be hired based on, you know, my experience or based on my knowledge or what have you. Those places don't exist in Jamaica. So being able to just walk into somewhere with a piece of paper and the ability to work and find that work, that itself, that opportunity is non-existent in most places in the world. So understand that foreign people of color who live in these places where opportunity is few and far between, unless you're born into the moneyed class or unless you're born into the noble class, look at Black Americans living in America and are envious and are jealous. And their thing is, well, what are you complaining about? You don't know anything about marginalization or what it truly means to be dispossessed or what it really means to be oppressed, because you're in America. You have all these opportunities, you have all these chances, you have justice, you have laws and discrimination laws that protect you. Those things don't exist where I'm coming from. So what's the big deal with you? And again, it's envy because, yeah, you're marginalized, but you're marginalized in America.
Yes, we figured out that much is jealousy. Yeah, we figured that. But
no, I saw what somebody wrote talking about you may be poor, but you're happy. Y'all are not happy. I tell you what, if you're happy, you look awfully miserable when you're bashing us on these videos. That's all I got to say. You look miserable as hell. And, you know, look, y'all, this is just one of these things that will always happen. You know, it seems like as we go through these final moments, we are really getting a full view of how much everybody hates us, including the ones out here in the diaspora. To me, they're even worse. How can you be melanated, come from a place, you know, Jamaica, all of the Caribbean, y'all, was a slave colony. How do you come out of that, come over here and hate somebody, especially other melanated people? What the hell? Now that's some damn, I thought we were bad. Boy, it seems like the diaspora is badly walking around with colonized minds. Bad. And then they come over here and they speak the same words you hear from white people. That you really can see how badly colonized all of these folks are out in the diaspora. It's sick. It's almost like a mental illness. It is deeply, deeply sick. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. I got yet one more live coming at 5:45, and this is going to be about the Congressional Black Caucus and how they have blatantly ignored us and have given all of their attention to immigration. So we'll get into that. So everybody enjoy your evening. Lisa. Okay, Lisa Fire, thank you so much for the super sticker. It went by kind of fast, so sorry about that. Thank you so much for the super sticker and your support for my channel. I deeply appreciate it. Shalom, family. Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, we're going to listen to some more people that have already been deported back to their home countries. And you're going to see how much they are now struggling. And, you know, it just goes to show you they can't improve financially unless they come to a country already established where they can get a leg up. But if they have to go back to their underdeveloped countries, they fall straight back to rock bottom. And it is the truth. So America is good, you know, when they're trying to pull themselves out of the squalor they come from. Oh, yeah, it's good because we know how they give all kinds of free goodies and money and everything to immigrants. Immigrants are catered to. The people that should be catered to, we get ignored. So, you know, politicians, they go out of their way to make it very comfortable for a class of people that can't even vote for them. And, you know, the whole concept of immigration is replacing us. That's really the whole concept. And that's the reason why it's not working out, because the ulterior motive is evil. They want to wipe us out and make us completely irrelevant and just kind of prop up these immigrants and push them ahead of us. But the outcome is not working out the way the Democratic Party, the CBC, had anticipated. See, Donald Trump has come in and he has really messed up their game big time. And even if they can get back in office, it takes some time. And, you know, with all of the scamming that the Somalians are doing, they may get a lot of pushback on giving free stuff and money to immigrants after billions have been stolen by these folks, these immigrants here in the country. See, it's never going to be the same from this point on. This scamming thing is huge. And like they said, it's the biggest in American history. So it just goes to show you immigrants need a place where they can get an easy leg up in order to do well. But back home, there are no goodies. There are no free money and Visa cards and debit cards for food and free housing and EBT and all that stuff, free medical. See, they don't get that at home. For everything, they must work, and the wages are ridiculously low. in South America, in the Caribbean, in Africa. That's why they come over here, because the wages are awful in those countries. So, you know, now the way I see it, you've lived and experienced America. Now you could fix your country. You know, but I notice all of you that got deported, none of you are talking about making changes in your country. You're just going to kind of fall in line and do whatever you need to do on a regular basis. You're really not going to fight your governments. Y'all sure don't have that fighting spirit. You can understand when you really look at these people, you can understand why each and every one of their countries are the big mess that it is. They don't have that same fighting spirit that we have. And you can see it. It's very obvious. The Latinos don't have it. They don't have it. They just want to be white and fall in line with white people. That's all the Latinos want in life. They just want to be white, and that's it. And so they don't have no fight in them. They really don't. Not when it comes down to fighting their own governments. They don't have no fight in them. The Africans don't have no fight in them. None of these Caribbean islands do. They have no fight in them. We're the only ones. That's why they want us out in these streets, because we are the only ones that will stand bold up in these folks' faces. They won't do it. They won't do it. That's why I'm telling you, their countries will never get out of the conditions it's in, because they just don't have that spirit on them at all. They don't have it. All right, y'all. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Yeah, what they're scared of their governments. You can tell they're scared. I was watching, after I had showed y'all, I think it was still summertime, the flood, this really bad flood hit Mexico. Oh man. And their president came out and they were complaining to her. And you know, all she had to do was do this. Shh, shush. She shushed them. And you know what they did? They shut right on up. She pretty much told them to shut up, and right there on the spot, they shut right up. And they were in a dire situation, and they let that woman come out there and pretty much shut them down. They couldn't complain to her. She wouldn't allow it. She was telling them to shut up, and they were shutting right up. And I was like, see, that's why y'all are never going to get out of the position that you are in these countries. Y'all are deathly afraid of your governments. You're scared. They're scared. All right, y'all, let's get started.
How much money did I have when I got deported? I saw a comment in there that said something about, oh, that's why you have AC in a car when you just got deported. So before I tell you guys all that, a little bit of my background story is, as some of you guys may know, I worked as a medical assistant for ICE, making $10,000 a month. And as a 21-year-old with that much money, I just ended up spending it all. Never did I think about saving. Never did I thought that I was going to be deported to El Salvador. The previous jobs I had before working as a medical assistant was McDonald's and Walmart. So I was literally living paycheck to paycheck. I never could afford anything that I wanted. So when I actually started making money as a medical assistant, I just ended up spending all of it. Never really saved, never, nothing. I would spend it on trips with my girl at that time. I would take her to wherever she wanted to go. I would give her money for the things she had to pay. I just never really saved. I would spend it on watches, shoes, chains, everything I couldn't afford before. So when I got caught by ICE and I ended up being deported to El Salvador, I realized that all the money that I ever made in the United States had gone. I had $98 when I got deported to El Salvador. Got to the point where I couldn't even afford a cell phone. And they have cheap cell phones over here, like $60 cell phones. And I couldn't even afford that. So my dad was actually the one that bought me one of those $60 cell phones, Android. And that was my way for me to be able to communicate with people and my family back in the States. And out of my whole family that actually wanted to come visit or stay here, I was the only one that did not want anything to do with El Salvador. And I ended up being the first one to come here. It's hard, but to the comment I saw that said I have an AC and a car when I just got deported. So no, I didn't just get deported. I got here in 2020. I just had never actually been vocal about it, never spoke about my experience until now that I was like, I'm going to tell people what it feels like to be deported, because I remember when I got caught, I didn't know what was going to happen to me. I was uncertain about my future. I knew I was going to get deported, but I didn't know what the process was like. So I just want to share my story just in case it does end up happening to somebody else and they don't want to go through pretty much that mental breakdown I had when I got locked up by ICE.
The worst job you're gonna get once you get deported is a call center job. I've worked at Walmart, painted houses, scrubbed toilets for a living, and nothing messed me up more than a fucking call center job in El Salvador. The first jobs I had when I got deported was actually a call center. And I said never again. And here I am on my first day back to a call center job after I swore to myself that I was never gonna do this shit again. I slept 3 hours the day before, and I left the house at 6 in the morning because it was supposed to be a 20-minute drive from my house to the site. Bro, I got there at 7:30 in the fucking morning and I was supposed to be there at 7. I almost said, fuck this, man. All for $700 a month.
So this Latina, who is a Trump supporter, got deported from Mexico back to the US, and I want to use this video to show y'all, no matter how hard you try, you will never be white.
Now, did you hear that last guy? Did you hear what he said? When he was living in the United States, he was making $10,000 a month as a medical assistant. When he went back to El Salvador and got a job, he's now making $700 a month. See, that's why when they get caught by ICE, they are crying and kicking and screaming, because the money they make here in the States, they will never, ever, and they know it, they will never, ever make that same kind of money back in their homeland. Okay? He ain't gonna come close to no 10,000 a month in El Salvador. He's not gonna come close to that. So he went from 10,000 a month to 700 a month in his home country. That now you know why they be crying and wailing when they get caught by ICE.
And I say that because she made videos going, oh, look, people are making too big of a deal about Trump and the deportations. He's only going after criminals. If you want to be here, you should do it the right way. Then she goes to Mexico, gets stopped by authorities while she's coming back from a concert. They check her papers and then they deport her. Now, they deported her because she overstayed her visa. I know some people are like, well, you should have done it the right way. Calm down. let's just give her a little grace here. She's not a criminal. Sure, she has ideologies you don't agree with, but she wasn't committing any crimes. She was down in Mexico partying it up. Now, this is where the you'll never be white part comes in. There's over 1 million undocumented white people living in Mexico. They are taking advantage of the system. They're not paying taxes. They're down there just partying it up. And like advocates in Mexico have been saying, that authorities don't go after white people. They actually go after brown people. So you were racially profiled in a country that you were trying to get dual citizenship for. So if you were racially profiled in Mexico, what do you think is going to happen to you in the US when Trump comes into office? Because there are at least 500,000 white people undocumented in the US, and they're never bothered. Because I need you to remember that the immigration system was never set up to hurt white people. It was set up to hurt people of color globally. Our movements are constantly restricted, while white people are never bothered when they do the same thing we do. So as much as you say, oh, well, if you want to come to this country, you have to do it the right way. It is not about doing it the right way. It is always, the immigration system has always been about hurting Black and brown people, no matter where we are in the world. So please keep thinking how you're safe now that you're in the US, back in your home country. They don't see you as a US citizen either. They want to take away your citizenship. They want to denaturalize people. So please, let's get rid of that colonized mind, because this immigration system was never made for us.
So I've gotten this stupid ass question so many times in my videos, I feel like I need to address it. And that question is something along the lines of, why did I not get any papers while I was in the States for 24 years? And I will never claim to be an expert on immigration or politics in the United States, but what I can speak on is my own experience and what I had to go through while being in immigration and how broken the system is. For example, I knew 3 guys while I was in immigration. One guy was charged with a DUI and owing child support. One guy was charged with stealing $1,200 from a place he worked at. And then the third guy was charged and convicted for SAing a underage girl who he was the parental guardian to at the time. And out of those 3 guys, which one do you think was allowed to stay in the United States with a green card? If you guessed the guy who SA'd the little girl got to stay, you are correct. Other guys were ordered deported. Both had immigration lawyers and both were told that no matter what they do, they are probably going to get deported. Now, I had DACA from the ages of 18 to 26. I had DACA. There was no pathway for us to get citizenship or residency unless you married an American citizen. That was the only way. But for all the people judging in the comments, you guys might want to read up on your own immigration laws and how your system works before you go around judging people who try to make a better life for themselves and risk everything by going into the United States illegally.
So I live in Chicago, right? And shit's all sweet, right? I'm trading, I'm boxing, I'm golfing, right? Life's sweet. Come January, I am getting deported. My visa ends. Because I'm from Finland. I'm not a citizen, right? And not only am I getting deported, I'm getting deported and going straight to the Finnish army because every man has to go to the army. That's some like fucking bullshit, dude. How am I supposed to fucking trade in the army, dude? And I have to go there for a year or 6 months. It's fucking stupid, bro. Fucking. Yeah, she knows what's up, bro. It's fucked up, bro. Come on.
My person will see it, and if you go in the system and call them, you will see they give you ID. Call who? Who's them? It's called a tag agency place, but they give you ID.
Where?
They give you an international ID. All you need to do is transfer your passport over. That's me. Yeah, I have
okay. What's your real license? Where's your real license out of?
My real license is in my purse, but that's the same.
Okay,
it's the
is it
same
from
name.
Florida?
No, it's from here.
This is Florida.
Well, I don't know. It's from here.
Okay, because we ran your name too, and your name doesn't exist either. It is not real. You did not get it from the state of Florida. Thus, you can't possess it. It is illegal to possess a license.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Did you get it from the state of Florida?
I get it from somebody who said.
I see ID on there, but I is it 490? Is it 490? Obviously fake. She wanted to. I mean, does it look fake? Does it look fake?
All that tether babbling is not going to get her out of this one. What do you mean you got your ID from a Thai place? Red flags instantaneously. And did y'all pay attention to the police officer? He kind of had like a Caribbean accent. And when they hand him the ID, he was kind of hesitant to say that it was fake. I feel like if it was just him by himself, he would have let her go. Florida Police Department need to be investigated. But obviously, this was a fake ID, and this was a Jet 2 holiday because her husband, she called her husband to pull up to try to get her out this one, and both of them got deported because their visas been expired 10 years. 10 years, they've been expired for 10 years. So you telling me within that 10-year period, you didn't do anything to change your immigration status? You just sat here and chilled? But yeah, Jet 2 holiday, they both gone, and Florida Police Department need to be investigated because I'm pretty sure that that dude with the Caribbean accent would have let her go if it was just him by himself.
It's already been 6 months since I was deported from the United States, deported, sent back to a country I never lived in, left my entire family, my mom, my brothers, my friends, my family, everybody I ever knew. Just thankful to be alive. Thank God they got me through this, you know. Could be worse. I could be, you know, sitting in a prison cell or something. I'm just grateful to be, you know, be able to actually make this video. Yeah, 6 months trying to readjust my life. Never lived here. Don't know anybody. Don't have a job. Don't even know what to do, where to even start. But people say it's paradise. It's beautiful out here. And it is beautiful. It is. Mountains. Trees. It's 83 degrees right now. Mountains everywhere. Nature.
So this is what happens when you get caught in Mexico. How did they even find me in the first place? I was coming back from a concert in a bus stop at a toll booth. Some guy came in asking for ID. I showed him my California ID, but I didn't have my passport. Next thing I knew, I was in a van. I got to the immigration office. They patted me down, took away all my belongings. They looked me up and they saw that I overstayed my 180-day tourist visa. Long story short, they didn't let me leave the immigration office until I bought my ticket to go back to the USA, which is crazy because I already have my dual citizenship in process, but it's not complete yet. That could be why it didn't show up in the system. The closest flight I could get had multiple stops. Before I went to LA, I stopped at Monterrey. I thought it was going to be a smooth process going back to the United States, but then this happened. I didn't get my little paper stamp that they give you when you enter the country, so I ended up missing my flight. And anyone that overstays their 180 days, you have to pay a fee of 717 pesos, which is $35. But since I'm being kicked out of the country, I didn't have to pay that. Anyways, they got me another multiple stop flight. So it took me 2 more flights before I got back to the United States. Yes. And once I saw the Edgar cuts and the LA outfit, I landed back to the motherland.
What is this? Trump 2020. Yeah. You're a Trump supporter.
No.
They gave us these wristbands right before we entered Mexico. We had to wear them to get food. If you didn't wear it, you got nothing. Everyone had to put it on, even if you didn't want to.
Do you hope to go back into the US in the future and start your life again?
I wouldn't think twice. Life was safer over there, but I don't know how to get out of this. The truth is that living like this is extremely difficult. That's the truth. It's very difficult. Sometimes I sit and wonder what I'll do next, but there's no answer. That's the reality here in Mexico.
Just wanted to help you out a little bit. There's $200 for you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, sir.
All right, man.
God bless.
Don't answer the door. Do not answer the door. Your family has rights. Can you imagine Gestapo just banging on the door? I can imagine how scared. But I still feel that way. I still feel like I'm the exact same person, but I'm stronger, and I'm here to speak up, and I'm here to tell the stories of those that cannot tell their own story, because if they do, they're gonna get picked up. But you know what? Fucking ICE.
And I wasn't there when I came knocking on his door, but somehow I can see every single moment.
It's the life of a lash artist from Dallas, Texas, who got deported after being in the U.S. for 28 years. When I was a little girl, I was 2 years old, and my parents took me illegally to the United States, which my parents were illegal too, and all of my siblings were U.S. citizens, but they were not the age of 21 and older. I was processed by ICE because I did not have a license and I did not have a social, so they allowed me to continue to fight my case in the U.S., so I fought my case. But in 2019, they decided, from 2013 to 2019, they decided, and the court decided, that I needed a voluntary departure because I did not hold any of these things, right? So when I went to court, my case was closed. And when I went to go report, because I was out on recognition since 2013, they basically told me that I would be eligible of a petition since I was married to a U.S. citizen. I had already gotten married, but the lawyer that I had at the time gave me bad legal advice and told me to just return to my country and find a job and make a living here. After I left court, I went to go report, which is something that you have to do when you are trying to apply for your residency or just trying to stay in the States, period. So I showed up, and the judge who had been before me my entire time going to court told me that that lawyer had given me bad legal advice and for me to get a new lawyer. So I ended up finding a new lawyer, and he petitioned for me. My husband is the one that is a U.S. citizen. So I filed a petition and I filed a cancellation of deportation, which was supposed to cancel the deportation. But with everything happening with Trump right now, there's no way for them to cancel the deportation because it was already there. That is the reason why I'm in this position in the first place. My parents never had the money to fix papers for me. So this is why I'm in this position. I also never applied for DACA because my parents didn't have the money, and they didn't have the money to even fix papers for themselves. We always had really poor jobs and really sucky jobs just to make a living. It just wasn't possible. And I hope people could just understand that. If you have nothing nice to say, please do not comment on my videos. Do not send hate. The last thing that I need right now is a couple people saying a bunch of ugly stuff. There's such many beautiful messages that I have received, and it definitely outweighs the bad. So you're basically wasting your time commenting ugly things because I am not reading them. I hope this video helps you understand my immigration process clearly.
Yes, I got deported.
Oh, here we go.
After 20 plus years and 97+% of my life in the United States.
Oh, it's about to be some shit.
ICE agents picked me up in Chicago and threw me in jail for 3 weeks because my parents did not file my paperwork correctly.
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no.
They brought me to the United States on a visa, overstayed that visa, had opportunities to appeal it in court, and my father did not show up to court.
Oh, daddy.
Now I'm in the United Kingdom, and this country sucks. And it has made me more America first.
Oh, you didn't think he was going to say that shit, did you?
Because you see that outside of London, all of England is a third world country, a dump. I hate it here.
But yet folks out here hating on America.
And I am excited and ready to go back to the United States, but I have a 10-year ban to wait out.
This man said he has to wait 10 years.
And I'm waiting to bring my fiance over because I had a wedding scheduled that I had to cancel.
Oh, no, man. Oh, no, man.
And it's taken everything in me to forgive my parents for what they've done to me and what they've caused. But I'll keep going on.
Notice how he blamed his parents and not Trump? The guy who's in it. But there's plenty of folks out here that would go, oh, Trump, you voted for that. That's what you voted for. No. His parents did not do the responsible thing and the stuff that they were supposed to do to make sure that their family became citizens in the country in which they wanted to reside. Period. Trump, go get this dude, man. Do whatever you need to do to magically wand go get this guy. That is probably the most mature response in that situation. that I don't think I could even do. Because I'm blaming everybody.
It's fucked up, man. Ice got my boy, man. He left everything behind. And they just left the door wide open, man. They just deported the man. Money. He left behind everything. Jewelry, clothes. It's crazy. But this is wild. This is some crazy stuff, man. Man, this shit crazy. Man, fuck ICE, man. This shit is wild. This shit is wild. Damn. Man, this shit fucked up, man. God damn. All the kids shit. Man, they just left the place wide open like this here. They just took them and left the place wide open. They ramshacked the place, man.
Yeah, last week I was watching a video of this woman that lived next to immigrants that got deported. And she said she saw their dog running around in the neighborhood because she didn't know they were deported. That's how she found out. She was like, why is the dog running around all over the neighborhood? And one of the neighbors saw it, saw ICE come and drag the family out of the house and deported them. So she caught the dog and took the dog in. And the only thing this dog would respond to was Spanish. So as long as she spoke to him in English, he just kind of just sat there and just looked at her. But as soon as she spoke some words in Spanish, you could clearly see he would perk right up because that's probably what he heard all day long was Spanish. So she was like, well, I guess I'm keeping him. Yeah, because those people, chances are they may not be coming back at all. They may not be coming back at all. And y'all, a lot of their homes are empty. Do you know, in many cases, let's say our people needed a home, you could technically walk in that home, take it over. If they got a mortgage on it and you just picked up the mortgage and paid it, the mortgage company won't even say nothing or put you out. As long as the mortgage is getting paid, it don't matter who it's getting paid by, just as long as it's getting paid. They won't even say nothing. They wouldn't even say nothing if you occupied the home and just paid the bills. The mortgage company, the gas, and none of them will say anything. They're only concerned about the money. They are not concerned about who's physically in the house. So technically, if our people need somewhere to go and these immigrants got snatched out of their home and their home is just sitting there, you literally could technically take it over. I'm just saying. So anyway, y'all, you see how deep it is. You see how each and every one of them went back to their countries and they weren't making nowhere near the money they were making here in America. I said, see, that's why you can't run these people out with a rifle. You couldn't run them out of here with a rifle because they know they got it good here. Definitely. Believe it or not, they don't care. I had, when I was growing up, I had, I was an adult. I was a young adult, but I had a few friends that worked for a mortgage company. And they will tell you, they don't care who's in that house. As long as you are paying the bill, they won't even say nothing. Even if you went in there and said, well, they got deported, so I'm just going to take over the house. I'll just pick up the mortgage and stuff. Do you know they ain't going to say nothing to you? They're not going to tell you you should leave. All they want, it's all about the money. If you got the money, they ain't going to say a word to you. Not one word. Not one word. The police wouldn't even come and arrest you. I mean, that's how deep it is. They just want the money. As long as you can show you can pay the money, they don't care who's up in there. They don't care. And that's happening a lot, you know, a lot of abandoned pets, a lot of abandoned homes, and all kinds of, and, you know, and that's not unusual. When he walked in that house and the door was open, ICE don't care. They'll leave your door wide open. They'll just grab you and your family out of the house. They don't care if they leave the front and back door open, and they'll just leave it like that and just go. That's more common than uncommon. Definitely. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, you'd be surprised because that's happened around here. I found out not long ago. There are quite a few houses that are empty that Latinos were in. And them houses are empty because of ICE raids. And the houses are just sitting there, fully furnished, you know, because they got deported. So they couldn't take all the stuff in their house. So you take the house, it's fully furnished. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they're given a lot of help, you know, no matter how much these immigrants talk about, oh, they came over here with $1 and got that, they get a lot of help. They get a lot of government help that we never get. That's how they can get a Mercedes and all kinds of cars for everybody in the family, plus their house, because they get a lot of government opportunity and loans and stuff that's not offered to us. That's why. Mm-hmm. They can get bank accounts with no social. Yeah, the banks will let them open accounts with no social. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So y'all, yeah, you can see when they get back to their home country, they go right back to rock bottom. They go right back to rock bottom, having absolutely nothing. And that is happening to a lot of them. So if they're not wise with their money, they're going to be going back to their home country broke. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you once again for being here. Now, I do have another live coming up at 3:45, and that is a Jamaican woman, again, doing an interview. She was doing an interview and said that we're always, you know, Black Americans are always playing the victim. And I was like, where do these people get off talking like this? Okay, obviously, you must have been playing a victim. You came over here and left your homeland. Why didn't you just stay in your homeland? If you don't believe in being a victim, you got out of there because you knew there was no opportunity. And you came over here, and then when you get here, you're complaining about the very population that made it possible for you to be over here. Man, I don't care if ICE run all of them out. I really don't care. I really, truly do not care. Y'all, I will see you later at 3:45. And my final live will be on the Congressional Black Caucus or Congressional Immigrant Caucus. So have a wonderful afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, shalom.
Beware the beast man, for he is the devil's pawn. Alone among God's primates, he kills for sport, or lust, or greed. Yea, he will murder his brother to possess his brother's land. Let him not breed in great numbers, for he will make a desert of his home and yours. Shun him. Drive him back into his jungle lair, for he is the harbinger of death.
What's good, everybody? It's your brother, Mad Blacc, the most dangerous and the most toxic Black man on the internet. and I am Blacc up in your face again with some more pro-Black commentary. So everyone's been talking about this subject, so I figured I'd give my 2 cents on it as well. And it is the subject of the President of the United States reposting a video that showcased the Obamas, Michelle and Barack Obama, as apes. And, you know, obviously it has caused quite a stir on social media and in mainstream media. You even have big time politicians talking about it. So I figured I'd give my 2 cents as well. Now, I started off this video by doing my own little intro. And that intro, for those who don't recognize it, that is dialogue. The audio of it, anyway, came from the very first Planet of the Apes movie that came out in the 1960s. I know some of you are either too young or you're not sci-fi fans, so you may never have seen the original Planet of the Apes movie, but it is a classic, and I recommend everyone check it out just on a level of understanding the themes of that movie, not so much just the spectacle of it, but you really should check it out just to understand the themes of what's going on in that film. I know a lot of people are more familiar with the newer Planet of the Apes movies, the ones where they showcase the rise of the ape Caesar and how the apes took over Earth. Those are also amazing films as well. Very great with the symbolism and the story arc of it all and how it all connects back to the original Planet of the Apes movie. But I played that audio because I felt it was highly appropriate based on what the Tangerine decided to do on his social media. Now, what was interesting to me about the whole thing, not surprising, but interesting, is that he decided to do it late at night. So like while he was up at night, you know, that's where these white supremacists love to showcase their racism because they're cowards at heart. So a lot of them like to come out at night and they like to post racist stuff, or they like to troll and harass Black people who are already on social media. Because I notice that's usually when I get a lot of my racist comments from the bigots and the MAGA mutants. They usually show up late at night because they're up at night for some reason, probably playing with themselves, watching interracial porn or whatever, and they just get mad and they have to go out there and make themselves feel better by harassing and tearing down Black people. So even when Black people are asleep and there's no Black people around them, we're always on their mind, and they just wake up in the middle of the night thinking about how they're going to torment and harass Black people. You see that? So that was the one interesting thing that struck me about this, is that Trump has the same mentality as your average white bigot. That's why he's so attractive to them as a leader, because he does the type of nonsense that they like to do on a regular basis. So, you know, but as far as him posting a video like that, I'm not surprised by it. This has always been Trump's mentality. And I know there are people trying to, you know, run interference saying, well, listen, Trump's not racist because he takes pictures with Black people. Like as if that is somehow going to mitigate someone's bigotry and racism. Slave owners used to have themselves painted in portrait with their slaves. Okay, so that whole idea that being in proximity to Black people somehow alleviates the idea that you are a bigot or a racist is nonsense. But it's pretty obvious, you know, Trump's mentality, and especially, like I said, the fact that he would go so lowbrow as to compare any Black people to apes or whatever. I mean, that's like the lowest common denominator of white supremacy, where they compare Black people to animals, especially to apes, and they call Black people monkeys and whatnot, and make jokes about Black people having tails. That's like the lowest common denominator of the racist and the bigot. You really don't win any points for doing that. And most Black people, while it's offensive to us, it's almost not that big of a deal. Like we've all pretty much dealt with that type of nonsense. And a lot of us Black people, especially Black Americans, will just kind of laugh it off and kind of go on about our day. Like, we don't care that that's how you think about us. We kind of assume that about you anyway. And we know that you're a devil to begin with. So it's like, whatever. But of course, anytime you have a white supremacist like Donald Trump doing anything racist, you're going to have some of the biggest buffoons and buck dancers and butter biscuit eaters come out there to defend him. So of course, you got the classic bootlicks like Tommy Sotomayor. He came out there to defend Donald Trump, and I guess thinking he's going to earn himself some more butter biscuits or whatever, and say that comparing Black people or the Obamas to apes, that's not racist or whatever. And he made all types of nonsensical excuses. And then you have this clown here. What's his name? Terrence something. I don't even know this dude's name half the time. He's just annoying, right? And I pride myself on trying to avoid doing content about him. I know there are other YouTubers who have talked about this clown, especially like Torian Rain has called this clown out several times. I personally have been avoiding doing videos about him because I'm afraid I'm going to say something that's going to get me taken off of YouTube. Okay, because he has that type of personality where he's just very whiny, and he's very, like, I can tell he was someone that probably got bullied when he was in school. Whether it was he was probably bullied by if he went to school with white kids, he got bullied by them, and if he went to school or lived in a neighborhood with Black kids, they bullied him too, because he has that type of demeanor. He's the type of kid that would tell on you, or remind the teacher that we have a homework assignment that's due, or remind the teacher that we have to take a quiz. He's that type of brown-nosing clown. So I can pretty much guess that wherever he was in life, he got bullied, and his little performative buck dancing and bootlicking, that's his way of getting revenge on the Black community by doing that, right? So of course he came out to defend Donald Trump, and like he went hard in the paint for Donald Trump, because like now people were saying like, well, you're a MAGA supporter. What do you got to say? Are you going to denounce Donald Trump about this new incident where he's posting pictures of the Obamas as apes? And this is what this clown said. He went hard in the paint to defend his god, Donald Trump here. So let's listen to what he has to say. I'm not going to play the video, but I'll play the audio so you folks can hear this punk and how he went out of his way to defend Master Tangerine himself.
I am under so much pressure right now. I am literally under so much pressure. I have so many friends, family members, so many people on social media demanding that I condemn Trump. People are threatening me, calling me, emailing me, texting me, blowing me up on social media, telling me that I have to condemn Trump. If you want me to do that, unfollow me right now. Please unfollow me. Unfollow me right now. I do not care. Okay? Do not call me ever again. Do not text me again. Do not inbox me ever again. I do not care. You will not bully me into doing something that I absolutely do not want to do. You will not shame me into doing something that I absolutely do not want to do.
So he's basically telling you he's a hardcore bootlicking, butt-kissing Negro. And he will never denounce his master. And his master is Donald Trump. So he'll never denounce him. But like I said, just listen to his voice right there. Listen to that audio. Tell me that does not want to make you give him a DDT or like a tombstone pile driver or something like that, or just clothesline him when you hear that. Doesn't he just annoy you when you hear that? I know he got bullied on the schoolyard. I just know it based on that audio right there, right? So once again, anytime you have one of these bigots do something, you're going to have a lot of these Black bootlegs come out of the woodwork to defend them. So that's not surprising at all. And a lot of you fools, when you do that, white people, even the white people who are bigots themselves, don't take you seriously. They know you're nothing but a crash test dummy and a cartoon in the way that you're going out of your way to support hate against your own people. So I mean, that's not a surprise either. Now, getting back to the whole portraying Black people as apes thing, let's be honest here. Let's be 100% honest. We all know that Black people on this planet are the original people of this planet. And if there is any race that is low grade or is mixed with any type of animal, it has to be the Caucasian, just from their basic behavior of hanging around in caves, the way they like to eat things like raw meat, and the way that they like to make excuses for terrible crimes like child molestation. This is all the behavior that you would see in the animal kingdom. And we all know that if you took a monkey and decided to shave all the hair off, what color that monkey's skin is going to be. So all that nonsense about calling Black people apes and joking about Black people looking like gorillas or monkeys or apes, all that is projection. They know who the true apes are on this planet, or who have the closest relation to the ape on this planet. And all you gotta do is look at some of these side-by-side pictures and you'll see who the true ape and the true monkey is. So I don't want to hear that nonsense about calling Black people apes. Once again, that's easy pickings for your average bigot, and it's a lot of it is internal projection of what their true nature is. And to be honest, I don't even like comparing apes to Caucasians. In my opinion, that's disrespectful to the apes. I often go to the zoo just to observe the gorillas and the chimpanzees, and I find them to be very fascinating, and I love the way that they live in harmony and in peace. So they know how to have a community and how to have a family, but you look at some of these MAGA Neanderthals, and you can see that they have no idea what it means to have community, have harmony, and have peace on this planet. So even in that, even comparing these demons to the animals of the planet, even that is somewhat disrespectful to the animals and to God's creation. So you folks can let me know how you feel about all this in the comments section. I'd love to hear your opinions on this subject. Anyway, Mad Blacc, and I will be back on my foot on a devil's back.
Warning. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
Family, we have a saying in the Black grassroots: let them talk long enough, and they will show you exactly what you need to know. Let's get into it. What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear, and make sure you're hyping this video as well so that we can also beat up the algorithm and make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description, go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations, as well as hitting that other link in the description, joining the Telegram group to help circumvent the shadow banning that PukeTube has been doing with the new Blacc Media. With that being said, family, the more this woman talks, the less this woman is gaining anything from talking. This woman, every time she opens her mouth, it just goes to show how idiotic she is. And I say that because many people have been saying that AOC is an airhead. She don't really know much. And the only things that she do know is rhetoric to push an agenda that's been given to her. If the Democratic Party are looking to push this woman because I've been hearing a lot of people talk about she could be running for president. She could be a president. She would be a fantastic president. Well, in order to be the president of the United States, you have to know geopolitics. And you have to understand the gravity around the world. I say that to say this. This woman came out several times and shown she don't know nothing about geopolitics. Nothing. Now, this is a interview from PBS. However, we're not going to start here. We're actually going to start right here. Because in this interview, Alexandria quite clearly shows that she doesn't know where certain countries are on a map. She clearly shows where certain countries sit on a globe. So I'm going to go ahead and click this, and then we're going to get right into it, family.
You know, we look at what happened in Venezuela, for example. It is not a it is not a remark on who Maduro was as a leader. He canceled elections. He was an anti-democratic leader. That doesn't mean that we can kidnap a head of state and engage in acts of war just because the nation is below the equator.
Now, family, we're looking at a map right beside her. Where is Venezuela? Is it above or below the equator? I've said this several times over. Whoever gives this woman the ear and whoever trusts this woman enough to lead them deserve whatever they get. They deserve every single thing that they get, my friend. And I'm here for all of it. And I want you to understand when I say that she doesn't know geopolitics, I'm not being hyperbolic. This is something she said out of her own mouth once she was pushed back on her position within geopolitics in certain areas. Once you push back on what she has to say, this woman goes to stuttering worse than Kamala did. Kamala would, and that's exactly what she's been doing. But as of recently, she's been amping that up. Let's go here now to the PBS interview. And I want you to hear out of her own mouth that she is no expert, that she does not know geopolitics like that. She's just going off of information that's been given to her. And she's been pushing a narrative, all because of the regime that's in office at this moment. Let's go here.
But I am, of course, the dynamic there in terms of geopolitics and the war in the Middle East is very different than people expressing their First Amendment right to protest.
Well, yes, but I also think that what people are starting to see, at least in the occupation of Palestine, is just an increasing crisis of humanitarian condition. And that to me is just where I tend to come from on this issue.
Now I'm going to pause it. And after which I'm going to let it finish playing out. But I have to make a mention of this. Watch what happens when the Nabisco woman pushed back on her. Watch her facial expression. Watch her body language. And you tell me, does she get visibly irritated because she's getting pushed back on something she has no knowledge of? That's what it looks like to me. Let's continue.
You use the term the occupation of Palestine. What did you mean by that? I think what I meant is like the settlements that are increasing in some of these areas and places where Palestinians are experiencing difficulty in access to their housing and homes.
Do you think you can expand on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd also just, I am not the expert on geopolitics on this issue.
But yet you're speaking on it. You're speaking on an issue that you're no expert in, and you don't really have the facts in the situation. You're just given what you're given, and then you go off of that. You couldn't even expand on your comment about the occupation. You know, it makes absolutely no sense that anybody would take anything out of her mouth seriously, because every time she opens her mouth, more malarkey, or is it malarkey? It's malarkey. More malarkey comes out of it. And people are consistently calling her out for the malarkey that falls out of her mouth. So, family, I'm going to say this one last time. Anybody who supports this woman at all, for any reason, deserves exactly what's coming to them. And with that being said, family, if you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button as well as the hype me up button so we can beat up the algorithm and make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description, go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations, as well as clicking the link in the description and joining the Telegram group so that we can circumvent the shadow banning that YouTube has been doing to the new Blacc Media. Family, please let me know in the comment section. Do you think that she knows anything? Because she's quite literally coming out every chance she gets, showing that she has nothing in that brain of hers. She has an empty skull. It's full of air. But with that being said, family, the doors of the church are now closed. Peace, family.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever can't stand us black people, he doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing, us black people going to survive. Yeah. So fuck everybody. I'm out.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We're live. I want to thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. If you're new to the channel, share this video on your social media platforms. And please do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out the way, let's get the stream started. I want to take a moment today to kind of quickly focus on and speak on the actions of Ilhan Omar during this year's State of the Union. I find her actions to be very telling, but before we dive too deep into that, I want to start the stream with this clip here from Stephen Miller. I've played this before in the past. I have a feeling that I'm going to be playing this for years to come, especially throughout the time that Trump is in office, but even after that, because it's so relevant. I'm not even going to give you any context to it. I'm just going to play this clip for you right now, and it'll speak volumes, and then we'll carry on and move forward.
Add up to? Why are they engaged in all this? What is their objective here?
Let me take it from the top. Sorry about that.
Add up to? Why are they engaged in all this? What is their objective here? It's the Somalification of America. In other words, when you see the state of Somalia, that's what they want for America at the end of the day, because it's easier to rule over an empire of ashes than it is for the Democratic Party to rule over a functioning Western, high trust society with a strong middle class. Look how powerful the Democrat Party became in Minnesota once they flooded it with 100,000 Somalians. Once the elections were decided, right, by clan rivalries and ethnic feuds. Once that happened, the Democrat Party became permanently powerful in Minnesota. They became permanently powerful in the Twin Cities. That's their model for America, to make the whole country into a version of Somalia. And everything they do gets down to that. So when you ask me what I'm thankful for.
So let's pause right there, right? Because like I said, that was just such a, for me, a powerful statement that he made because of how true it is. But when he states that, though he's making reference to Somalia and the Somalification of America, I typically swap that word out with third world and a third worldification of America. And that's really what we're seeing happening in the country right now. And what you see people like Representative Ilhan Omar is trying to usher in. And she makes it very clear and obvious that she's trying to do that when we go through the series of clips and we see her actions during the speech. And you would think to yourself, well, why would you want to rule over a nation of ashes? Why would you intentionally destroy your country? You know, just for the sake of your own personal well-being? What kind of monster would do that? Democrats will try to speak against that and say that that's not what they're doing. But the reality is that this is obviously very common throughout the world. When you look at the entire continent of Africa, when you look at all of South America and Central America, when you're looking at third world countries as a whole, what do they all have in common? They all have leaders that are ruling over a nation of ashes for their own personal well-being, for their own personal profit, to maintain power. That's what they're doing. And that's what we're going to see moving forward in these next clips that I'm getting ready to play, that Ilhan Omar wants to usher in through her actions, as she was acting completely ridiculous in the middle of Trump's State of the Union. And I want to start here first. Let's start with this. I want to play this clip from Ilhan Omar when Trump called out the fraud. And when he called out fraud, let's take a look at how Ilhan Omar reacted to that. Take a look at her face and how just smug she was in that moment. Look at this here.
The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates.
Now, as you can see, she was called out, right? And she's doing everything to keep her composure. And I shouldn't say she was called out directly, but the fraud in her state was called out directly. Fraud that she was very aware of, in my opinion, called out directly. And you can see she's just kind of trying to keep her composure and hold things together. But when Trump, and this is the portion of the speech that has gone viral, when he made it a point to make a very specific point, and he said, I want you all to stand, if you all subscribe to the core values, that we have to protect American citizens first above illegal immigrants. Look at what happened. Many of you already know what happened, but watch this here. But most importantly, the actions of Ilhan Omar afterwards. Look at this here.
Join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Look at how she responded to that. Look at how she responded. Completely belligerent, like a fool. In her mind, how dare you ask me to prioritize the American citizens over illegal immigrants? How dare you ask me of that? And when we go back to the video that I played of Stephen Miller, where he was talking about the Somalification of America, but really meaning the third worldification of America, and how this is what Democrats are trying to usher in, that clip proves this to be true. And it's not just Ilhan Omar, it's the entire Democrat Party. None of them stood, nobody. And on top of not standing, they chose to interrupt, shout absurdities, and try to disrespect the President of the United States in the middle of his State of the Union address. And here's what's amazing about this. What is this representative's name right here? I have it written down. Representative Janelle Bynum. Representative Janelle Bynum. When she was asked about not standing up and how Democrats didn't stand up and things of that nature, right? What do you think her reasoning is behind the justification for not standing up? What do you think that justification is? Why do you think she's going to say, oh, no, this was a horrible thing to stand up? It begins with an R. It begins with an R, and it always goes there, doesn't it? It always does. Very quickly, it looks like if you noticed, and because I don't mean to disrespect the stream, right? If you've noticed, I've been looking away quite a bit, and I keep looking away and looking away a lot more than usual. It's not uncommon for me, but I keep doing it. It looks like I'm having an issue with the comment section. So if you are commenting and nothing is coming through, it's not me deleting or restricting comments. Just for some reason, comments do not appear to be working on the stream, right? But nonetheless, not to deviate too far off the topic, let's get into this representative's excuse and reasoning for not standing up for the American people.
That moment when the president was asking Democrats to stand up for American citizens during that part of the speech when he was talking about immigration and immigration enforcement efforts.
I think you can agree with the what, like standing up for American citizens, but I disagree with the how. And so it's always about how do we bring our country together, but not stand on the backs of others. There's thinly veiled racist language, anti-immigrant language in what he was asking, and that was uncomfortable.
Everything for them goes back to racism. Every single thing. Every single thing. Timeout once again. I apologize. I hate to interrupt like this, but it looks like the comment section is finally working now. It appears that it's finally working now. Let me see this. Could you tell us the names of the people on the screen? Who's the bald guy who looked so bored? I believe, I know who you're talking about. Is it Mark Kelly? Is that his name? Mark Kelly? Let me see. Who looks so, is it? I believe that was Mark Kelly. I'll actually pull him up right now just to double check. Let's go back to that. And it looks like now the comments are finally working in the comment section. So that's a good thing too. I'm glad to see that. Let's go back to the original video of Democrats refusing to stand.
So tonight I'm inviting every legislature to join with my...
No, that's not Mark Kelly. There's a video of Mark Kelly who is bald, and he was looking the same way, very similar as this gentleman here, who looked like he's getting ready to pass out and fall asleep. But this isn't Mark Kelly.
Administration and reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support.
I'm not familiar with what that guy's name is. I'm not. Yeah, no, he's not bald. He's not bald. I'm not familiar with what his name is, unfortunately. But getting back to, where I was as far as my notes are concerned and staying on track. But I'm glad to see the comments are working again, finally. For some reason, they weren't working. As usual, the excuse that you see a lot of Democrats running with, especially this woman here, Representative Janelle Bynum, is that, that was racist. According to Janelle Bynum, standing up for American citizens is racist. But is that not what you're sworn to duty to do? Are these people not sworn to protecting American citizens and conducting themselves in a fashion that would make sure that American citizens are protected and that we have the things that we need to thrive in terms of just general opportunity across the board and fairness by way of legislation? You would think that that's priority, but they keep showing to you. This is why this isn't something that's just simply solely focused on Ilhan Omar. They keep showing you the party as a whole do not prioritize American citizens. As a whole, they don't prioritize you. They prioritize illegal immigrants because the point and the purpose of having that kind of invasion that they intentionally brought into the country by way of the Biden administration, going back to Stephen Miller, the third worldification of America. He said the Somalification of America, but we all know that we can broaden that scope out and turn it into the third worldification of America. Because it's much simpler, as he stated, to rule over a nation of ashes. And we see that that's kind of the majority, that's kind of the case for the majority of countries across the world. Most leaders are ruling over a nation of ashes while they line up their pockets and do whatever it is that they have to do to stay in charge. Now, I want to go back to Ilhan Omar for a moment, right? And if you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button. That's extremely important that you do that. She had quite a bit to say concerning her reasoning behind why she did what she did and spoke out and not stood up. I'm not going to play the entire segment where she was kind of explaining herself because I just don't really feel like hearing her talk too much. But I do want to play this portion here. So recently she was on CNN and she was asked about whether or not she regrets, speaking out of turn and interrupting the State of the Union and things of that nature. And here's what she had to say.
In Minneapolis, many members of your Democratic Party criticized their Republican counterparts when they interrupted President Biden's State of the Union address, as a lot of us remember. Do you have any regrets at all about the interaction we played between you and President Trump just last night?
I do not. And I think many people look at that moment when the president says it is our responsibility to protect Americans. And he does not acknowledge the fact that two Americans, two of my constituents, two of our neighbors were killed. And it was important for me to just remind the American people that the president and his administration was responsible for killing two American citizens.
I could sit here literally for hours and name victim after victim after victim of actual innocent American citizens who lost their lives at the hands of criminal illegal aliens that Biden and the Democrat Party, which is Ilhan Omar, intentionally allowed to invade the country. I can sit here for hours and name names. And don't you find it funny how they never acknowledge those people? Ever. They never do. Actual victims. They never say their names. They never bring them up. They just dismiss the blood on their hands like nothing happened. Actual true victims. And if you want to know the kind of disdain, right, that they have for you, how much they despise America, how much they despise the American people, citizens that is, I want to play this for you in closing. Let me transition to this over here first. I forgot to pull this tweet up. or X post up. You guys know I always go back and forth between that. But I want to pull that up for you right now. So give me just a moment while I pull up this X post or tweet. Yeah, I'm just going to keep saying tweet. I'm never going to stop saying Twitter. Because, it is what it is. But check this out here. Okay, look at this. I just want to read this very quickly. Watch MS Now, Jen Psaki dismiss the acknowledgments of the U.S. men's hockey team, victims of illegal aliens, and awards to military heroes as the circus entertainment part. That's what she acknowledged. That's what she said that is, right? I'm going to play that clip for you next. Because throughout, the State of the Union, as many of you know, Trump was acknowledging numerous victims, actual innocent people who have either lost their lives or seriously injured by way of criminal illegal aliens who committed crimes against them. And also gave out, medals of honor to our military men and women. And once again, Jen Psaki referred to this as the circus entertainment part. I want to play that clip for you first, right? Look at this, the circus and entertainment part that she's saying.
Watching that, I was just thinking about the fact that we're just over 8 months from the midterm elections. And that is, no matter what number of people battled through that nearly 2-hour speech, it's still going to be his largest audience of the year. And if you're sitting in a White House before a speech for any president, you're thinking about a couple things. How does the president use that speech to give a message to not just the people in the chamber, but his political allies out there about what they should be talking about, what the agenda is, what the winning message is? And Trump decided to double down on things that are hugely unpopular. I mean, to your point, it was like a 3-part speech. There was the gross, violent part of it. There was the circus entertainer part where he was bringing out unrelated people in vignettes. And then there was a part that was policy-ish, right? And that was doubling down on tariffs in the ABC poll, 58 or.
So let's stop there. Let's watch what she said was the circus and entertainment part. Look at this here. Let me bring this down and pull this up. These people are disgusting and they despise you. Okay? These people despise you. From Homeland Security. Pass the Delilah law. Delilah Coleman was only 5 when she suffered life-changing injuries caused by an illegal alien driving an 18-wheeler. What happened to Delilah is a tragedy that could have been prevented if California did not grant commercial driver's license to illegal aliens. Many illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read basic road signs, and they have no business being on our nation's roads. The Trump administration will keep fighting every single day to remove dangerous aliens who have no right to be in the U.S. Once again, this is the circus and entertainment part. This that I'm going to play right here for you is the part of the speech that Democrats find completely just horrible, is acknowledging stuff like this and people like this, which shows how much they despise you.
Delilah Coleman was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the 1st grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up.
Imagine calling that part of the speech circus and entertainment. That's what they call circus and entertainment. And there were so many Democrats. I'm talking about from Abby Phillips all the way to a bunch of other, lackeys that I'm not even going to waste time mentioning on podcasts that disrespected this portion of the speech, where actual victims who were legitimately innocent were being acknowledged, where medals of honor were given to military men that fight for our freedoms here in America. This is the portion of the speech that they are all attacking and is saying, that's just entertainment. That's nonsense. They dismissed all of this.
Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens.
She was actually innocent. Unlike what Ilhan Omar is talking about when she's talking about lunatics who intentionally obstruct, impede, disobey lawful orders, resist arrest, all that kind of stuff. This was an actual innocent person. She's an actual victim. And Democrats couldn't find it in themselves to stand for her. They couldn't stand for her. They won't even say her name. 5 years old and suffered injuries that will change her forever. But what's more important to Democrats, and particularly in how Ilhan Omar, as this stream has been revolving around, what's more important for them is open borders, the continued flooding of America, of the third world into the country. I want to play that clip from Stephen Miller one more time in closing, just because I love it so much. It is so powerful for me. To me, we're going to start the stream. We're going to end the stream, I should say, with how we started it, with this clip from Stephen Miller.
Why are they engaged in all this? What is their objective here? It's the Somalification of America. In other words, when you see the state of Somalia, that's what they want for America at the end of the day, because it's easier to rule over an empire of ashes than it is for the Democratic Party to rule over a functioning, Western, high-trust society with a strong middle class. Look how powerful the Democrat Party became in Minnesota once they flooded it with 100,000 Somalians. Once the elections were decided, right, by clan rivalries and ethnic feuds. Once that happened, the Democrat Party became permanently powerful in Minnesota. They became permanently powerful in the Twin Cities. That's their model for America, to make the whole country into a version of Somalia. And everything.
I rest my case. I'm going to be playing this for years to come, with the only caveat being you swap out the Somalification of America with the third worldification of America to make it broader, and it really and truly all makes sense, because that's clearly what they're trying to do. That is clearly what the goal is. And they are aggressively pursuing that goal. And with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. It's really important. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. That's also very important. But most importantly, please do not forget to follow me on Telegram. That is extremely important, so that you never miss a notification and we can circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. Until the next stream and or video, peace and have a great afternoon.
Oakland police say someone broke into the mayor's office and stole a city SUV on Monday. The keys to the vehicle were taken. The car was recovered the next day in Vallejo, and the suspect is still at large.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out the way, let's get into today's news. And today we have to head on over to my home state of California, Los Angeles to be exact. Why is that? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you can't make this stuff up. Let's start here, okay? Look at this article, and it reads as such. Pam Bondi takes aim at violent, dangerous people in idyllic LA County City, baffling locals, right? Now, why were locals baffled at what Pam Bondi had to say? Well, here's why. The article reads as such. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi took aim at Culver City during a congressional hearing on Wednesday, implying that the Los Angeles County community is plagued with violence and crime. The comment drew jokes and baffled reactions from locals who pondered why Bondi would take such sharp aim at a city considered one of the county's most desirable locales. Bondi's Culver City takedown came during a heated exchange at a congressional subcommittee hearing between the Attorney General and Democrat Representative Sidney Kamlager Dove, right? Or Dove, I should say, who represents the community. The Congresswoman was berating Bondi for what she said was the Trump administration's dishonesty regarding the threat of right-wing extremism. She said Bondi's Department of Justice had taken down reports highlighting such crime. So Pam Bondi was, I guess you could say, thoroughly roasted and clowned for saying that, you know, there's so much crime and violence happening in Culver City. And as they would say in SpongeBob SquarePants, right? Moments later,
shoppers scramble as gunfire erupts outside the Westfield Mall in Culver City last night.
This is not a funny story that we're getting ready to listen to by any stretch of the imagination. But just what's hilarious is the fact that right after Pam Bondi told you about the violence and crime plaguing Culver City, and all you the liberal lunatics were going, no, she's talking of violent crime in Culver City. She's dumb. And then once again, moments later,
shoppers scramble as gunfire erupts outside the Westfield Mall in Culver City last night.
You know? Anyways, let's let this continue. I guess maybe Pam Bondi was onto something, you know? I guess she's not as dumb as, liberals say that she is, or some conservatives too, because a lot of I'm not even gonna go there, I'm not even gonna go there. But it looks like she was onto something here. Let's let this carry on.
One person was killed and another wounded. And tonight, police are still searching for the two suspects. The violence comes just days after the city was thrust into the spotlight by Attorney General Pam Bondi's remarks about crime in the normally quiet neighborhood.
Angelique Cockadee is live for us in Culver City. She has reaction to that. Angelique.
Well, Rick and Karina spoke to one witness who says he completely went into flight or fight mode. He also says other people nearby also panicked. All this as the search, as you said, for those two suspects continues tonight.
10 to 12, more shots in a row.
Sylvan Wolf, an employee at the Bombay Frankie Company in Culver City, is recounting a harrowing Friday night.
One dad picked up a child and scooped him up and ran to the back.
After police say an argument between four people, possibly more, outside the Macy's at Westfield Mall left two men shot, one later dying from his injuries, and two suspects still on the run.
We immediately set up a containment area and began searching for any involved parties.
The area around Sepulveda and Jefferson was shut down for hours as police collected evidence, K-9 units assisting in the search.
We did have several witnesses, several vehicles that were in that area that had to be secured for a portion of time. And we really appreciate the cooperation that we received from the public.
The shooting follows comments made by U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi this week about the crime in Culver City, putting it on the national stage.
Her district includes Culver City, and she's not talking about any crime in her district.
So I guess Bondi was onto something. I guess she was on to something concerning crime in her district. But even most importantly, when you're talking about crime overall, you know, in LA as a whole, LA County, right? We all know, as we've discussed time and time again ad nauseum on this channel, when it comes to, you know, liberal cities, they manipulate data. They manipulate it like crazy. They drop charges like crazy. Most times people just aren't even arrested when they're committing crimes. They let people go all the time. How many times have you seen me cover just stupid crimes, right? And they are crimes, stupid crimes like what is it called? Not street racing, street takeovers, right? These little street takeovers where you have, you know, a group of 50 or so, 100 or so vehicles that occupy an entire intersection, and they're doing donuts in the middle of the intersection, making noises and things of that nature, you know, screeching their tires, something that's very easily to get under control. You know, you just have the police come from all four sides, box everybody in, arrest as many people as possible. Once they're boxed in, tow all the vehicles there to the impound all the vehicles there, slap them, you know, with, you know, crazy fees. But most importantly, just simply making sure that you're arresting the people participating in these actions. I've covered numerous videos concerning that specific crime, and nobody ever gets arrested. You've seen, you know, you're used to hearing about like street takeovers in Chicago. That stuff occurs here in Los Angeles as well. But they particularly occur at like 7-Elevens and mini marts out here in liquor stores, where you'll have groups of teenagers and young adults, about 100 or so, ransack a 7-Eleven. Yes, and it's on camera. Everybody's recording it. They're just stealing everything like crazy. And then how does the news on that always end? No report, no arrests were made. No arrests are ever made. So yes, crime is going to be down when you're not making arrests. And then even if you are, you're dropping charges, if not significantly downgrading it. So I say all that to say we all know the degree to which crime statistics are manipulated, you know, in Los Angeles and in liberal cities alike, when you're talking about Chicago and New York as well. But as all this is going on, as opposed to taking care of business at home, you have presidential hopefuls like Gavin Newsom, who's spending, like J.B. Pritzker, more time campaigning than running his state, overseas talking about ICE. Okay, I kid you not. While folks are getting shot up here and getting robbed here, Gavin Newsom, as opposed to correcting the foolishness in his state, is overseas demonizing ICE and mass deportation. Check this out here.
But I want to remember all those images of masked men, the secret police, something familiar in Germany. Those first images came out of my...
That is so disrespectful, what he just said concerning something familiar in Germany. Like that, I can't say what I want to say, but like that was just like extremely disrespectful. Sorry for interrupting.
Secret police, something familiar in Germany. Those first images came out of my state, the second largest city in the United States of America. We saw 4,000 National Guard federalized. First time, we'd never seen anything like this. And 700 active duty Marines sent not overseas, but to the second largest city in the United States of America, militarizing the streets of my city. Masked men showing up, unaccountable, no IDs.
So as opposed to dedicating his time to stopping masked men who are actually committing crimes and engaging in shootouts and things of that nature, instead, he's in Germany talking about ICE agents and how he's fighting this imaginary war against totalitarianism in the United States. And meanwhile, at the same time, while this is happening, if I remember correctly, you know, time flies. It's been a year already since was a great LA fire in the Palisades, right? We all remember that debacle and how badly Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass botched it. I believe up to 16,000 homes and businesses were destroyed. The entire city, that whole city of the Palisades, was just wiped out. Do you know that since then, here we are a year later, only 10 homes have been built? Can't make this up. You can't make this up. Look at the kind of problems that we have here. right, in LA, on top of the fact that cost of living, forget about it. The average home here costs $1 million in Los Angeles. In California, we have I believe the highest gas prices in the nation. I believe the average cost here in California is like $4.58. This is despite the fact that across the country, we're seeing, if I remember correctly, record lows, like all across the country. People are experiencing, $2 gas, at least in red states they are. But when you're in a state like California where you're taxed out the wazoo for every single thing, yeah, you don't get the benefit of a Trump administration with low gas. You don't get $2 gas over here. You get damn near $5 gas over here. And as opposed to handling these issues and taking care of the people in the cities and states that elect them, these people are fooling around, once again, fighting an imaginary war against Trump while not fighting crime here in the country, and clearly not assisting the people of Los Angeles rebuild the homes that they've lost in the Great Fire that occurred last year. Let's listen to the excuses from Karen Bass and why, after a year later, only 10 homes have been built. This is crazy.
16,000 homes and businesses were destroyed in the fires. But at this point, we just heard Liz there. Fewer than 10 homes have been rebuilt in LA County. How do you explain that to the people of your city?
The first few months after a disaster like this, the attention is paid to clearing out the debris. That took several months. So if you're going to look at the rebuilding, you could say that it started in around April. The fact that we have over 400 homes in the Pacific Palisades that are actively under construction now, there's about 2 that are pretty much ready to move in and several more that will be ready in the next few months. I know that it is very difficult for anyone who is not in their homes, but this is actually pretty quick.
Are you satisfied?
She's trying to tell you that 10 homes built in 1 year is pretty quick. Only 10 homes have been built, because that's how long and that's how badly, as far as the local governing body is concerned, that's how badly they've been dragging their feet concerning all type of permits, licenses, and fees that have to be paid, issuing these permits and licenses out to build. The amount of red tape that goes into, building homes and businesses here from the ground up is completely absurd. That's one of the major reasons why this isn't getting done. And if you go back to a year ago, Trump said this would happen when he was sitting down with Karen Bass. He said that if he was in charge, he'd have within 6 months, all the homes, everything would be built up and the city would be back up and running, and all these homes in LA County that were affected. I believe, what's the other city name? I can't think of it outside of Palisades right now. But if you remember, Trump said that, if I'm in charge and if you guys allow me to help you, we can get this taken care of lickety split. But if I'm not involved, you guys are going to drag your behind, and this is going to go on forever and ever and ever. And as you can see here, once again, in 1 year, out of 16,000 homes and businesses that were burnt down, only 10 homes have been built in a year. Only 10. But ICE. Right? But ICE is the problem. But Trump is the problem, Meanwhile, in these neighborhoods where crime shouldn't be occurring to the degree that they are, you have shootouts happening in the middle of the mall, and you have people that can't get their homes built. Meanwhile, common folk like me can't afford to put gas in the car out here. Go figure. With all that being said, man, that does it for today's news. I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms, and please do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. Link to my Telegrams in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. Until the next video, peace, and have a great afternoon.
All right, my friend.
Like a liquor store slow on a Monday morning, there are just some things owner Matthew Amerson expects.
Oh, very much.
But it's what he doesn't that leaves him leery.
I feel like we're just kind of
left waiting to see what happens next.
Emerson is talking about tariffs that were imposed by President Donald Trump.
I get you at 431.
For months, those taxes had ripple effects on imports like certain liquors and wines, forcing some businesses to raise prices or absorb the costs. On Friday, SCOTUS struck down some of those tariffs, saying the president overstepped his authority. Shortly after, Trump issued a sweeping 10% tariff. Then he hiked it up to 15%. On Monday, he warned of more to come for any country that, quote, plays games in response to the SCOTUS decision.
Seeing the ups and downs in the roller coaster is just really challenging.
As a business professor, we know that uncertainty is not good for the businesses as much. So that's where we stand right now.
Kishore Kulkarni is an economics professor at MSU Denver. He says while some companies may challenge this 15% tariff, he thinks it might hold up.
It's across the board, so no particular country is punished more or less, and therefore, it may stand.
I think that it could be months or potentially years before we see changes.
Emerson believes even if companies are refunded for those tariffs, small businesses like his won't see any of it or a price reduction from their distributors for a while.
I'll get you $6.87.
All he can hope to see is a little stability.
Because it's not to my benefit, it's not to our customers' benefit to walk around and threaten these giant tariffs, because it creates fear in the market.
Thank you. Yeah, you have a good one. You as well.
Denver Mayor Mike Johnston announcing today the city will lower its flags through the end of this month in honor of the late Reverend Jesse Jackson. The civil rights leader died last week at the age of 84. Governor Polis also ordered flags to fly half-staff next month on March 6th and 7th. Those are the same days as a public ceremony to celebrate Reverend Jackson's life and a private memorial.
At the start of this year, all flavored nicotine and tobacco products have been banned from the city of Denver.
Yeah, since then, other communities are seeing increased visits to their stores for those looking to purchase flavored products, forcing at least one city to take a closer look at its policies. Let's go to your reporter in Arapahoe County, Justin Adams. And Justin, today, Aurora plans to vote on regulations to tobacco and vape shops.
Yeah, Brian, the ordinance would change the city code to create a tobacco kratom age restriction hemp license, all in an effort to tackle youth tobacco access. According to a survey from Healthy Kids Colorado from 2023, vapes are the most commonly used nicotine products among teens, and 30% of high school students in our state have tried vaping. According to the Aurora Sentinel, if the ordinance passes, the city would check up on businesses twice a year with an enforcement system that's more than the current state system. A fourth violation could result in a company losing its license. Now, back in August of last year, Aurora City Council approved a sweeping ordinance of cracking down on psychoactive products and illegal drug paraphernalia in convenience stores, vape shops, and liquor stores. Aurora City Council will meet later on this evening at 6 o'clock.
All right, Justin, thank you. Right now, we are covering Colorado.
The Denver auditor says he will not sign off on a city contract with a controversial surveillance camera company.
He sent a letter saying that to the mayor, city council, and Denver's police chief this week. This is just the latest in an ongoing battle over the use of flock cameras in the city. Your reporters have been following this story ever since Denver started using the cameras back in 2024. Since then, Denver police say it has helped them solve many serious crimes, while city council members and some residents have repeatedly raised privacy concerns.
Your reporter, Kelly Worthman, talked to the city auditor.
And Kelly, who has access to this data, is one of the reasons he says he won't sign off on a new contract.
Well, Michael and Karen, you may remember it was just last month when the mayor's director of policy told us that only Denver and Denver police officers would have access to the data from flock cameras. But when I talked to the city auditor today, he told me that the documents that he received from the city, including since this recent contract extension and the provisions that were made, they show that 80% of those who have access to that data are outside the Denver Department of Public Safety.
I think personally identifiable information is something that needs to be protected.
Denver Auditor Tim O'Brien explaining why he is not signing the current city contract with Flock Group, the company behind the license plate reading technology in more than 100 cameras around Denver.
I don't know what's happening to that data when it gets down to a municipality, and neither does the Department of Public Safety.
O'Brien outlining his concerns in this letter sent to the chief of police, mayor, and city council, saying the contract, quote, incurs a risk of liability for the city.
I just want that data secure, so that you and I as citizens don't have our data, being exposed to people that shouldn't have it.
In a statement to CBS Colorado, the mayor's office pushed back, saying the contract is valid and legally vetted, adding the city attorney confirmed, quote, there is no lawful basis for the auditor to withhold his signature.
I think the charter tells me that I can withhold my signature if I think it creates a liability for the city. And that's exactly what I say in that letter.
O'Brien says in his process of reviewing the contract, he struggled to get timely and complete information from city departments, saying documents came to his office highly redacted.
I find that against the law also, because the auditor, by city charter, really has unfettered access to any and all information kept by city government.
What he did receive raised concerns, solidifying his decision to withhold his signature.
Do we want mass surveillance, or do we want to, fight crime? I think we want to fight crime, but in doing that, are we mass surveilling the citizens of Denver? That's the issue that I think needs to be worked out before they contract with anybody.
So the city's contract with Blacc is set to expire at the end of March, so March 31st. But we are told Denver is also accepting bids from other companies, and any future contract is expected to have to pass by many other city leaders. That, of course, does include the mayor and city council. Reporting live in Denver, I'm Kelly Worthman, covering Colorado First.
You're new at 9. As you likely know, the Supreme Court struck down a bulk of President Trump's sweeping tariffs on imports last Friday, but aluminum is not included.
And now many small businesses here in Colorado, they're struggling with fallout from the increased price of it. Fox 31's Shaul Turner is joining us live in Golden tonight to see how one local brewery is coping. Shaul?
Yeah, they're really hanging in there. And what these breweries are telling me is that it's come down to community support. A lot of longtime customers are keeping them in business. But one brewery I talked to here in Golden shares the same experience with many across Colorado. They say it's going to be a long road to financial recovery.
It is difficult to get aluminum cans in the size and the quantity that we can use.
But that's not the only problem facing Golden City Brewery owner Tamara Monroe. The higher cost of aluminum means a halt to her business's growth.
We actually had to stop our wholesale distribution program, so we no longer distribute cans to liquor stores.
It will take a long time to build up the local supply of aluminum after tariffs rose up to 50% last year, affecting several industries, including aerospace and construction.
So these production facilities can't just, you can't just start these up on a dime. So it's important to understand some of the price implications also has to do with supply and demand.
For many, finding a way to survive has meant making tough decisions and coping with devastating consequences.
We unfortunately had to let those staff members go, which was really sad. I miss them a lot.
Yeah, and these brewery owners are saying when it comes to maintaining those jobs or being able even to expand, it really does come down to customer support. And the Golden City Brewery, by the way, even with what they're challenging, they still manage to host charity events for local firefighters and other groups as well. Shaul Turner reporting live in Golden tonight, Fox 31.
Police departments and district attorneys from around the area sure did their best to try to kill the surveillance bill on Monday, but it's advancing with some amendments too.
It would be akin to if tomorrow everyone in this room was no longer able to have their cell phone in their pocket.
It would take you an awfully long time to find a Colorado law enforcement agency in favor of Senate Bill 70, a bill that would require them to get a warrant to search a license plate tracking database like Blacc.
It's created a convenience.
Take Republican El Paso and Teller County District Attorney Michael Allen's word for it. He's speaking on behalf of all 23 of Colorado's DAs, Republican and Democrat.
The effect of this bill would allow criminals to take advantage of modern technology to plan, perpetrate, and hide criminal activity while requiring law enforcement to work in the Stone Age, essentially.
3.3 million years ago, cars, let alone AI-enhanced license plate readers, were not a thing. But concerns about mass surveillance and how private companies are sharing data location in 2026, that's real.
Immigrant communities have seen those tools used beyond their original purpose. That history matters. When guardrails are weak, trust erodes.
If we have to write a probable cause warrant to access this data, it's going to be very hindering to many investigations where we don't already have probable cause.
That point from the Jeffco sheriff, not having enough and relying on a flock-type system to create probable cause, is actually why some like this bill.
Thank you.
Like Christiana Elser, whose story went viral after police in Columbine Valley used flock data to build their case, wrongly accusing her of stealing packages.
He told me you can't get a breath of fresh air in or out of town without us knowing. He also told me that he's tracked me over the last month 20 times going in and out of that town. He had a summons already prepared for theft before he even spoke to me. I was faced with the dystopian task of proving my innocence against the apparent evidence from the system.
The bill is advancing out of committee, passing on a 5-2 vote. It'll see some changes, like allowing police departments to hold data for up to 30 days, an increase from its original version.
There is clearly a huge mass of the public who do not think that you should have this data.
Spencer Soischer, 9 News.
Now, when you call for an Uber or for a Lyft, you expect the photo on the phone to match the person behind the wheel.
But that's not always the case, and the state of Colorado is now looking to hold so-called imposter drivers accountable. Denver 7's Richard Butler highlights the safety issue and what's being done about it.
At Denver's Union Station, requesting a ride share is part of everyday life.
So I would say at least once a month?
Probably once or twice a week.
And while those rides usually go off without a hitch, occasionally the driver pictured on your phone doesn't match who's behind the wheel.
Last St. Patrick's Day, there was some guy's wife who was driving under his Uber. So a little spooky, but got from point A to point B just fine.
The picture is game changer. If you look in and it doesn't look like the person that you're getting into the car, why would you get into the car?
It's an issue state regulators say needs to be addressed. The Colorado Public Utilities Commission is working to stop what they call imposter drivers, or people using someone else's account to pick up passengers.
An imposter driver is essentially someone who is pretending to be a licensed driver, whether for good reasons or bad, borrows an identity from a relative or a friend and has their phone for the night, say, and sort of pretends to be a driver of a rideshare company. That is the behavior we're seeking to address with the rules.
The commission is proposing new rules that could require rideshare companies like Uber or Lyft to do more to prevent account sharing.
They haven't done all that work to prove that they have a driver's license, that they don't have a background of unsafe driving, that they don't have a background of other criminal offenses.
The state is looking to fine and possibly ban imposter drivers.
If somebody imposes as a driver, they would be held accountable potentially with a fine, as well as the driver that loans their identity and potentially even the rideshare company.
The commission is gathering feedback now.
Getting input from the public would be really helpful, and we'll see where it lands here in a few months.
For riders here, the changes could bring peace of mind.
I think that would make, our populace in general safer during ride shares. Give paying customers their sense of security.
In Denver, Richard Butler, Denver 7.
Another issue with rideshare regulations the PUC wants to hear about is ride denials for people who use service or guide dogs. Deshaun Spears, an older blind specialist at Colorado Center for the Blind, told us riders with guide dogs are often denied, leading people who need them to not go out at all.
It's very important for us so we can be able to live the lives we want, because otherwise it's not worth it. A lot of us who are blind, they will kind of retreat back into their homes and not do anything.
The form to provide your feedback is available on engagedora.org.
All right, up next for you.
There's plenty of discussion as the Aurora City Council looks into a temporary moratorium on any new data centers here in the suburb.
We were told years ago when they first brought this here that we would never notice them, that they would be great neighbors. We hear the chillers 24/7.
The moratorium generally applies to new applications and expansion of existing facilities, but there are exemptions, including already submitted applications for proposed projects and routine repairs that don't increase capacity.
We've seen an increase
in the level of interest in data centers. So we need to have a more streamlined process that'll help both developers and help the city approve or deny the applications as they come in.
City leaders say Aurora currently has 4 data centers with at least another 5 in the works. Right now, Aurora City Code classifies data centers as a type of warehouse and doesn't address noise, emissions, energy consumption, or water use.
Noise was the biggest concern, and then there was some vibration too. So, but noise is the biggest concern, especially if it is after office hours and over the weekends when people want to be outside.
In addition to the noise and traffic concerns, some residents complain about increasing utility bills they say have been caused by large amounts of electricity they say a data center needs to operate. City officials say during peak demand, a single data center building can use the equivalent of energy for 15,000 households.
It's definitely not an anti-data center moratorium at all. In fact, we're just trying to get an understanding of some of the potential impacts because we've had some concerns raised, both from a community impact standpoint, things like noise, but then also some environmental concerns.
Attempts to reach owners of data center buildings in Aurora were not successful. Any moratorium would last until March of 2026 and could be extended 30 days after that.
And environmental concerns do make up some people's opposition to massive data centers, but there are financial issues as well.
Tonight, residents in Aurora shared their experiences as the city prepares to potentially allow more centers into the neighborhood. WGN's Dana Rebick reports on that.
At this town hall, we heard from residents who live near the 4 existing data centers in Aurora. They tell us their utility bills have gone up between 30 to 40% over the last year. But what they are most upset about is the noise.
We have constant noise, vibrations. My wife can't sleep at night. We feel our property values are going to be tanking.
Aurora residents in the Stonebridge subdivision near Eola and Deal Road outraged.
You should know what they're talking about. You work for the city.
Over the Cyrus One data center.
It is very loud. There's been times when the generators are running, and not all of the generators, a very small amount of them, like of the 36 that are on the ground closest to my house, maybe 6 of them were running, and my house was shaking.
The city holding a town hall Thursday night.
The top concerns are noise, energy consumption, and how that impacts their utility bills.
Also effects on the environment and water sources. Data centers need water to cool the vast number of computer servers inside. Large centers can consume millions of gallons of water per day.
Our state has few safeguards to prevent over-withdrawal. We deserve basic transparency and to know that data centers won't jeopardize our water supplies.
In Champaign-Urbana, State Rep Carol Ammons announced the introduction of the Power Act, legislation that sets guardrails in place for data center companies wanting to develop in Illinois.
It makes sure data centers pay their own energy-related costs. If a facility needs new substations, transmission upgrades, or other grid investments to operate, those costs must stay with the developer rather than shift onto Illinois families.
The law would also require companies to use at least 80% clean energy and require them to report water usage and obtain water permits from the Illinois EPA. In Aurora, they are also calling for noise limits and restrictions on 24/7 operations near residential areas. But for those already dealing with the impacts, it feels too late.
The city of Aurora just totally let us down. They built that, they let them build it without any apparent oversight.
There was no discussion with the citizens of Aurora that they're going to be putting this monstrosity right in subdivisions.
The city will lift a temporary moratorium on data center development next month. There are currently 5 either under construction or in the permitting process. The city council will be discussing these new local regulations at the next meeting on February 24th. In Aurora, Dana Rebick, WGN News.
Denver city leaders have announced their intentions to file a moratorium on new data centers in the city. The office for Mayor Mike Johnston says this process is expected to last several months. It will allow the city to review and strengthen regulations around sites. If approved, the city will review additional data center specific regulations targeting land, energy, water use, and zoning. The city plans to bring in community members, client experts, even industry leaders to clarify guidance and help create policy. The city says existing data centers and projects currently permitted or under construction would not be impacted.
I think they're an environmental concern. They do require an insane amount of energy.
That concern that you just heard is one of many we have been following for months at this point about data centers that are popping up around the Denver metro area.
And as you just heard there, we've heard people question the amount of water and energy that they use. And that's why a new bill aims to hold developers accountable to meet climate goals while also working to boost our state's economy. Denver 7's Allie Jennerjohn has been staying on top of this discussion. Allie, you're hearing a lot on this issue from both sides.
Yeah, of course. Some people feel this way, some people feel the other. So we're trying to talk to both sides here because the average person may not even realize just how often we interact with data centers. For example, you're watching me right now because of a data center. And if you want to hop on DoorDash, maybe order breakfast while you watch, that originates from a data center too. And that's why Ryan Mallory, CEO of Flexential, a data center platform that operates 5 here locally, says we just can't go without them. That's why he's pushing back on public concern about power use, telling me data centers pay power companies to access it, which he says subsidizes the rate base for the community. And with water, Mallory tells me data centers don't take it from municipalities.
We operate our facilities at a 0 WUE, which stands for water use efficiency. We have no water impact on the communities outside of just drinking fountains and local bathrooms. And so no abnormal impact to the communities.
Still, a new bill aims to put some real guidelines in place and hold people like Mallory accountable and meeting environmental safeguards. So this would mean a few things, including ensuring electricity providers comply with craft labor requirements. It would require operators to obtain a certification under energy efficiency standards, as well as implement water stewardship strategies and consult with the Department of Natural Resources. Now, this bill is set to be discussed in the House Energy and Environment Committee on February 12th. You can also view a full statement from Majority Leader Monica Duran and Representative Alex Valdez. That's in this story on our website, denver7.com. Live in studio, Allie Jennerjohn, Denver 7.
Thank you for breaking that down for us, Allie. And as that happens here in Colorado, Elon Musk is now making a move to build data centers in space. Yesterday, he announced a merger between SpaceX and the artificial intelligence company xAI. In a memo, he cited data centers in space as the main driver for the deal. Musk says current advances in AI require immense power and cooling, and that moving those operations into orbit is the only logical solution. SpaceX is already seeking FCC permission to launch a constellation of 1 million satellites into orbit.
Neighbors in Denver are sharing their formal demands for a new data center campus planned near the National Western Complex. At a press conference today, residents of Globeville and the Elyria-Swansea area delivered their good neighbor proposal to CoreSite about its DE3 data center, listing out specific demands. They are asking for full transparency, and that includes detailing energy load, water use, and generator plans. The community is also asking for safeguards to privacy. They want limits to prevent the facility from supporting mass surveillance and deportation systems. The community is concerned about the increased energy demand and high water use that could impact the environment. Neighbors say this was necessary as this is, quote, not a trust situation and cannot be handled in private.
If CoreSite wants to be a good neighbor, well, here's a proposal that's going to allow them to be a good neighbor in this neighborhood. And this proposal is really the only way that CoreSite can be here without adding to this cumulative harm.
The proposal also demands CoreSite provide a written response by Tuesday, February 24th.
The data center boom is coming to Colorado.
We're seeing states around the country as well as Colorado really grappling with
How do we accommodate data center growth?
Alana Miller is the Colorado Climate Policy Director for the National Resource Defense Council. She says it's unclear how large AI data centers will impact our state.
The growth will be rapid.
This legislative session, Democratic lawmakers seem split on how to handle this. A House bill would offer a state sales and use tax exemption to companies investing more than $250 million to build a data center here. But Alana supports a bill with a different goal. A Senate bill, if passed, would require data center operators to generate or purchase enough renewable energy to match their annual electricity use.
We want to ensure that these massive new energy users don't derail Colorado's transition to clean energy.
Heidi Leithwood with the environmental nonprofit 350 Colorado supports the Senate bill requiring more clean energy.
We are concerned about data centers being wooed without sufficient guardrails to protect communities and protect our climate.
Weld County Commissioner Kevin Ross feels what Senate Bill 102 is asking is too much.
I think this is a personal backhanded way of saying we don't want data centers here because we're going to make it essentially impossible to power those up here in Colorado.
Different ideas for Colorado's future and how to handle AI. Amanda Gilbert, 9 News.
Welcome to the 9 News Business Buzz. I'm Ryan Frazier, 9 News business expert. Just 6 years ago, Colorado celebrated a major win when Palantir moved its headquarters from Silicon Valley to Denver. Now, the state's largest publicly traded company has packed up again, this time for the Miami area. The sudden departure has business leaders and policymakers asking hard questions about Colorado's competitiveness. Joining me to discuss what this means for our business climate is JJ Ament, President and CEO of the Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce. JJ, great to have you, my friend.
Ryan, nice to see you. Glad to be here.
JJ, the announcement that Palantir is moving to Florida caught a lot of local leaders by surprise. You've called losing the state's top company by market cap a wake-up call for Colorado policymakers. What is the immediate read from the chamber on why we lost them?
Well, you never want to overreact in a circumstances like this. Companies have 1,000 reasons they might move a headquarter location, but I think it is a wake-up call for Colorado. And are we trending in the right direction? Are we making it easier to do business here? Are we making it less expensive? Can we still attract the talent we need? Can they afford a place to live? Those are all the things that go into decision-making on where headquarters are located. So when one chooses another location, whether it's Palantir, who was really only here for a short period of time, or whether it's Teletech or Molson Coors, if Coors can move the headquarters, anybody can. We need to make sure Colorado's competitive among those other states who would love to have our businesses move to their home.
Yeah. Now, some of the reasons that they cited were things like the 2024 AI, legislation or rules, as well as they even brought up climate change, which I thought was pretty interesting given their location in the state. Look, I have a sneaking suspicion. Maybe there's more to it. And I'm curious if you have any thoughts on the other types of policies or economic environment that may have driven their decision to relocate.
Well, there's always more to it. But Colorado has been a top 10 competitive state for a generation. And now we're sort of middle of the pack because of some of the public policy choices we've made. The artificial intelligence bill, which was the first of its kind in the country, something the Chamber of Commerce opposed, something we need to think really carefully about how this is going to impact not just large companies like Palantir, but small businesses who are 80% of the Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce membership. These kind of choices that we've made in public policy have hurt Colorado's competitiveness. We've made it really hard to build houses. Colorado's more expensive than it's ever been. We're 47 in a nation in terms of cost of living. So again, whether you're a big company or whether you're a small business just getting started out, we're not trending in the right direction in terms of our economic competitiveness. And when we see somebody make a choice to say the headquarters is going to move from here to somewhere else, and climate, I don't quite buy because it's going to Miami. So I'll take Colorado's climate risk before that of the coastal cities.
Right.
But whenever that happens, we need to start really taking an assessment of, is this a friendly place to do business? Is it welcoming? Is it easy? Is it affordable? And if we're trending in the wrong direction, we need to make the choices that restore Colorado's competitiveness.
Well, related to that, right? And I know the chamber has spoken about this, on many occasions, right? Is the regulatory burden in Colorado just become too heavy for cutting edge tech firms to operate here?
Yes, So we're a top 10 regulated state now. We're one of the most complicated public policy environments anywhere and frankly in the world. The pieces of legislation that are coming through our Capitol building are dozens, if not hundreds of pages long. It's impossible for any small business or large business to manage that regulatory environment in an affordable way. So yes, now, can we still recover? Is this still a great place for businesses to start and do business? For sure. It's my whole job, travel around the U.S. and the world and promote Colorado and the Denver metro region. But we're making some choices that are making that sales pitch much more difficult than it's been in the past.
I want to play on that, JJ, because you're right. I mean, that's your shtick, man. You're known as an economic developer, someone whose job it is to help bring and keep companies in our state. Florida has aggressively recruited tech leaders with a business-friendly environment and no personal income tax.
Yeah.
How can Denver and Colorado adjust their economic development strategies to compete with the aggressive pitches coming from Florida and even Texas?
Yeah, two huge competitors of the 10 states that we really compete with regularly. Utah, Texas, Florida come right to the top. And then on aerospace, even Alabama. Look at the move of Space Command from Colorado Springs to Huntsville, Alabama. So I think, one, we have to recognize that if we want to compete, we have to be competitive, and that there are other states and other markets in the U.S. and around the world who would love to have what Colorado has had. So if we neglect a business-friendly environment, if we're too regulatorily burdensome, if we continue to change tax policy and fee policy to be very, very expensive, ruining, I've joked, how much more expensive do we have to make it before it becomes affordable? We're going in the wrong direction on those choices. So it's not irreversible. They are choices. So if we can go to the legislature, go to our city councils and say, is the legislation or the rule or regulation you're passing going to make it easier and more affordable to do business in Colorado and have employees be able to afford a place to live, be able to afford buy their first house, be able to, maybe that house is a condo, which we don't even build in Colorado anymore because of the regulatory and litigious environment. That's what it'll take to get us back on track.
JJ Ament with the Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your insights. The takeaway is, as far as I can tell, is that, keeping companies here is only attracting companies here is only half the battle. Keeping them requires a competitive, business-friendly environment. We'll be back during the 11 o'clock hour to take a look at neighborhood-scale design to reshape Denver's Globeville community. For the 9 News Business Buzz, thanks again to my guest, JJ Ament. I'm Ryan Frazier. See you soon.
Colorado's most valuable publicly traded company just up and left the state. Palantir, the tech company known for building government surveillance, really stayed under the radar in Colorado, and its departure was equally quiet. Governor says he didn't know, same with Denver's mayor. Even the people who regularly protest outside Palantir's offices were surprised. Here's Marshall Zellinger.
Palantir's name is not on its headquarters in Denver, whether that's the Tabor Center downtown or this glass building in Cherry Creek North. And it does not matter anymore. Based on this social media post this morning and the company's annual investor report today, the AI technology company is now in Florida, just outside of Miami.
Even as we speak, there's activists in Miami mobilizing to keep the pressure on.
Michael has been protesting outside of Palantir's offices in Denver. He would only say his name is Michael.
It is safe to organize, but I like to be careful what I hand to a international surveillance and targeting company.
The protests outside the offices are in part because of Palantir's military contracts and reports the company is using artificial intelligence software to help ICE with deportations.
We believe that there are still operating offices here in Denver. We definitely won't be stopping our campaign anytime soon.
What I would be looking to is, does it affect any jobs here in Colorado? It's not clear whether a headquarters move would or wouldn't affect that.
Neither Democratic Governor Jared Polis nor Denver Mayor Mike Johnston received advance notice. Polis believes more than 500 employees are based in Colorado.
I have requested a meeting with executives at the company to see if we can learn more.
According to Palantir's annual investor filing today, the company more than tripled its annual revenue to $1.6 billion. The investor filing perhaps hints to a reason for the move. It mentions Colorado's AI bill from 2024. The law requires businesses using AI to protect against algorithmic discrimination and notify consumers when AI makes decisions affecting employment, finance, or healthcare. Palantir writes, compliance with such obligations may be difficult, onerous, and costly, and could adversely affect our business. Palantir also writes, our Colorado headquarters has experienced climate-related events and may continue to at an increasing frequency in the future, including drought, water scarcity, heat waves, and wildfires, and power shutoffs. I guess I need to reach out to the energy company to find out if they believe they might be to blame with that power shutoff reason. When a company leaves, they're supposed to file a notice with the employment office in the state if there's going to be mass layoffs. We hope to get that notice later this week if Palantir has filed one. I haven't seen it listed yet.
So when we think about why companies move from state to state, sometimes you'll hear tax rates, right? Mm-hmm. But Florida's corporate tax rate is higher than Colorado's, but obviously they have no income tax.
Right. So I guess if you're looking to just as a CEO to keep more in your pocket.
Yeah.
That's why athletes go to Florida over different states.
Right. And you think about what the impact could be if Palantir leaves town. I didn't see them sponsoring a lot of parades, if you know what I'm saying, right? There weren't a lot of like Little League teams wearing Palantir t-shirts.
There are still job postings in Denver today on its website. So there would still be a presence. And I know there are some remote work. So it's unclear. I know the governor said he thought 500 or so employees in Colorado. It's just unclear how many are actually in Colorado.
All right. Interesting stuff. And it just happened like that this morning. Marshall Zellinger, thank you.
Over to the state capitol, where today community members and police weighed in on flock cameras and systems like them.
A bill in committee looks to change the access that police have to those systems. Fox 1 political reporter Gabrielle Franklin is joining us live from the Capitol with more. Gabrielle.
Yeah, Christine, supporters and opponents are currently debating a measure at the state capitol, looking to strike a balance between public safety and privacy when it comes to these surveillance camera systems.
This bill will not take these cameras off the street. They will. This bill will simply enact safeguards to make sure that law enforcement can continue to use them for legitimate reasons, and the public can rest assured that their rights are not being trampled.
A bill being heard in committee at the state capitol tonight would require law enforcement to have a warrant requesting information from automated surveillance systems like Flock. It would also change how long the cameras can store location information. Law enforcement has some problems with the measure.
The big things with the bill is the search warrant requirement outside of 24 hours and the actual feasibility on what will get done with that. And the struggles that we already have getting search warrants in a timely manner out of our courts. And then the 4-day cap on keeping data would significantly hinder some of our longer investigations and our serious violent crimes.
Under the bill, thousands of the camera systems operating across the state would have a shortened window for storing information. Originally, lawmakers wanted to lower the window to 4 days, but amendments could be coming to expand that time frame.
I understand the system does make police work easier, and that's exactly what we want, but it doesn't give you a right to be lazy.
Fox 31 originally covered Chrisana Elser's story about a Flock mix-up back in October. An officer wrongly accused her of theft using Flock cameras. Today, she's testifying in favor of the bill for more safeguards.
It is a great and powerful tool. They all are. And we should be able to have every tool in our arsenal, but we should be trained to use them appropriately and use them with proper due diligence. Because in this case also, if he would have done his due diligence in-house, not even included me, he would have saw my truck at the other entrance parked the entire time.
And this bill does have bipartisan support over at the state capitol. Testimony is still going on at this hour. Reporting live in Denver, Gabrielle Franklin, Fox 31.
First up at 7 this morning, a bill is moving forward that would require law enforcement to get a warrant to search license plate tracking data.
Also this hour, voters are casting ballots in Greeley on whether to move forward with a new development for housing and a new ice hockey arena.
Plus, new details are coming out of the man who was shot and killed by the Secret Service at President Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida.
We start this hour with a live look outside Horsetooth Reservoir on a Tuesday morning. Sunshine, bright at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Very bright.
Beautiful sunrise all over the place, but we are going to see some warm temperatures here in the metro area today. Thanks for joining us at 7 o'clock. I'm Drew Carney.
And I'm Brianna Fernandez filling in for our Corey Rose, but I want to send things over to our Katie LaSalle because, Katie, we really have two different stories happening in our state.
Yes, good morning, you guys. It's 47 degrees in downtown Denver right now. Sun is rising, a beautiful, very mild morning. Unseasonable warmth across the plains and in the mountains, but high winds here in Denver more snow on the way to Colorado's high country. Not just yet. This morning, it's partly cloudy skies, dry conditions up over Winter Park, but we're bracing for several inches of fresh snow accumulation, really starting late tonight through the day on Wednesday. This morning, getting you outside, we're in the upper 40s out to the airport. Castle Rock, Boulder sitting at 45 degrees, but the winds have already been strong off to the west this morning. You can see last recorded wind gust out near Loveland Pass over 40 miles per hour. Starting to see those gusty winds downsloping over portions of the foothills up near Genesee, Evergreen, breezy this morning, and the winds will continue to pick up steam across the Front Range and plains for today. So hold on to your hats. It's going to be partly cloudy skies, very warm for this time of the year. 11 o'clock getting to 65 degrees. Our record high temperature today in Denver is 71. That was set back in 1995. Low 70s expected. Out to the airport, across the plains, 40s, even some low 50s in the mountains. Here's that red flag warning. This will take effect at 10 a.m. Gustiest conditions until about 5 later on today, and then high winds as well into our northern mountains, where we are bracing for good snow accumulation. But with the high winds, snow heavy at times, especially over our northern high country, could be seeing very limited visibility, tricky travel to be anticipated, especially if you're in and around the mountains as we get through tomorrow in the day. Brianna, though, how are things looking right now on this Tuesday at 7:02?
Yeah, we're busy all across the Denver metro area. So taking a live look of 270 between Quebec and Bacc. So heading into I-70 and I-25, this is what you can expect for that commute. Right now, your overall drive along 270 is about 10 to 12 minutes. I do want to switch things over to our main maps and zoom into just one little trouble spot that I'm noticing. This is a water main break that happened yesterday. So just west of I-25, this is happening on the westbound lanes of Hamden between Colorado and Happy Canyon Road. So again, we are probably going to see the delays because it's close to I-25 on-ramp. Plus, you have crews there on scene, so just expect some slowdowns if you are taking Hamden. Now, 225 heading into I-70 between I-70 and I-25, you're looking at a 13-minute drive with slowdowns starting from Parker Road heading down south.
In news headlines this half hour, state lawmakers are moving ahead with a bill that would require officers get a warrant to search a license plate tracking database. Senate Bill 70 cleared the Senate Judiciary Committee just yesterday with a 5-2 vote after hours of testimony and debate. 9 News reporter Jaleesa Irizarry joins us live here. So Jaleesa, we know a lot of people showed up for this bill.
Yeah, Drew, law enforcement agencies are really pushing back on this bill, while supporters say it is long overdue. Now, this bill would limit access to license plate reader data like flock cameras. It would require a warrant, consent, or an emergency to review past location information. Supporters say this bill is about protecting privacy after some in the community voiced their concerns over how this data is collected, stored, and shared. Police and DA officials, on the other hand, worry it could slow down investigations since they rely on this technology to solve crimes and catch suspects fast.
The effect of this bill would allow criminals to take advantage of modern technology to plan, perpetrate, and hide criminal activity, while requiring law enforcement to work in the Stone Ages.
Immigrant communities have seen those tools used beyond their original purpose. That history matters. When guardrails are weak, trust erodes.
Now, this bill now heads to the Appropriations Committee. It's important to point out that it has received bipartisan support. So far, they have 15 co-sponsors. Reporting live at the state capitol, Jaleesa Irizarry, 9 News.
Jaleesa, thank you so much. Denver police arrested a man who's accused of assaulting 2 women near Wash Park last month. 24-year-old Chance Lipscomb is in jail this morning on assault and attempted kidnapping charges. Police released this video of him earlier this month. The first assault happened on January 7th on South Grant Street, and a few blocks from Wash Park. Police say the second attack happened on January 27th, right at the intersection of East Ellsworth Avenue and South Grant Street.
A former Parks and Wildlife ranger will not go to jail after making false claims that he was stabbed during an attack while on the job. This happened last August. That's when Calum Heskett reported that someone stabbed him at Staunton State Park, and that set off a big search for a suspect that never existed. Yesterday, Heskett pleaded guilty to attempting to influence a public servant and false reporting of an emergency. A judge sentenced him to 3 years probation and ordered him to pay more than $16,000 in restitution. If he violates the terms of that deal, he could spend between 2 and 6 years in prison.
Attorneys for a man who spent 12 years in prison for a murder he says he didn't commit hopes to convince a judge he was a victim of an outrageous government misconduct. They want DNA records from CBI to help to prove it. Michael Clark was convicted of the 1994 shooting death of Marty Grisham. That conviction was based in part of a DNA analysis and testimony by Missy Woods, who is now accused of falsifying results and other issues during her decades-long career at CBI. Clark's conviction was overturned and he was freed last April. Prosecutors plan to take him to trial again. At a hearing Monday, his defense team asked for access to file in other cases where Woods did DNA testing. The judge did side with the defense, but she also gave CBI 2 weeks to ask her to reconsider that decision.
New details are coming out about the man who was shot and killed after showing up at President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida this past weekend with a shotgun. 21-year-old Austin Tucker Martin from North Carolina walked up to the property's secure perimeter early Sunday morning. Secret Service says he dropped a gas can and raised the shotgun at 2 agents before a local sheriff's deputy opened fire and killed him. According to his cousin, Martin worked as a golf course groundskeeper, rarely talked about politics, and actually seemed afraid of guns. He also says Martin came from a family of President Trump supporters. President Trump often spends his weekends at Mar-a-Lago, but this past weekend, he was at the White House. Investigators have not yet identified a motive.
President Donald Trump is warning more tariffs could be coming for any country that wants to, quote, play games following a U.S. Supreme Court ruling. On Friday, the High Court ruled that Trump went too far when he imposed sweeping tariffs under a national emergency law. Shortly after that, the president issued a sweeping 10% tariff, and then he hiked it to 15%. On Monday, he warned of more tariffs to come, and this is in response to the Supreme Court's decision. Business owners say the tariff instability makes it difficult for them to plan for price increases or manage cost.
It's not to my benefit, it's not to our customers' benefit to walk around and threaten these giant tariffs, because it creates fear in the market. And it's not good for us, it's not good for anybody.
The Supreme Court did not offer clear next steps on refunds, but a few U.S. Senate Democrats have introduced a bill that would require the government to refund that $175 billion in tariff revenue with interest.
It is 6:34, continuing coverage of breaking news we've been following since Wednesday night. Daquan Johnson shot and killed by Grand Rapids police, and this morning we're expecting Michigan State Police to continue their investigation into what happened.
We've talked with Johnson's family, neighbors, the Grand Rapids Police Department, and community leaders about what happened. 13 on your sides, Aaron Sullivan live this morning in Grand Rapids. Aaron, good morning to you. What are we hearing from those groups?
Emily, Tanner, well, a question from the community this morning is, why did Daquan Johnson have to die? We know that Johnson was riding a bike Tuesday evening after officers stopped him. While attempting to stop him, they said he wasn't complying. Now, Grand Rapids police did share this body camera video saying Johnson ran, so they used a police dog to attempt to stop him. That's when they say Johnson pulled out a gun and an officer shot him. But Johnson's family is sharing a different video this morning, saying he was on his stomach when he was killed.
Well, my son, nowhere in that video was he resisting. I saw somebody laying on their stomach with a dog on their back and 2 police officers behind them. And then I watched them shoot my son 4 times.
He wasn't just my nephew, but he was a son. He was a dad. He was a brother. He was a cousin. He was surrounded by people that loved him and that supported him.
Johnson's family, as well as community members and leaders, marched in Grand Rapids calling for justice in Johnson's death. And Johnson's mother, Angelica, says she's still not been allowed to see his body. She's hoping later today she can say her final goodbyes. For now in Grand Rapids, I'm Aaron Sullivan, 13 on your side.
Protests began before the speech tonight. About 50 Democrats boycotted the event, including Colorado's Diana DeGette.
Your reporter Sarah Horbakowitz has been analyzing the address tonight and spent the day speaking with those people who represent Colorado.
So, Sarah, what are some of those eye-catching moments that you noticed tonight?
Yeah, well, some moments definitely brought people together. There was certainly a lot of division overall, a lot of each side of the aisle. Many of the president's comments, with some criticizing Democrats, other comments were followed by applause and standing ovations from Republicans. Some Democrats yelled comments in response. Two of the bigger moments, however, was Texas Democrat Al Green getting kicked out of the address after holding a sign that said Black people aren't apes. The president also had a lot of guests that were honored, some bringing people together. He honored the U.S. men's gold medal hockey team, service members, and supporters, packing a whole lot in.
And Sarah, I know you also talked to a number of our state's representatives heading into the address tonight. So what do Coloradans need to know from what happened?
Yeah, I was really looking at this through a lens of what could impact us here in Colorado. Some of those key issues we talk about in Colorado are oil and energy production, tariffs, immigration policies, and election security. I reached out to every Colorado representative in Congress yesterday for an interview. No Republicans were available, but some sent statements. Republican Gabe Evans' office supported the president's policies on cost of living, lowering housing costs, inflation, energy, and border security. This afternoon, Representative Crow shared his frustrations with how those policies, particularly how immigration enforcement, is impacting Coloradans.
Continue to be a leader in this country and in Colorado to restore oversight and transparency to this runaway immigration system that the president has created. The abuses have to stop. The violence against Americans has to stop. The masked officers in unmarked vehicles snatching citizens off the street and deporting them without habeas corpus and judicial hearings. It all needs to stop.
Sir, the president also touted the economy tonight, talked about record numbers for the stock market, and talked about affordability as well.
Yeah, that's the first thing that Representative Brittany Pedersen actually spoke to me about. Alongside her guest to the address tonight, a survivor of the Evergreen High School shooting.
Donald Trump trying to tell everybody how great the economy is when we know that that is far from the reality. And Tyler is here representing not just the need for federal action to prevent school shootings like he has unfortunately experienced in Evergreen, Colorado, but also he represents a generation who has been left behind, who are facing unimaginable circumstances with skyrocketing costs, not knowing if they're able to afford to put a roof over their head, to pursue a college education, a very unstable future for the next generation.
Gun violence within the U.S. was not highlighted in the president's speech tonight. Michael and Karen, in Colorado, the president signaled continued efforts, though, to grow oil production, pushing AI data centers to pay for their own electricity, and pushing to possibly end mail-in ballots.
Issues that we know he will continue to talk about and that our representatives will continue to talk about as well. Sarah, thank you.
Next to a huge
subscribe. Darling Radio, like and subscribe.
It helps us fit those skills into our lessons.
Schools that like they're
they're
too dumb to know they're in a bad school.
Independent in our class.
I mean, apparently Martin Luther King said it. Like if you train a Black person well enough, they'll know to use the BACC. You don't have to tell them anymore. They're just
Allison Friedman, what you're saying is absolutely hearable here. You've got to stop.
I'm sorry, sweetie. Go ahead, babe.
We know what the conservatives are doing. You know, down in Florida with the DeSantis, they're trying to remove Black history. Down there, they got something where, and I talked about this before, some of the academic institutions, when they put out flyers or information about certain school programs, they're not allowed to use the word Black in certain institutions in Florida. We talked about that. This is how bad it's getting. But the media likes to talk about the right-wing institutions, but the liberal institutions are just as bad. Did y'all see the story that came out today up at Hunter College? Did y'all see? Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? There was something that happened at Hunter College. There was some kind of Zoom meeting. Did y'all see that? There was an education council meeting. It was like a hybrid Zoom meeting, in-person session about school closures. And there was an associate professor on the call. It was about, how many people on there? It looked like about 10, 15 people on the call. Yeah, y'all know what I'm talking about. There's a woman named Allison Friedman. Now, she's a professor at Hunter College up there in New York. And Hunter College is extremely liberal. That's a liberal institution. You don't get no more liberal than that. They are liberal with a capital damn L, all right? Yeah, about 15 people on there. So she thought her mic was muted with all those people on there. She thought her mic was muted. So there was a little 8th grade Black kid giving testimony about her school. So this Allison Friedman woman was in the background, was like, yeah, they're too dumb to know they're in a or they're in a bad school. She's like, yeah, if you train a Black person well enough, they'll know how to use the bacc. You ain't got to tell them no more. So she was saying some vile things about Black people, and the white people say, hey, Miss Allison, we hear you. You know we can hear you, right? All of them was sitting up there staring in disbelief. They were all, ooh, she didn't say this out loud, did she? So now they're looking at her tenure right now. People are on her bumper, as they should. You got a Black kid giving testimony, and she's up here denigrating this kid, thinking that nobody heard her. I want you to understand, see, that kind of racism right there in them liberal institutions, you see, that's that covert racism where people think that they're past racism. See, those remarks that woman did, it wasn't the cartoonish racism of like the Ron DeSantis. It's that elite liberal racism that they believe it has some kind of moral immunity. You see, so in liberal spaces like Hunter College, the racism don't just announce itself. It kind of, it hides behind the credentials. You see, yeah, they keep it hidden in those liberal institutions. They're never supposed to talk about it. So what they do, the liberal institutions, they'll replace the overt racism with their little intellectualized contempt. See, conservative spaces, a lot of them, they're just rude and explicit with it, like Ron DeSantis. Oh, there's going to be a war on woke. Oh, this goddamn woke. See, the liberal spaces, they filter it. They'll filter the language through systems, social theory. They allow the professors to speak about Black students in a real dehumanizing way, as if they're just analyzing inequality. You know, they'll try to make it sound a little more academic. See, a lot of those schools, those liberal schools, they're known for talking down to Black students, not with them. See, in that hot mic moment, that's a mindset that's very common, but is rarely caught on tape. Black students are often discussed as objects of management, objects of correction, not as intellectual equals. And these liberal campuses, they pride themselves on diversity, while they operate on the belief that Black students are deficient and they must be handled. Just like how Gavin Newsom was talking. Hey, I'm just like you guys. I can't read. Look, we're all the same, huh? It's that, I'm telling you, that liberal white supremacy is a thing. Yeah, that liberal white supremacy is brutal. Yeah. See, in that liberal racism, it's protected by a lot of institutional insulation. At schools like Hunter College, that racism, it's not really punished the way it would be punished in a conservative institution. They'll explain that racism away. It was poor wording. Well, the context was misunderstood. Well, the conversation about racism is not racism itself. They make excuses, just like that BAFTA situation, that white supremacist who's supposed to have Tourette syndrome. They've been explaining he has a disability. You know, that's that liberal racism. They've been making excuses. Well, he didn't know. That's why we have to bring attention to Tourette's. We can't demonize them and call them racist. They don't know what they're doing. He didn't know any better. You got to have some compassion. Come on, Blacc. Isn't that what Dr. King would have wanted? You see? See, they expect us to accept disrespect in exchange for symbolic inclusion. See, these liberal institutions, they treat Black students and Black faculty as moral props. Now, they're useful for diversity statements and panels and optics, but not as communities deserving full dignity. So when disrespect surfaces, we're expected to just prioritize institutional harmony over our own humanity. And no, we're calling all of it out. All that stuff is getting called out. That's why Foundation of Black Americans, we ain't got no loyalty on either side. When the liberals start pointing the finger at the conservatives, oh, they're racist. You too. Y'all don't get no pass. Yeah, conservative institutions, they'll often deny that racism exists, and liberal institutions, they'll acknowledge racism as long as they're pointing out the conservatives. You see, and both of them fail us. You know, one denies the wound, the other side pretends to cure the wound while they're still inflicting harm. So that's why we ain't got no loyalty to none of it. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, independent Black education networks, it breaks that permission structure. That's why we do hidden colors, stuff like that. It matters, and it's very important. Number one, because we don't require validation from no hostile ass institution. We don't ask permission to define Black history, Black intelligence, or Black resistance. We operate outside of that gatekeeping system that keeps that woman like Allison Friedman, to keep them on board so they can have their little janky narratives that go unchecked. You understand? So independent Black education projects like what we do, that's an act of self-defense, ladies and gentlemen. That's intellectual sovereignty. That's why we got to keep that going. We got to support that. It's important to restore historic Black accuracy, center Black agency, remove all of these anti-Black academic intermediaries, teach us to trust our own analysis, get our own scholars to tell our stories and our narrative in our own words in our own way and accurately, and criticize the white supremacists, because that's what we go in on them. We go in on them heavy. That's why we're needed, ladies and gentlemen. This is why we got to do what we do. And we can do it. We are foundational Black Americans, ladies and gentlemen. We are the heartbeat of this nation. We've always been. We've been the moral character of this nation. Yeah? Let me get some more people in here, ladies and gentlemen. All right, shout out to everybody in here. Okay, who is this guy? Okay, here they go. I hope this ain't one of them Pakistani dudes. Okay, what is this? The Pakistan Drake? What's up, bro?
How are you?
I'm good, man. Where you
good?
I'm good. Where you from, bro?
I'm from Palestine.
Palestine. Shout out to Palestine, man. How's everything over there?
How about you?
I'm good. I'm in Los Angeles.
Yeah, nice to meet you, bro. MashaAllah.
Yes, my brother, man. How's everything in Palestine?
Yeah, alhamdulillah, good. I'm from Gaza.
Okay. All right. Where are you? Are you in Canada now? Where are you now?
Yeah, I am in Gaza now.
Oh, you're still in Gaza? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
My brother.
Nice to meet you. Can you play one match with me?
We'll do. I'm talking about some important things, but we'll do it later. Just hit me up later. We'll do it. We'll chop it up. Palestinian Drake. All right. That's Palestinian Drake. All right. Now let's see who else we got. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see who else we got in the building. Let's get let's get Where's the Party? A lot of people in here. Let's get what's that? Sean Tonelli or something like that. I can't pronounce your name. Who we got? What's up, Sean?
Brother Tariq.
How you doing, Sean?
I'm doing well, brother. I just want to, obviously, I'm a filmmaker. I'm based in Harlem, but one thing I wanted to talk to you about is one of the big things I've noticed just in the film circuit, the film world, is that we got these Black film festivals, but a lot of the stories aren't even centered around Black American stories. There's
right.
You know, it's a, you know, I'm an independent filmmaker. You know, obviously you do a lot of stuff independently. You have a big support and following, but we go to these festivals, hope to build our audience. And I'm foundational Black American. I know some people said Caribbean, but I'm from Harlem. You can check out my work. I've been doing a lot of films over the last 10 years in Harlem, documenting our community. So yeah, feel free to check out my work, Tariq, some of the other folks in the chat as well. So, but yeah, it's a big problem. I mean, you look at the festivals, all of the films that are selected, awarded, are all from Africa. It's a big push. And it's problematic because you look at who's selecting the films, who's doing these things. It's, you know, it's crazy. So, you know, that's just something I wanted to point out. And yeah, I would love.
Thank you so much. And yeah, he made a good point. Yeah, those film festivals, those Black film festivals, yeah, they go out of their way to push a lot of these African films. They go out of their way. So listen, man, you know, we got to recalibrate everything, man. We got to recalibrate everything, man. People, they're trying to erase foundational Black Americans. They're trying to just act like we don't exist. So it's up to us to get our stories out there. It's really up to us to get our stories out there. Who is this? Who is this? Tika. Oh, what's up, Tika?
How are you? Long time no see.
Yeah, I know. We'll do a battle later. Not now. Not now. Okay. All right. Get her out of here. All right. Who is this? Rohan? Who's that? Mudia? Rohan got Mudia on this thing. Yeah. Rohan.
How you doing, Tariq?
I'm good, Rohan. How are you?
I'm chilling, bro. I'm chilling.
Now, where you from again, Rohan? You called up before. Where you from again?
I'm Eritrean, Tariq. I'm Eritrean. And I just wanted to,
Right.
So I've been doing a little research, right? And I've been doing my own research, and I figured out that on the civil rights movement. And I just want to say, like, Jamaicans played a really big part on the civil rights movement. FBI told me this. FBI told me this, not me.
Like
but, so, you know, I mean, if not more, they did more. If not more, they really contributed to the civil rights movement.
Stop trolling.
From Red. Red told me this.
Stop trolling.
Bro, listen, you need to unshout out Red, bro. You need to unshout out Red, bro. He's causing a lot of trouble in my life, which I don't appreciate.
Okay, what did Jamaicans do in the civil rights movement?
I mean, I remember this one guy. He got deported to Jamaica, but he went to the UK. He did quite a lot.
Good Lord, man, your trolling is boring. God damn, he's talking about Garvey. He's just saying shit. You know, tethers, they gonna lie. If a tether can't lie, they ain't got nothing to live for. You know, a tether is gonna lie. Let's get Somali.
Oh my God. Thank God you have me up here. What's up? What's going on?
What's up, Somali nationalists? What's going on?
Somali nationalist. Do I sound like a dude?
I didn't say that.
Why did you mute me?
I didn't mute you. You're not muted.
Yeah, you did.
We can hear you perfectly fine. So
Well,
basically, you're gonna come in trolling. You got any?
No, I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling. This is my actual account.
Is your trolling gonna be witty at least?
I hope so. I don't know.
Okay, let's hear some of this trolling. Let's hear some of this Somali wit.
Well, I'm not trolling, my guy. This is my actual account. People know me from here.
Right, because you're already coming in. You're not witty. So, what's on your mind?
I never claimed to be witty.
Yeah, you're not.
So here's the thing, Tyreek. You have a lot of followers who are, it's more so, they're not really doing your name any good faith, if that makes sense.
Who's
a lot of FBAs, you know, they're
doing my name. No.
Yeah, a lot of.
When was it required for people to do my name? Nobody's required to do my name a good faith. What are you talking about? Nobody represent me, and I don't represent anybody. So I can only do my name good or bad. Nobody represents me. So what are you talking about? Come on, Somali. Unmute your mic, ma'am.
I mean, somebody keeps on muting me. I don't know who the fuck that is.
Calm down. Watch your mouth. You want to hop on camera? Let's see what you look like.
You've seen how I look like, my guy.
I forgot, ma'am. I forgot. Let's see your beauty. Let's see your beauty.
I'm very pretty. I have that
Let's see.
East African gene, you know.
Right. Let's see that beautiful
Slim
camera.
nose, you know, nice.
All right, let's see. Hop on camera. Let's see that
cheeks.
beautiful.
No,
let's see
you've
that-
seen me before. You've seen me before. I
That's why I'm
hopped
trying
on
to
your
jog my
camera.
memory. I'm trying to jog my
Trust
memory.
me, trust me. No, my beauty is not for you, anyways. So
Well, come on, let's see some of that beauty and hunger. Let's see it. That's just beautiful.
I
and
have
hunger.
high cheekbones, you know, slim nose, not wide nose. You know, nice thin hair. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Jaws
Slim.
full of bush meat. Let's see it.
Not
Let's see what-
bush meat, not bush meat, not bush meat. Trust me.
Oh, okay, but go ahead.
You know,
go ahead.
you know
What
who
else?
Iman is, right? I'm Somali, bro.
Right.
Yeah.
Now,
Have you
what else
seen
you
her
got?
recent interview where she was like, "Yeah, I got."
Okay, yeah, I'm already bored. Let me get some more people. I'm bored. Yeah, your trolling wasn't witty. It's boring and hungry. Okay. Yeah, just my phone just started getting musty. I don't want to hear it. Okay, I got to rub some root work on my iPhone. All right.
Yes.
Omar, what's up, Omar?
Hey, hello, Tariq. How are you?
I am good, Mr. Omar. How are you?
Yes, I'm fine. Always a pleasure to hear you, to listen
Yes.
to your talks.
Yes, indeed. Now, you've been on here with me before, right?
Yes, indeed. I've been.
Hop on camera so I can remember. I got to jog my memory. I know your voice, but hop on camera. Let me see your face. So,
All right. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Yes. That's me.
There you go. Okay, there you go.
All right.
I don't remember your face. Have you ever been on camera?
No, I've been on Twitter with you, not
Oh, okay.
on camera.
Okay. All right. So what's on your mind, Mr. Omar?
No, but I just wanted to. By the way, thanks for coming to my country in Senegal last time.
Yes.
I see that you enjoyed the nice food and the vibe. Huh?
Yeah, I really enjoyed myself over there. Very, very cool.
Yes. You know, Tariq, as I always comment on your things, I always say that you did something great that people need to recognize. I disagree with you on some points, but I agree with you on other points, as I always say that also. You made it clear that it's important to recognize the Black American experience, right? And thanks to your contribution in a certain way, this conversation has been more important in the last year of 2 years than it ever was the last 20 years concerning. By example, just to emphasize the fact that the Black experience is a unique experience, all right? And that the history of Black people in America needs to be recognized as such and not to be confused with others, okay? I agree with those points. The part where I not agree, and maybe is a choice of yours or a choice of people who follow you, I think this is not because this experience is specific that some people need to antagonize FBA with migrants, or with Africans, or with others. It doesn't need to be antagonized. It just needs to be made specific, right, Tariq?
Right.
And I think that there is so much to gain from that knowledge and to learn from each other's, right?
Okay.
And to gain respect for that, because as many people say, and I agree with those points, you know, there has been a struggle of 200 years, of more, 300 years, a fight that you Black people in America have fought, and not only a fight for yourself, but a fight. By example, if I just recall what Webb Du Bois did, what Booker T. Washington did in South Africa, thanks to his contribution, the ANC was created with Charlotte Maxeke and so on and so on. Black people going to Congo and highlighting the suffering of Congolese during colonialism. Those were Black Americans who highlighted that, you know? And I think when you go further and further, you will see also, and somebody said it here, you will see that the contribution, by example, the Haitian Revolution, in a certain way, helped people to be conscious about their situation and influenced other people and influenced the civil rights movements, influenced poets, and so on, and so on, and so on. So I think that, Tariq, you know, and I'm a historian, you know, and I am sure when history book will be written in 20 years, some people will criticize you for some things, but some people will say, hey, at a certain point, there was a man named Tariq Nasheed, and he came up with this FBA conversation, and in a polarized context, certainly. But thanks maybe to that conversation, something was made clear, that there is a heritage and a historic heritage, a cultural heritage, a Black American cultural heritage that needs to be recognized in America first, by Americans themselves, and by all the people coming to America. You know what I mean? But Tariq, what I can ask you, and I really ask you from man to man, from human to human, is just to say that you have so much influence, you have so much power with these ideas, and please, just the antagonizing part needs to stop.
On whose behalf?
It's not you. It's not about you. It's just the people who misunderstand this concept of FBA being a concept of self-consciousness, of the conscious of his own history, the conscious of your own heritage, but it's not about to antagonize toward others, against migrants, against Africans, against Caribbeans.
Okay,
no.
all right, let me thank you. Thank you so much. Let me address that. Okay. I got to land this plane because he likes it. He's in respect to him, respect to him. It gets into a little village babble. Okay, so you know we just gotta. So let me address that because I don't want to be interrupted with village babble. We don't antagonize nothing. Let's be very clear. We as foundational Black Americans, we mind our business. We're not over in other people's countries interfering with nothing they got going on. We're not trying to go over there and undermine you. We're not going over there trying to extrapolate your resources. We're not going over there getting into your political structures, nothing. In fact, when we show up in your homeland, we're bringing something. We don't really get anything, but we bring. We invest in the businesses, we help the people, we bring things. The problem is when folks get over here, is stay away from the Akata, stay away from the Jareer, stay away from the Abids. We got a lot of negativity from other people who come over here, and then they start getting into our political business and then undermining us. That's antagonistic. They start getting into certain positions and then start bringing in their fellow people who come from an immigrant background and actively discriminating against us. We don't do that. See, you want to talk about antagonism. The antagonism is one-sided. What we do is make them accountable for the stuff that they do, and they don't like being held accountable. But it's a new day. It is a new day. You want to talk about antagonism, we are talking about our lineage, and then you get a bunch of people who tell us, why y'all claiming FBA? Y'all is African. That's antagonism when people try to tell us who we are and tell us about our history. That is antagonism. So we're making everybody accountable right now. So it's just a brand new day. People are kicking and screaming because they hate accountability. Because let's be real, for a long time, continental Africans have not been held accountable for a lot of janky stuff. A lot of continental Africans been getting away with a lot of shit, and they've not been held accountable, especially by us. See, there's been this unspoken rule that foundational Black Americans, we're never supposed to criticize them. for anything they do. If we criticize them, that's just like the white man, just like the guy called earlier. You show negative images of Africans. These are what the white supremacists do. You know, I'm clowning some of the people who call up talking dumb. I'm clowning them. That's part of the culture. But yeah, some of the Caribbeans too. But yeah, really the continental Africans. So a lot of different melanated immigrants, they come here and they're not held accountable. But really, continental Africans have been given a pass for a long time. See, this is why us making them accountable is new. You see, even though they've been doing janky stuff to us for the longest, we haven't said nothing. We haven't said nothing. See, the thing is, for a long time, family, there's been a psychological necessity, you know, the Pan-African folks for like a motherland utopia. You know, so Africa has been romanticized and mythologized. It's like a mythical heaven. So you put a lot of extras on it. You're not supposed to criticize the Black heaven because we're all supposed to attain to go back to the motherland one day and ascend back to our throne. Every time you talk about Africa, well, the African kings and our African queens, we just mythologized Africa so much, so it's almost become infallible. You're not supposed to talk about some of the janky stuff that's coming from there and happening there. You're not supposed to say it. And the whole Pan-African stuff, they come around and there was a demand for global racial solidarity. You see, there was this belief that, look, all people of African descent share a common destiny and we all got to unite and dismantle global white supremacy. That's idealistically, that sounds good, but you got to understand, how did we get hemmed up with white tea supremacy in the first place? Tethers. All right, let's be real. I'm a realist. I ain't gonna do all that pie in the sky shit for your ass, because I study history and I see what went right and what went wrong. All right, let's be very real. This whole thing, it's idealistic to say, hey, we all need to join hands because white supremacy is global and us Black people all around the world got to join hands and fight white tea supremacy. We got to ignore the fact we got in this situation because these musty niggas were sitting up here coinciding and collaborating with these damn white supremacists. Who were the main ones doing it? Some of these African tethers. Oh, they were selling everybody out, working with them. And that mentality ain't really going nowhere, to be honest. Family, Myron Gaines, understand, he comes from a whole bloodline of musty tethers. Those melanated Arabs from East Africa, they've been on that for the last 1,000 years, ladies and gentlemen. That ain't new. Myron Gaines ain't new. Africa's full of them. That's been the damn problem, especially over there in East Africa. Remember, some of the biggest slave traders working with the white tea supremacists were these melanated ass tethers. Tip who tip. It was a damn melanated Arab. Black as hell. Running slaves. Getting big money working with the British. Y'all look up Tip who tip. When I was over there in Zanzibar and Tanzania, they had his spot over there. He was operating up out of there. Yeah, that's a problem. I don't want to unite with those descendants. Yeah. Come on now. Yeah, Tip who tip. Here's his name. You look up Tip who. He was a big slave trader in East Africa. Huge. He made a lot of money working with the British. Black as he want to be. An Arab. His dad was Arab. I think his mom was Bantu or something like that. Yeah. Tip who tip. Look him up. Yeah, look him up. Well, there's a whole bunch of them, man. That's the problem. We ain't gonna ignore that. And that mindset is still here. We still got people with that mindset. Yeah. So that's why African can never mean Black. You have Arab, Africans, and white. Yeah, you do. You have, yeah. Yeah, this whole thing, and I talked about this on my broadcast the other day, just the term African. When they start telling us we all African, y'all is African. All that FBA stuff, y'all is African. What you talking about? Yeah, Africans were brought over here. Africans this, African that. And let me say this, family, don't let them run that game, because the word African, the term African, and I broke this down on my YouTube show the other day. We didn't start calling ourselves African over here until 1770s. Before the 1770s, ladies and gentlemen, and again, I challenge anybody to, because I bring scholarship, ladies and gentlemen, I bring scholarship. I challenge any of you to prove me wrong. Show me where we use the word African to describe ourselves over here before the 1770s. I challenge anybody. You won't find it. Nobody used that term. Look it up. This is your scholarship. None of us use the term African. Nobody went by African. Nobody. We started using African around the time of the American Revolution. We never used that term. Before the 1770s, never. Now we're using the term Negro. It's Spanish for black.
Very cool.
Hey, beloved, how are you? What's
Hello,
going on with
Tarek.
you? Hey, how you doing, dear?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing?
I am good. I like the hair today. I like it. Yes,
Thank you. And I like the color of the shirt today. It looks like mine.
Yeah, we're matching. We twins right now. How's everything? Are you in Nigeria or England or the UK? I forgot.
Nigeria.
You're in Nigeria still. Okay.
Mm.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, really, Omi? Yeah,
Good.
I'm in Nigeria. So would you like to do one?
Yeah, let's do a battle real quick while I'm chopping it up with the family. Here we go. All right.
Okay, no problem.
Let's get Miss Wendy up here. We're doing a quick battle. Yes,
Guys,
indeed.
thank you. Omi, thank you.
Yes, indeed. How's everything in Nigeria, Miss Wendy?
Everything is fine. The weather is hot though, but it's okay. It's fine.
Oh, is that okay? What did you do today out there?
Oh, well, I didn't do anything much. It's morning for me. So
Oh, okay.
yes, it's daybreak.
Okay, I
It's daybreak.
forgot.
So it's more like, what am I going to do today?
Oh, okay. Now, what do you normally? Oh, now over there in Nigeria, what do you normally eat for breakfast? What do you have for breakfast over there?
Different things, depends on you. I like bread and tea.
Bread and tea. Okay. Okay.
Yes, I like bread and tea. So I eat bread and tea very much. Then there's something we call akara.
Akara. What is that?
Okay, it's bean cake. Thank you, Prom King. It's bean cake. Like you use beans, you grind the beans, and then you make it into a cake, small, round. I'll just show you a picture. We take it with corn pap.
Is it kind of like? Is it like pancakes like we do? Is it kind of like pancakes?
No, it's not like pancake. Let me see. Akara. Let me show you a picture of it.
Okay. Sounds interesting.
So, yes.
Akara.
Yes, akara. Thank you, Jonathan. So this is akara and pap. Let me show you a picture of it. So see, this is akara. Hi, Brian the investor. This is akara. Then this is pap.
Pap, okay.
Then you can mix it. Thank you, Brian. You can mix it with bread. You know bread? Sliced bread.
Okay. Cool. Is
Yes.
that like cream milk you're putting on top of the pap?
Yes, you can decide to put cream, milk. Thank you very much. You can decide to put milk, or you put sugar. You put sugar most of the time. All the time. Either
Now,
sugar or honey. Thank you, Jonathan.
Now, what is your favorite dish? What dish do you like to make the most for dinner and food? What's your favorite dish you make?
I like swallow.
Swallow?
Yeah, you've heard of fufu. Fufu?
I heard of fufu. Yeah.
Fufu and egusi soup.
Okay.
Thank you, Brian. Yes, I like it. It's my favorite. Hi, maybe. Yes, but I don't like egusi soup, but I like fufu. I like another soup.
Okay, that soup is called swallow.
No, not swallow. I said swallow, like when you swallow something.
Swallow,
So now
okay.
the fufu is the swallow because you don't chew fufu, you swallow it.
Swallow it. Got it.
Chewing is not right. You are
Really?
defiling the food.
If you chew it, wow.
Yeah, you don't chew fufu. You swallow only.
Oh wow. I think I
Yes.
heard that. I heard that.
Yes, you're not supposed to chew.
Oh wow.
Mhm.
Wow.
No, that's what I like eating the most. The soup I like it with is not egusi. It's called native. Hi, Queen Tricia. Hi, maybe. Yes, it's called native. But that's what I like eating. Then I like rice. Rice is good. You know jollof rice? Hi,
Yeah, I do,
maybe.
Yes.
Jollof rice is good.
Yeah. No, why does the Nigerian jollof rice taste a little different from the Senegalese jollof? The Senegalese jollof had more of a smooth taste to it when I was over there. I've had some Nigerian jollof. The Nigerian jollof, it always has somewhat of a burnt taste. It almost tastes like a burn, more of a charred taste to it, right?
Thank you, Mando. Okay, is the main, about jollof rice, when you call it party jollof, the thing that makes it the party jollof is the burnt taste. I'm fine, thank you, maybe. It's the burnt taste. You leave it on the fire. You use firewood to cook it.
Okay.
Now, firewood is different from the gas or burner you use. Now, firewood is just like putting 3 big stones at different pots, like 1 here and 2 here. So you put the pot on top of it to lap. Then you put wood, sticks from 3 branches under, and then you light up the fire. So now the fire makes the food taste differently from when you use your normal gas burner or your table burner. Do you understand?
Okay. Right. Okay. Got it.
It gives it a totally different taste and is nice. And again, the spices we use is a bit different from what the Senegalese people use.
Oh, okay. There it is. All right. Well, there we go. We got the battle done. There you go. Miss
Thank
Windsor.
you, Brian. Thank you very much. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Mando, Prom King. Thank you, Tariq.
Thank you, Wendy. It's a pleasure talking to you again, beloved. Thank you so much, dear. All right.
Thank you.
You're from Nigeria. She's nice. I like her. That's a sweet sister. I like her. Yeah, I beat her in the battle. But yeah, I like Wendy. She's sweet. She's cool. Those other girls from Nigeria, they call up, one battle, let's battle. Like, okay, you try to talk to them. They're like, hey, how old are you, ma'am? I can't tell you my age. They'll get me. I'm like, okay, good Lord. Lord, man. All right. Like, calm down. All right. What's your name? Erie?
Erie, yes, sir.
What's up, Erie? Where you from, brother?
I'm Eritrean. Some people call me Rohan.
Rohan. Oh, you're the same guy. Okay, goddamn. You the same dude, Rohan?
No, clearly not. But Dr. Tariq, I have a question for you. What do you think of Dr. Umar?
Nothing. I don't think anything of him. He does him. What about him?
But I mean, I'm Rohan. Like, I'm a huge fan of Dr. Umar, bro, and I know he will take good care. Like, I know he's gonna lead the Black community into a great future. That's the truth.
Okay, God, this damn Rohan and his damn trolling. Thank you, Rohan. Get the hell out of here.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax.
We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Peace, love, and reparations. Welcome to Black Star TV 2.0. It's your boy Black Star. You already know. Come in and hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I need y'all to come in and drop where your family is from. What lineage do you come from? Drop it in the comments. Family, I don't know what Dr. Kubar talking about. We Africans and all this, we not American. I don't know where his family from. But my family's from here. And my family didn't come off no slave ships neither. You hear me? And I could track my family to a specific tribe. I'm talking about a specific where my family members have membership. I don't have membership personally, but my grandmom's brother, right? My Uncle Sonny, who died in 2013, his obituary literally said that he came, that he was a member of the Natoki Lenni Lepai tribe, and identifies his parents as James and Letitia Brown Bateman. Now, family, I can walk you down all the way to 1590, right? Because this is my grandpa, Lester. That's my mom's mom, Noonie. Now watch this, Grandma Noonie. Boom. Now watch this, family. And we could just go, yo, and I found this trying to figure out, because I was looking and searching about how to do the tribal courts and tribal government, and it said that you had to be part of a federalized tribe, right? A federally recognized tribe. So that's when I just started doing my research, because I already knew that my family was part of a tribe, right? But see, this one is not federally recognized, it's actually state recognized, right? Now watch this, family. We already in the 1800s. We already in the 1800s. Now watch this, family. We can get back to 1590. You hear me? Hold on. Hold on. Give me 1 second, family, because I gotta get it through this way. Bang. All right, now right here. Here we go. Grandma Hattie. Aunt Hattie. Now watch this, family. I want to show you my Grandma Hattie's mother, right? Now watch her mom. Now this is her mom, right? This is her mom, Julia Murray Pierce. Now, as you can see, she looks super white, but I'm gonna go to her details, right? And this is how you know my family was affected by the Dawes rolls, right? Also known as, look, race, Black American, Black. Now watch this, family. She's Black, but she's really Native. It's a blood relative, family. This is a blood relative. Y'all hear me? So they was reclassifying people, right? They were reclassifying people. And my family got caught up in that. And I can even show you through the thing, through the Dawes rolls, right? Where's her parents at? Her parents. Family, I advise everybody to go look at their own family lineage and trace your own family back, right? Yeah, you trace your own family back. And instead of going through all that, right, I'm gonna just show y'all this way. Because I can get back to 18. Hold on, I can get back to 18. No, 15. I said 18. 1590. And we know that the first slaves landed here in America, right? We know that the first slaves landed here in America. Hold on, here we go, family. Bear with me. We know the first slaves landed here in America in 1619. That was the first slaves that came over on the ship, was in 1619. But there was a couple of African slaves in Spanish Florida back in 1526. So now watch this, family. Look at this. Look at this. I was supposed to go to Pierce, and but I had went to Julia Murray just to try to show y'all something. But watch, family. Look how far this go back now. Look how far this go back. We into 1730. Look how far this go back now. 1700. Richard Pierce III, born in 1590 and died in 1666. Who came off a slave ship? Huh? Listen, family, do your own lineage. This site I was on is called Family Search, right? Family Search. This is my other great grandmom. I'm gonna show y'all my great grandmom on my dad's side. my great grandmama on my dad's side, they came from Florida, right? As you can see, my other family, they started off in Maryland, but they ended up in Salem. But they was in Salem for mad long though. They wasn't like, you know what I'm saying? They was in Salem for mad long. But my grandma Jackson,